You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver media podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.
Well, we are live. He's tapping away on his phone while I'm trying to get some things set up here in the background. But we are liver than live. How do we look? I think we look pretty good. I should tilt the camera down just a wee bit. I think just a wee bit because we're seeing too much ceiling there.
There we go. Yeah.
Let's see. I'll just adjust the camera a little bit. That's better.
There we go. All right.
How we looking? How we sounding better?
How we sounding, kids? Yes. I should look
Mike's
down
working
over here. Okay.
Good afternoon. How's it going? Okay, let me just get this set up here. I got to adjust this. Am I loud enough for everybody online? I can't really tell because my monitor system doesn't give me everything I want to here. But, it does work. It does work. It just doesn't work ideally sometimes.
All right. Let's see.
Okay, we have...
Good afternoon. Sound is great. Sound good. Looks good.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, kids.
All right.
All right.
So I've got Rocket Ship to the Moon set up here, as you can see today. I've got too many things open on my tablet here.
All right. Shall we do the greeting officially? So
yeah, go ahead. Get started. We're underway.
The podcast version?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hello, kids, and welcome to episode number 4 of the True North Eager Beaver PubCast. Yes, today's date is Saturday, January 21st, and it is an absolutely wonderful winter day. Pretty mild, no wind, not very much humidity. So,
nice and sunny.
Yeah, it's great here at the Ottawa Beaver Lodge. My name is the Eager Beaver. Pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver, eh? And I am so happy that you have joined us today, kids. So glad to see you. Hello, Kit Linda M. Hello, Kit Lazy Sunday with Wade and Doe. Hello, Kitty Lane. Hello, Kitty Bill. Hey, Tak Minvrand, I believe it is. You'll tell me if I got that right. And everyone else, Kit Dharma Karma as well, yes. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors, the Peppermaster, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, and the CanadianTarot.com. There we go. And now we're moving all over the place. Hey. And of course, we cannot go further without saying hello to our podcasts and our show's fine and friendly growler. Good day, Mr. Grizzly. How is your mental health today?
Well, good day, Mr. Beaver. And we should start with a cheers because we are in the pub. We are pubcasting. Cheers.
Yes, and as the kids can see, I have not learned from episode number 1.
He's got a bucket of Caesar.
Yes, I went for the family size salad. Like this, and there's only 2 people at the table, and he's allergic to vegetables, so it's all mine.
I do on occasion I do have Caesar, but I don't eat the beans because the issues.
No, I don't eat the beans either for some reason. I don't know why.
But I what I do is I drop them in and stir them in because it adds to the flavor.
Okay. I
They're
will try
spicy
that
beans,
today.
right? They're spicy beans. So.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, am I peaking too much here? Should I turn my volume down a wee smidge? I can't tell.
We've got the remote, so we can't see the comments.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, I got my rocket rocket ship set up here.
Kid Elaine says Douglas has his favorite liquid salad again. A2 Caesar.
It is a meal unto itself.
I know it's not A2 Caesar, but I figured you know.
Ben oui, là. Es-tu brut? Es-tu César? Là? I'm okay with that. If you're okay with that, I mean, shit.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. If anybody is here from who joined us for the Casual Fridays last night, that was a bit of a good time.
You could say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, they did this thing where I'm like, they were saying that I look like Saddam Hussein, and now apparently there's this image of me circulating that our good friend DaCosta made with me looking like Saddam Hussein. I've been caught in Kingston or someone like that.
I thought he was dead.
Well, that's why I had to clarify. I had to like put out in the tweet saying, no, I'm Saddam.
Saddam.
Yeah, you know, like when you like watch those soap operas, like the character has this like thereunto like never known before twin, and it's an evil twin. Because I'm the good twin.
Okay.
I'm the good twin. I'm the good Saddam.
I get it. Like it's a telenovela. I don't watch soaps. So I'm going to go based on your recommendations.
Yes,
there.
I just wanted to make sure the record was clear. So because, you know, those are the type of images, you know, like let's say we get big like 5 years from now that can come back to haunt me.
Yeah. It definitely could.
It's like, see, there you are, like in a Saddam Hussein costume, or like, no, that was
no.
some just really bad joke people made.
It happens. These things do happen.
Yes,
bad
but
jokes.
I'm Saddam.
Saddam.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair point. I get you. No problem. We're good. We're solid.
Yep. Now everybody knows because it's happened on YouTube, so it's real.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yes.
Sending out some stuff here to the folks who want to join. Some people, I have a couple.
Oh, Kit Jazz with us as well. Hello, and Kit Kath needs a Hello, you wonderful people. Thank you so very much. We received a tip.
We
yesterday.
Did?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes, Kit Kathy sent us a tip.
Awesome.
And it's a new person who has sent us a tip. So
thanks,
Kathy.
You
very much.
Thanks
Thank you.
a lot.
First time tipper. We really do appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to pay for all this shit, right? It costs money.
Yeah. And let's just say I'm not doing so well working my street corner.
Sorry to hear that.
I can only contribute so much.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah.
I know there hits a point when you get in the business, you stand on a corner with a sign that says free sex and you can't give it away.
I haven't.
It just doesn't happen.
Haven't ventured down that avenue. Not that I ever plan on it, mind you. Okay. Sure. Yeah. All righty.
Oh my.
How's that? Hitting the spot? Is that what you were looking for?
That's slaps the palate upside the head.
That's a good thing then.
Yes, that wakens up a mouth.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, well. Let's see. What do we got going on today? You said that you had... Well, is this a surprise when you said you had a special guest?
Yeah, I have a special guest joining us a little later. I'm not sure exactly what time, but I have a special guest joining us over today. Join us at the table here, and there's going to be a few people online as well.
Oh, yay.
People I spoke to, they said, yeah, we'll join online later. I'm like, okay, cool. All right, I like it. So I got the new mic set up here. So see, it's on the... I just brought this from home because it's easier for me to manipulate. And I don't know. I just figured, what the heck, right?
Mm-hmm. Just remind me, I had to send a message to our friend in Australia, Pete, to see if
Oh
he's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
around.
Yeah, Mr. Jarvis, how's he doing?
Well, you know, he's in Australia and it's summer there, so I'm guessing.
Probably pretty good, I would guess. Yeah.
Yes, I think he got mentioned for some type of honor or prize or
Oh,
something
nice.
within his community or something.
Jen's asking which corner are you working? She's asking for a friend. Thanks, Jen. That's good. That's,
I'm blushing.
yes, you are. Yeah. I think that's pretty funny. You got you. My mouth was open. My mouth was open.
Oh,
Yeah, I remember that from Eddie Murphy.
yes. Oh, thank you.
It's the fart game.
Jeez.
You play it one day, kid. The whole bit where he goes on about how he's, people love smelling other people's farts. No, they don't. Yes, they do. I'll prove it.
Yep.
You get in an elevator, somebody cracks one. Sorry, I just farted. Yeah, you did.
You did just fart. Yeah. Ooh, stinker too.
You got me. That's a good one. That's good. My mouth was open. Eddie Murphy. Eddie.
They honored him. Was it this year? I think at the Golden Globes with the Cecil B.
Yes, Cecil B. DeMille Award. Yeah. And did you see his acceptance speech? Because I didn't watch the Golden Globes, but his acceptance speech, he says, "I'm going to leave you with some advice, very important advice. That's how I've had a long career in movies and television. And it starts with pay your taxes. Number 1, always be kind and respectful. Number 2, and number 3." Keep your motherfucking name out of Will Smith. Keep Will Smith's wife out your fucking mouth. Will Smith's wife's name out your fucking mouth. Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh man.
So yeah, there's probably going to be a few folks dropping in online for a little visit, along with. Oh, there we go. There's one right now. I'll bring him in.
Gentlemen.
There we go. It's Army Chris.
Hey,
what's going
how
on,
you doing?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Nice to see you.
Waiting for football.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I can hear.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Sorry,
awesome.
I'm screwing around with my mic here.
No worries. Sort of doing the same thing here on my end. I gotta rejack one from here to there to make it work the way I need it to. That's how it goes sometimes. And
all right.
Sound. Yeah, okay. I'll go back to my other one. There we go.
It's all good?
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right, there you go. Whoops.
No, it's good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Does that affect our thing going through?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're fine.
What pub are you guys in again?
The Lieutenant's Pump.
No, okay, nice. I was going to say I recognize that place.
Yeah, you've been here, I believe, eh?
I certainly have many times in my travels to Ottawa.
Well, I guess you'd probably come to Ottawa fairly frequently back in.
I used to,
back in the day. Yeah.
Back in the day, I did a lot. At least probably 4 times a year, I would say.
Oh, right.
I would.
So they put you up where the business in?
Yeah, I'd stay
right here in Elgin,
right next to NDHQ.
Oh, now he's gone.
Oh, sorry, that was my fault. There. Sorry.
Are we there? We're good?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that was my fault.
Yeah, I stayed next to NDHQ, and I would work my way from Byward Market and stumble my way down Elgin.
Good times. Yeah, I've done a lot of work at HQ over the decades. It's not a lot of people in the building today. There's still people there, but not like it once was, right? Because you've got so many people that moved out to Moody Drive in Bell's Corners there. So, but we still do get folks working there. I did a project there back in autumn of 2020. We did. I can't even tell you I can't say on the air what I did.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
You understand that, right? But yeah, in a super secret place doing super secret stuff, I can't tell you about any of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool shit in that building.
Mm-hmm. There really is. And when you consider the building, it was kind of put up hastily when they first built it, and it was never really built to proper design specs. So D&D ended up taking it because it was built for Transport Canada. It was never built for D&D.
Right.
And a large part of the building was designed to hold computer equipment from the 60s. So, like a mainframe from the 60s is bigger than a house, right? So there's multiple floors in the building that really weren't designed to have people in them. So they had to go in and redesign and rejig a whole bunch of stuff over the years. And I've, spent years working in that building and stuff. Interesting spot.
Yeah, it's an antiquated facility to say the least, but it does what it needs to do.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's why they've moved the bulk of HQ to Bell's Corners there, Moody Drive, Bell's Corners. And like I know a lot of folks, well, Commander, my buddy Rob that was here last time. So he lives 2 blocks from here and he used to walk to HQ every day. Because he's, he had, I think, 2 or 3 years, and he could have stayed longer if he wanted, but he said, you know what, I've got my 35, I'm done. I'm out. I'm finished. I'm not spending another minute.
35 is too long. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, and the thing was, he had been working at HQ, and then they moved his department to Bell's Corners. So he's like, I never use my car because I live downtown.
Yeah. Now he's got the commute. Sure.
Now I got the commute, which is 45 minutes on a good day. Forget about when the snow falls. And he had to pay for parking. I'm like, what? There's acres of parking there. Yeah, but a different company owns the parking lot. I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake.
It's so challenging to explain to people because I did 25 years. When like you hit a certain point where you've maxed out your pension. So if I asked you, would you get out of bed for 30% of your pay? And everybody goes, well, hell no, I would not do that.
No. Yeah.
And I'm like, you already are. You get 70% of your pension if you got out right now, these 35-year guys.
Yeah.
You're maxed out. So why you're only working for 30% of your pay now. You get that other 70 anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they stop and it's like this epiphany. And then they put their release in and they move on.
Yeah. Well, then he just said, you know what? He did it for, I think, 6 months. Yeah. He might pop in later today. Did it for about 6 months. And he was like, you know what? I'm not, nope. Forget it. I'm not doing this commute. I'm not paying for parking. I hate driving to work every day. I love being able to walk to work. And he was not in love with his job, because he was Navy and he was a ship captain for years, but he kept getting promoted. I mean, his long-running joke was, I was 18 years old. We're on Citadel Hill in Halifax, and I pointed out to one of the ships and said to my buddies, I said, those ships right there is my ticket to an office job in Ottawa.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, Paul, because there's two ways you go to National Defense Headquarters. Actually, 3. Mm-hmm. One is you have to do staff time to punch your ticket. Right. Check in the box. 2, you are on the ass end of your career and they're going to find you a cubicle.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3, you're a streamer on your way to become, say, the chief of defense staff or something like that. That's it. So my guess is he was in category number 2 and came to the self-awareness that I don't want to do this anymore. Me and the Queen are even and I'm out.
Yeah, it's kind of what it came to, right?
Yeah.
And he's telling me, he says, I'm looking at my finances and going, am I going to be able to afford to retire? And he says, my wife looks at my pension and she says, your pension is worth more than I get paid right now. I think you're going to be fine. Yep. He's like, oh, yeah, okay, I guess so.
Yeah, but
he and I chatted about it.
In the military, you get institutionalized. It's like that's what you know. That's what you do.
Yes.
And then suddenly 10 years go by, 15 years go by, 25 years go by. I mean, when I joined the military, it was a summer youth employment program while I was in high school to give you extra credit to take basic training over the summer. So I did that. I needed a summer job.
Right.
25 years later, I still need a summer job.
Yeah. Right.
Like what? Where the fuck did 25 years ago and I still need a summer job? No, I don't. I'm good.
Yeah, well, my dad.
I hope they're giving you different tasks along the way.
You'd think, yeah.
Well, my dad he retired. I think it was 93 after 33, and he was like, "Well, I want to get my 35," but he got the FRP.
Oh, nice, good for him.
So yeah, and he's looking at it and he's talking to my accountant sister, and she goes, "If you don't take this, you're an idiot."
Yeah.
Like,
So FRP, for everybody watching or listening, it was called the Force Reduction Plan. And basically in 1992, 93, I was in Cyprus at the time. They were offering, depending on your rank and your trade, which was, there was too many, for lack of a better term, a buyout package to say, hey, if you retire now, we're going to shave off a couple of years of your life, or sorry, of your life. Fuck.
Whoa. There's a deal.
Maybe shave off the last, say, 2 years. Your dad,
Yep.
33 years. We'll give you your 35-year pension
Yep.
and give you a big chunk of money to go away. And a bunch of guys took that. And ironically enough, a few years later, we were shorthanded, and a lot of those guys came back.
Well, and my dad took a year off, right? And I think he was sat around the house fixing everything there was till my mother said, "Go, Jesus, get a job. You drive me crazy."
Yeah.
And he ended up back doing the same job he did as a civilian, but because he was retired military, they insisted that he wear a uniform to work every day. And I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, it's weird. I'm
I
a
would have told
civilian."
them to pound sand. Nope.
He did it for, I think, a year, and then ended up with Arenda Aerospace, working because he was a jet engine specialist, right?
Oh, wow. Good for him.
So, yeah, he got multiple contracts, ended up helping to land a contract with Arenda Aerospace and BDF, which is the Botswana Defense Force. And my folks moved to in Africa for 4 years.
Wow. That's
Went
an
down
adventure.
visiting, life for all of us. And so I remember I get off the plane and I can't believe Africa. And I'm going to Africa. It's like, well, I'm in Botswana, Africa. I mean, it's a damn big continent, right? But it's still kind of like elephants, there's monkeys, there's all this stuff that you sort of see growing up in movies and television. And I'm like, I'm here. And I'd say this to my dad, and he goes, I say that every day I wake up. I can't believe I'm in Africa. He goes, I'm from, small town, like a village, Warkworth, Southern Ontario, like village, 500 people.
Yep.
What the hell am I doing here? It's one of those pseudo imposter things. Like he knew he was good at his job and he succeeded at it, but it was one of those things where, and I feel it too. It's when you get praise for what you do, you're kind of like, really? I was just doing what I had to do. And like, no, you did a good job. Okay, thanks. We don't know how to accept it. It's like if you compliment me on. If you compliment me on, hey, Paul, that's a nice hat. Oh, thank you very much. But when you compliment me on my work, it's kind of a strange thing because I was always used to, I was just doing my job. And 9 times out of 10, especially in construction sites, people would just yell at one another all day long. So when somebody compliments me for my job, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. If that makes any sense.
100% it does. I'm the same way. I don't like in the military, if guys go up above and beyond, which I hate the term, yes. they may get a commendation or a medal, and I've got that. And it's like, hey, you did a great job. I'm like, well, you're fucking supposed to, so I don't know where we're going with this.
It's my job.
Yeah. Nobody ever got a marginal effort award. It's like, to me, it's like you're supposed to do a good job. I don't know why we need to hand out trinkets. Like, I know some guys who've done some exceptional shit, well-deserving guys that that earn decorations that really went above and beyond. But I'm the same way. I don't handle praise very well. I just assume people said nothing. It makes me feel awkward because I just have this mindset where I'm supposed to strive to do better and achieve excellence.
Completely agree.
I take shit better than I take praise.
Yeah.
I do.
It's a strange thing, and I don't know that it's necessarily an unhealthy thing, but I don't know if it's healthy either. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's reflective of humility, which I think people should exercise.
Yes.
Yeah, people that bathe in praise. Like, I don't trust those people. I don't like those people. It's like, you're smiling and look at me. Like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
Go be humble. Take shit over there. Whatever.
Completely agree. I think humility is something that is sorely lacking today in a lot of aspects of life, whether it's humility in the workplace, humility amongst your peer group. Just
Mhm.
we need to be a little bit more humble, I think, on a regular basis. Personal experience. I think it's been a great way to learn how to be a better person by, just observing. You know what? I'm just going to shut my mouth. I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to listen, and I'm going to learn. And to be humble is to be. I mean, to be humbled means you thought you were king shit of Turd Mountain, and all of a sudden somebody knocks you down in the
Yeah.
gut. That's humbling. Well, that's not a bad thing. I don't know if
I
it's something you should have all the time, but from time to time, I think being humbled is a way to keep your ego in check.
Yeah, and I think people
Mhm.
need to slow down. The planet is spinning way too
Right.
fast. We have sensory overload with the amount of
Beach.
information, and like if you rewind, you guys are old enough to remember like the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
um even the 90s, all right, to keep people that are watching in perspective. Prior to the internet as we know it now, prior to cell phones, you had time to just take a minute and think. You had to like pick up the newspaper should you have it delivered, or walk to the
Yep.
box. And I knew how to get
Right.
them free, but I'm not going to get into that. And like open it up, have your coffee and read. And now we just skim headlines, skim headlines, skim headlines, and just it's like boom, boom, boom. I'm just getting blasted all the time. So my
Yeah.
natural
Sensory overload.
response might not be the, well thought
Well,
out.
well, yeah. Well, it's what you say, right? I mean, you had news 4 times a day. You had your morning show. You had your noon news if you could get it when you were at work, right?
6
Because you were
Mhm.
p.m. and then
6
11,
p.m. and
and that was
11.
it.
6 and
Yeah, because you
11,
had your
that was
morning
it.
and you had your morning and your evening edition like this. So when somebody dropped a bomb around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, well, it wasn't in the evening edition, and then it might have made the 6 or the 11 o'clock news, but then you had to wait a whole night to figure out what people said in the morning. Nobody had a mic in your face immediately 5 seconds later going, "What do you think about this?" You had
Yeah.
time to think about what you were going to respond and calm down after, like, being fed the instant red meat of anger. But now it's you've got 27 news, and got
Mm-hmm.
people sending you, "Oh, this thing happened, send me some money," and it comes right to your email, and it's like the, there's never a second where they're not pressing down on that little rage button to make you bypass all the common sense centers you have in your brain and just go, "Oh my god, yes, this is terrible, I'm living under tyranny, I'm going to open up my wallet."
Right.
Yeah, and I just think because we're continuously bombed with information that there's never time to process it, because if you take the time to process it, you've already missed the boat. So it's just like you look at social media, Twitter is the worst thing ever invented, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
chained to it, unfortunately.
It's
Um,
marketing, right?
Yep.
Marketing our product.
marketing. And it's just you have to respond, I have to respond. And maybe the shit coming out of your thumbs or your mouth are not reflective of what you're really trying to say. So that's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I just feel like if humility can get lost if you just don't take the time and actually apply some thought to what it is that you're responding to or what you're saying or what you're doing, because everything is just moving too quickly.
Oh,
Mhm.
agreed.
Well,
Agreed.
and you couple that with the seeming inability of a lot of people just say, "You know what, I was wrong about that."
That's a
Nobody's
hard
willing.
thing for people to say.
Yeah, nobody's
Yeah,
willing to
but
do it. It seems they don't want to admit that. You know what? I was wrong. I made a mistake.
now you have a whole echo chamber of people that will tell you, "Yeah, you were right. You
Yeah.
weren't like a friend tells you when you're about to screw up, even if you're not going to like to hear it, right? Your friend tells you you're about to screw up. Don't do that. You're going to regret that.
That's
Now, if
Yeah.
bad.
you do it anyway, that's one thing. But a friend will tell you, "Yeah, that's a good idea. Go down that road." Right? Like this, you have a whole bunch of people going, "Yeah, go down that road. You hate the same people I hate." Right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, go down that road. That's a good thing. That's a good idea. You should do that." It's like just like, you know what? Yeah, yeah. I
It's
thought
crazy.
this
Are you,
one thing, and I am learning something new. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
are you guys parents at all? Do you guys have kids?
No. No
No,
kids.
I wish I did. I
Me
so wish.
either. I that ship sailed for me. I'm 52 years old, but I mean,
54. Right.
I would be scared shitless
Yeah,
to have a
Mm.
kid right now. And for everybody
yeah.
watching, I don't- if I tip my hat to any parent that has to raise a child in this insane world that we live. I couldn't imagine doing it. Like I wouldn't even know how to begin.
Yeah. It's pretty scary when you think about it. I mean, like, my goodness gracious. how do you explain anything to kids today? It's just, I don't know what to, I don't know how my parents did it in the 80s when we all thought we were going to, the Ruskies were going to bomb us into oblivion.
Everybody's watching these nuclear war movies.
Right.
It's going to be the end of the world, man.
But
I mean, even school. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, think about Google or YouTube. Back in our day in school in the 80s, you had to go write an essay on something, and you couldn't plagiarize. Like now,
no, you can just get it anywhere.
What the hell? What are kids learning in school?
Yeah, you had.
We went from you can't have a calculator to then you're in high school, you have to have a calculator. I'm like, well, which one is it?
What? Huh? I don't. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
Now it's like you need to learn formulas in Excel. Like nobody's doing long division by hand anymore.
No, because you have a calculator to do it for you.
Yeah, it's on your phone.
It's kind of disturbing when you think about it. Like a couple of years ago, my nephew it was his birthday just the other day, but I remember a few years ago, I was at his birthday, and hey, Quinn, shout out, buddy. Good to see you. Sorry I missed your birthday the other day. I had to work very late. But a couple of years ago, I handed him his birthday card, and I was like, happy birthday, Quinn. Love Uncle Paul. And he's like, Uncle Paul, I can't read cursive. I'm like, wow. And I think he might have been 8 years old when he said this to me. He's 14 now, but he's like, I can't read cursive, Uncle Paul. What does it say? I'm like, happy birthday, Quinn. Love, Uncle Paul. Okay, thank you. But I'm like,
do you appreciate good handwriting? I do.
Oh yeah, I love it. Love it.
Because my handwriting looks like a sleep-deprived chimp wrote it. Like I can't read anything I fucking wrote down. So I have to use all caps to get 60% of what I wrote down. And so
it's
when
kind
I
of
see, the ladies have the best handwriting. Yeah. So like my dad has exceptionally good handwriting because he's 74.
Mm-hmm. Right.
His signature block looks like it should be, sold to be used by other people.
Right.
And
Both my parents are like that too.
Because we're all keyboard warriors now. Like my writing skills are deplorable at best. Deplorable.
I can't tell you the last time I wrote a note with a pen or a pencil. Honest to goodness, I couldn't tell you.
I scribble. I'm a sticky note guy. I've never absorbed, even when I was still like working in doing project management. I never got into all these software packages. I was like whiteboard and sticky notes, and you'll never break me from that. Even today, when I'm storyboarding shit for the podcast or for the network, it's I go through pads of sticky notes like a wild man. And even though sticky notes are built into your computer, it's like, now I can't get my head around that. I need to write shit down.
Yeah, I still use the ones on the computer quite a bit, just because.
Do you? I just don't.
Oh yeah, like a lot, especially at work. It's like somebody will say something, and I go, "Hang on," click, doodle-doo-doo, and it's there. But I started to get away from using the sticky notes and just putting everything in emails, so that way there's a thread and it's trackable. And we had this conversation about this, so now there's it's a written record of what we talked about. It's usually point form and very basic.
Wherever I worked, I said, I want the biggest whiteboard that you can get that fits in here, and I want 2 of them. And everything was on there. And the only thing I used software-wise was like Microsoft Project or P6 or whatever. That was it.
Well, there's a ton of whiteboards at my office. Like every room has a whiteboard, but they also have like an 85-inch touchscreen. We just, we've got, I think, a 30, 50-inch Microsoft Surface hubs, which are on carts, and we've got, I think, another 20 of the 85-inch ones. Some of them are fixed in rooms. Some of them are on motorized carts, and then we've got all these Samsung touchscreens that we put in multiple meters. So there's 2 of them side by side. So you can like a, like what we're doing right now, right?
Sure.
So 2 screens.
Did you ever use one of those smart boards?
Yeah, I used to install them all the time.
Okay, so here's a good war story for you. So I'm trying to get the Army to be more high tech, right? Like I am a tech guy. I got a bit of a tech background, and we are getting ready to go to Afghanistan. So we're in Wainwright, Alberta, doing pre-deployment training, and I thought, okay, in order to emulate the systems we'll use over there, I'm going to get a smart board. Right, it was a $20,000, $18,000 for this thing, right? Where you can draw and then save, and you could load digital maps and draw on them and everything. So I get this thing, I order it, it comes in, show them how to use it. It gets sent to Wainwright. I show up a week later. I walk in. There's the smart board, unplugged, turned off with a map taped onto it.
Yes, of course.
Missed the point.
You missed it, guys. You missed it completely. The ones
you just
that
can't
I've
break
seen
people of habits like that, right?
the
Yeah,
one that
really.
I've seen, smart boards I've seen where they didn't know how to use it, so they just took markers
Mm-hmm.
And drew on it.
I'm like, oh, they're like, it's a dry erase. No, it's not. It's not that kind of. I'm like, you've basically destroyed it. You've basically destroyed it because you can't. You can use bleaching stuff, but it's always going to leave a ghost pattern.
You're talking about between 5 and 20 grand. Like they have different levels of them, but I mean, you wrecked it. I did like the virtual whiteboard was great. I could do all my shit, save it, bring it back up later. I liked it.
Well, one of the things I use all the time, and I don't. Well, let me rephrase that. One of the things that gets used all the time, and people are always, "How do I do that?" I'm like, "Look, I'm a Microsoft Teams support specialist.
Love Teams.
I don't use whiteboard, and Teams has whiteboard built into it.
Yeah,
the electronic. I don't use whiteboard. So people, well, how do I do this?
Like, do you remember Net Meeting?
Oh my goodness,
I'm dating myself.
Well,
Net Meeting was in the 90s, man. It was awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's so much. It's amazing when I think of how much stuff we used to have to put together to do an electronic presentation of any type, right? And now, use your phone. You do everything on your phone, and then you beam it to the screen, right? You walk in and just like I'll say Chromecast, but there's WebEx, Teams. They all have that casting capability.
Oh, WebEx is horrible, Paul.
I can't comment. I work with the product.
Oh, okay. Well, in my personal opinion, I used WebEx, and it was like, why? Like, who made this? It is terrible.
Cisco. It's Cisco.
Anyway, we can move on.
Yeah. So, who's playing this afternoon? I know there's 2 games today.
Kansas Chiefs and Jaguars are at 2:30 Mountain Time, so that's 4:30 out there, and then it's 49ers and I'm gapping.
Dallas.
Yeah. And the Bills are tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, Bills are tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the Niners are going to win and the Chiefs are going to win. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong.
Well, I'm a KC fan, so I got to believe, but man, Jaguars are a good team. It's going to be interesting.
You know what? They're a much better team than I thought. So yeah. Well, did you watch the Vikings game?
Yes.
What the hell?
It's
4th and 8. Let's throw the ball 3 yards. What?
There's been some bizarre decisions that have gone either way. I saw that and going, wow. I mean,
it's like at least get 10 yards down the field. At least 10.
Right. For sure. We need Ray here to set us straight on all this stuff. But I mean, I could say Kansas City's Achilles heel is Butker, their kicker. This fucking guy cannot hit uprights. The only guy worse than him was that dude from Dallas last weekend who probably is unemployed right now. He missed 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5, man. Unbelievable.
But prior to that, he hit 54 consecutively all
season. I know.
So he couldn't miss all season.
Right.
Yeah, I think he was rattled. One game.
When you get rattled like that and you're stuck there, it's your teammates need to pull you out of that. So he missed 4 out of 5. It's like, buddy, walk it off. Shake it off. That's yesterday. You're not going that direction anymore. You're going that direction, right?
And I felt for the guy because I saw that.
Oh, me too.
Jerry Jones actually tweeted during the game, "If you're in the stands and you can kick a ball, we'll hire you." I'm like,
oh God. That does not help.
That's not funny.
Not nice.
That is not cool. No.
It's like, I get it. You're the owner. He's probably liquored up or whatever, but
probably liquored up and pissed off. But buddy, like, fuck, man.
But they won, cool. So they won.
I know, but still, this guy's rattled because he knows it's out there on Twitter. He knows he left 12 points on the table that they would have had. And
I think
how are you setting a guy up for success for the next game?
That's
with
just
shit with that kind of fucking attitude.
He's done. Like, I don't think he could hit the broadside of a barn door today. Honestly, I don't even think he'll play. Like,
I doubt it.
They won't play him today. I'm sure they won't. He's probably gone to therapy over this shit. It's like,
the best thing they could do. It's just like Top Gun, man, 1987. a lot of my analogies come from Top Gun, the greatest movie ever made. Is get him up flying, get him back in there, put him in.
Yeah, put him in. Yeah, agreed.
At least start him and give him a couple cracks at it. And if he's still fucked, then pull him. But put him in, man, because otherwise, trade him. He's done.
Yeah, because
who the hell's going to take him?
If they sit him for today, he's finished.
I agree with you 100%.
Like the psychology of it, right? He's like you say, get him up, get him flying right again. It's. Remember years ago, my grandfather was telling me a story about how when he was quite young, he was painting houses one summer and he fell off a ladder and he was freaked out. And his boss said, "Get right back up there right away." And he goes, "What?" He goes, "If you don't do it now, you'll never do it. You're finished." And I know falling off a ladder is not like, crashing a fighter jet or missing 3 or 4 kicks in a decisive NFL game, but it still means the same thing.
It's the same mindset.
Same mindset. Get in there right away and get it done. Because if you don't
let that fear sink into you. You have to immediately go back and attack that demon.
Fear can paralyze you, right? And I'm sure in your former life you've probably been witness to that in the theater of war.
Buddy. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, we can have that conversation another time. But absolutely, I think there's a million instances, and I'll share one bad day in late December of 2009. We lost a lot of guys, and everybody was rattled. And I just brought the team into my room, and said, "Shake it off, because when that radio goes off, we're gonna go out again. So fucking put it back there." And the faster I could get him out there, I couldn't wait to get him out there again and get back into that mindset and that routine. You cannot dwell on it. You can't sit there and let it set in and just fester, because that's what it's doing. It's festering. It's exponentially amplifying that fear of failing or whatever it might be. Get the fuck back in there and get on it. And whatever it is in your life, do it. What's going on,
gentlemen? Hey. What's happening?
We're getting a bit deep, man. So
I saw that stuff. I thought I'd bring some chilledness to it.
Perfect timing.
No, it's all good. You're all talking about the great stuff, but I haven't met any of you, and we've all been on the network forever, and this is so funny. But we've all been on the network forever, and I just wanted to say hi. I'm over here in Saudi Arabia right now.
I was going to ask, where are you right now?
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sitting up in I'm in Riyadh right now.
What time is it there?
It is 10:44.
It's a 7-hour difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
10:44 p.m. is the word.
Wow.
I don't have any kind of mood lighting like you guys. Best I can do is hotel.
You probably can't get
I got to fix the camper.
Hotel ambience. No, I'm one of those non-drinkers now, Chris.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So
I get it.
Yeah, it's all good there, but. Yeah, I don't want to distract. I love the look there, guys, with the pub. And Chris, great to see you there. You guys were talking about trying to raise kids now, and I got 2 of them, so that was a whole thing.
You can interject on this, because I can't imagine how you do it.
Yes. Well, I go to Saudi Arabia and Riyadh
and go hide. You kids grow up on your own. I'll be back.
That's right. Later. I'll be back in a couple of weeks, eh? But it's an interesting one, because you were talking about how they learn and with math and things like that. I wish I got to learn how they're learning now.
Not
necessarily about the cursive and the things you guys were talking about, but I certainly struggled in like grade 7, and it wasn't until grade 8 that I started getting my shit together. And it was because of a teacher that recognized where my strengths were and started leaning me towards there with a little bit of like, do this a little bit better and I'll give you more of this. Like, you're clearly more artistic, or you're clearly this. You're not going to be a scientist. We know you're not going to be launching spaceships. Right. So let's just get you through that. But I think you should do advanced English, and I think you're really great at, this side of it, and writing and things like that. Hence, here we are writing for the network and doing podcast stuff. It's quite interesting.
Right.
But my kids are like that, and one is more mathy than the other, but one of them is also very artistic, and recognizing where she's at artistic wise, and knowing that maybe or maybe not, she might, not go down a certain path. They've given her options to gear her teachings towards that. So just from a straight school standpoint, they have more options as far as directing their potential career now.
So you'd say compared to that structured system we went through, it's more
do this
dynamic and evolved now.
Yeah, because I'm a Southern Ontario boy. I mean, I live in Vancouver now. There's tons of options there, but in Southern Ontario, it's when I was, I'm 46, so it's General Motors, be a mechanic, work for the on a snowplow somewhere, and then or whatever. There was never like the there was just like those were the 5 jobs you got, and then whatever.
Yeah.
So now they have way more options. I mean, half these kids have 150, 200 grand in the bank before they leave high school anyways, because they're making all their money on Twitch and all that shit. So
oh, no kidding.
It's astounding to me, the money that some of these kids earn on Twitch. It's mind blowing. And what are they doing? They're playing video games and people are watching.
They're playing video games. It's absolutely mind blowing. It really is.
I'm like, really? It's like, yeah, that's how much money. There's money to be made. I'm like, what?
I'm a video game junkie because at 52 years old, I was in the golden era of the arcade, when it was new, and I spent every quarter I ever made from my paper routes in the arcade, played all the console games, blah blah blah, and never saw it coming. Where kids today are monetizing on something that I got shit on for doing all the time.
Yeah, you know what else is happening now too, by the way? All the kids are wearing sweatpants. I was wearing that shit in grade 7 and had the shit kicked out of me for it, by the way.
Because you're wearing sweats to school.
That's right. I was wearing 49er sweats, by the way. And
okay.
49er sweats, and had the shit kicked out of me for it.
Yeah.
It's like that scene from The Simpsons where Nelson's pounding on Bart like don't wear those to school.
Too funny.
It's not bad, but yeah.
Well, Brent, I tip my hat to you for being a father. To me, being a parent is probably the hardest thing that anybody could do. And and kudos to all you parents out there watching. It's a crazy world. It spins too fast, and the fact if you can raise kids and navigate them through this shit show we call life, you're doing a great job.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I'm in it's a tough one now at 14 and 12. I mean, I'm still learning how to be a. This is actually true, like a real statement, which I'm still actually learning how to be a father to a son, because I got a 12-year-old, and I'm like, I'm not like the hockey dad that was like had the kid at the rink at 2 and is like, you're going to be in the NHL, and like every 30 seconds, is hammering this kid. We've done many journeys, and we're still trying to figure them. I'm still trying to figure them out. And that, so it's sort of like, finding that process. So I'm learning too, and so it's, you're talking about, and it's funny, Chris, because I was thinking about you a little bit this year a lot this year, but I kicked off my year last year in Latvia. And that's just a block away from Russia, and just what was going through there, and what you guys all had gone through just as a soldier. And thanks for your service. I haven't had a chance to tell you that. But it's just an interesting thing to be, try to make them aware of what's going on in the world without freaking them out and still having them live a life, and
that's just got to be a challenge. Like we all grew up during détente, nuclear stalemate. Right. There was no weird shit going on. Terrorism was a one-off here in Iran or something. A plane got hijacked or something like that. And today, like, oh my god, man, it's so insane.
And I'm here in the Middle East for a bit. I'm Riyadh, I'm Abu Dhabi, I'm in India, I've got Bahrain, I've got some markets that I'm doing, and everyone's like, oh my god, you're going to one of the most dangerous places in the world. And I'm like, I've never felt safer in my life here.
Are you going through UAE on the way out?
I'm actually in Africa. I'm in Johannesburg and Cape Town.
You're gonna miss Dubai.
I'm in Abu Dhabi, so
okay, that's just as good.
Yeah, I'm in Abu Dhabi, which is amazing. But these are all. This is a market in the world that's eluded me. But so now I'm here, and it's just like, It's
Oh,
safe.
take it in and
feels
enjoy
so
the
safe.
food. Yeah, take it in.
It's so safe. Have you guys ever
Oh,
traveled
food,
over here? I mean, Chris, you have.
Yeah.
Gents, have you
Nope,
guys?
unfortunately.
I've not been to Saudi or that part of the world yet, but I have a friend in Dubai that I want to go and visit. Zara, if you're watching, hey babe, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I do. I'd love to go visit her in Dubai, and Dubai itself. I want to see it to experience it because it's you're in the Middle East, but it's not the Middle East, right? I mean,
Paul, you got
it's
to
the
go
Middle East.
see the
But
you got to go see the indoor ski hill in the mall in Dubai. It'll
Yeah.
make you
oh yeah,
chuckle.
That's hilarious.
it's crazy though, right? Well, I was in
Mind you, we almost have.
New Delhi.
Hmm.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry
Okay.
about that. Go ahead.
I was in New Delhi back in October of 2019, and it was like 52 degrees, crazy hot, and I loved every second of it. And I remember touring around downtown New Delhi, and I see this giant billboard, and it's and right beside, so there was two billboards. One was 3 flights a day from New Delhi to Toronto on Air Canada, and the one right next to that was Winter World. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, they had literally, it wasn't a ski hill, but it was basically a giant rink, and they had skating, they had snow forts, they had an igloo, they had snow falling from the sky, and I'm like, you know what? That would be an exotic experience for somebody who's never left India.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Indians travel throughout the country all the time. I met so many people. They're like, "Oh, hey," and well, of course, white guys to get a picture. I'm not joking. I was being 1,000 selfie photos. Will come up, selfie, selfie, selfie. But the thing was, I'm, oh, where are you from? Oh, Calcutta. We're from Mumbai. I'm like, I think I met maybe a dozen people that were actually from New Delhi. Everybody else was just traveling.
Mumbai is
they
on my
travel.
hit list.
Oh yeah,
That's
I've
on
not
this
been
list.
there
You
yet.
can come
I
over.
want to do
You
that.
can come over next week if you want to come see a show up there, Chris. I'm in next week.
What's
I'm
your
doing
guys' top three? My top three right now, like top three right now off the top of my head, is Vietnam, Morocco, and Mumbai.
Places you need to go.
Need to go. It's
Yeah,
food
Vietnam
things.
is definitely very, very
Yeah.
high.
Did Thailand? Yeah. Check. Whatever. I want to go to Vietnam, Morocco,
Japan.
I'm kind of hitting them now. I'm hitting them now because I'm in the East now.
You're
Like,
doing
I'm
the
in Middle
circuit,
East.
sure.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
doing the Middle East, which I haven't done before. So that's kind of
Nice.
happening now. You know.
Well, I think next year I'm going to try and do a Scandinavian tour because I have friends in Norway and Finland.
Bring money,
And they're like,
bro.
oh, I know. Don't worry.
$24
I'll be staying.
for a Happy Meal at McDonald's, US. Yeah.
Oslo is the most expensive
It's
city in
really
the world, but I'll
expensive.
tell you, Paul, I've got the best coffee joint for you there. And the second you get over there, you let me know. I'm going to say to you that Tim Wendelbo,
Okay.
coincidentally, the most downloaded episode I've ever had on the Brenton on Tour podcast, the former podcast, it actually went through the roof. He's one of the
Really?
he's one of the most, yeah, you wouldn't, whatever, right? I've had rock stars on, I've had all sorts of guests, but he actually is an independent roaster that runs it's a full AeroPress cafe in Oslo. You got to walk in. Imagine that. You got to get out of your car and actually walk in somewhere and watch them make a coffee, right? So that's right, which is so. This is, but it's the way he roasts and the way he does the whole thing. It's incredible. By the way, I'd like to point out for the record, just out this window, there's a Tim Hortons beneath me.
Shut up.
In Saudi Arabia.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I won't be
I
going
never
to.
would have known that.
But I'll send you there, Paul. It's Oslo is one of my favorite cities in the world. You'll love it.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
beautiful.
cool. Yeah. Well,
I think my three would be well, I know they're not the same country, but New Zealand, Australia. I've always wanted to go there.
Yeah.
I've been fascinated. Peru and
Machu Picchu.
Yeah, and Kenya.
Mm.
I don't have
I have
anything
friends
from
from Kenya,
South
but
America on my list. I don't know why. I have nothing.
well, I've done Uruguay, Chile, and Argentina. Argentina, you go to Argentina, my friend. You come to Buenos Aires, we'll have a very good time. And that was an amazing trip. It really was. And the weather was perfect. And it was my buddy who points out to me. He says, "You'll be able to tell within about 4 days. You'll be able to tell the Argentines from the Uruguayans." I go, "Really? How's that?" And he goes, "Just watch." Sure enough, by day 4, I'm like, "Yeah, she's from Argentina and she's from Uruguay." He goes, "How?" I go, "Well, like this."
Right.
kind of think their fecal matter did not have an odor. Was sort of their opinion of
like
themselves.
that. Yeah, I've done
some
Central
of the most beautiful
America.
women I've ever seen. Yeah,
for
I've done Costa Rica,
but I have no attraction for some reason. I can't explain it. Why I have no interest in South America.
It's quite a beautiful place.
Nothing negative from anybody there. It's not on my it's not on my list.
I got deathly ill in Brazil a couple years ago.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
And then almost got killed by a pack of 8-year-olds. So it was pretty nuts. All the favela are there, and then the street kids are like, the kids are very.
Oh yeah.
You know, the street kids are like those kids. You know, a knife's a knife, whether it's a 12-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 30-year-old, or a 40-year-old. It doesn't matter. And I was sick walking I had just enough energy to walk to the corner to get a Gatorade and a loaf and a piece of bread to walk back to the hotel. And the guy at the hotel was like, "Don't give the kids any money. Like, you see any kids on the street, don't give them any money." I'm like, "All right, don't give them any money." Some kid comes into the store, asks me for money. I said no. Some other guy in the store gives him money. Kid goes running out of the store. You know, the whole thing. I'm like, all right, excited. He got money. I'm walking. I'm about probably 40 feet in front, like from the hotel, like whatever it is, slowly. Yeah. And next thing I know, I hear this guy screaming, and I take a look back, and it was the guy that gave them the money. And eight of them, 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds, whatever the hell they were very young, just kicking the shit out of them. And and I went to I started hobbling my way to the front desk, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? And like, because he gave them money, so they're not smart enough to think that you might have money. They just know that he has money because he gave it to them. So
yeah, that's fair.
They want more. So they left you alone because they just assumed you didn't have any money. So like, wow.
Well, it's awesome. Like you were talking earlier about people. So listen, for everybody watching this that's scared to go to Mexico, don't do dumb shit while you're there. I go to Mexico quite a bit because I'm moving there.
Nice. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Sayulita. We're back down in March to meet the architect again.
Where are you moving to?
Sayulita, just north of Puerto Vallarta. Surfer hippie town. It's the speed I need to be at right now. I'm tired of being stressed out and wanting to kill people. So makes sense.
Gotcha.
Don't be afraid to travel. Like, you're talking about the Middle East and everybody's like, "Oh, you shouldn't go there." Yeah, you fucking should. And I remember being told Belize City was, because we were looking at going to Belize, and we've been there several times. This Belize City is one of the most dangerous cities on earth. I'm going, really? So I got there and we met with some local realtors, Miss Ruth, a very good friend at the time. And even she says, well, you white boys shouldn't go down there. So me and Dave were like, fuck yeah, we're going down there. And we were in the bowels of Belize City. And here's my best piece of advice. Be polite, make eye contact, and you'll be fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you look down, you look like a victim, you'll be a victim.
100%. Don't have an I Heart Belize shirt on with a map and a big fucking hat with a tag hanging off of it. But be polite to people. If there's a guy with a beer cooler and says he has the coldest beer in Belize with just a shitty old wooden table, stop, buy a beer. Don't flash no cash. Don't be stupid. But don't be afraid. Don't let the machine create fear in you to go places. Like, you got to be better than that. But don't be stupid either. Chris.
One of the things about that is this network has covered a lot over the last couple of years, right? And they've covered a lot about a lot of insanity, and Paul, you were involved in a good portion of it, unfortunately. But there's been a lot going on, right? That people are easily can break down to like their neighborhood and like the world's crazy and blah blah blah. But I'll tell you one thing. Everyone's the same all around the world.
Absolutely.
Okay. And like even removing religion and all the silliness from the equation, people just want to take their kids to the park. They want to go there to either their version of the pub or watch the game with their friends. They just need to get to the supermarket to get food to feed them. And if it's in Vietnam, maybe they're walking. If it's here, they're driving. But like people just people do the exact same thing all over the world, and I don't
Absolutely.
think enough people look at that closely enough, and they just
You're
see
correct.
a family walking down the street. It's like, well, those four, political agenda aside, are doing something. The little kids probably got something to do. The dad just
Yeah.
worked all week. The mom's worked all week.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, everyone's exactly the same around the world.
Yep.
I don't care what anyone says.
1000%. Maslow's hierarchy of needs applies to the planet, not the Western world.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yes, it does.
You couldn't have said it. You could not have said it better than that. Everybody is the same everywhere I've ever been.
Now,
Even the enemy was the same.
yes,
They just had a different perspective, and they were an extension of their foreign policy. So it is what it is. Everybody,
and even here in like one of the most polarizing countries in the planet.
No kidding.
There's still. I'm walking down the street today. I went to the oldest part of Saudi Arabia today, and to this old little castle or palace, and it was incredible. And it was taken over in 1818, and then 100 years later, they decided to make it into a historic site and start turning it into visiting. And I'm walking around today, and the men are all they've got everything. They're dressed up, and it's great. And the women are dressed up. Everyone looks great. Everyone's doing the exact same thing. There's actually men and women holding hands now here, a husband and wife holding hands now, which is something I saw at breakfast this morning. Like it's I'm sure deeper in it's a little bit more traditional, and sure, there's traditions everywhere, and to each their own. But at the core, everyone's the same. At the core, we're all doing the same shit, man. Everywhere, we're all doing the same thing.
Just trying to get through the day. Just trying to get through the day, man. Taking care of our friends, our family, our loved ones, and just trying to find that moment where we can have some joy, whether that is watching a football match or sitting in a pub like this or talking with friends. Everybody around the world literally does, at the end of the day, want the basic things: shelter, food, family, loved ones, and pleasure could be whatever you make of it, right?
Yeah.
But the fundamental things we all want.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all much closer on a great number of things than we're further apart. And we don't talk politics on the PubCast, right? So I'm not going to get political, but I think we're much closer than like you gentlemen are saying. We're much closer than anybody thinks. And there are powers that be that want to keep us separated, right?
Yeah.
Because they have a vested financial interest in it. Whereas most of us are just trying to get on with our lives, man. Like, I just want to have a Saturday.
Conversation is turning into a fucking John Lennon song. No, you're 100% correct. Chad, sorry to break it up. I got to punch out. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for stopping by.
I'm 2 and done. I have to drive. I got to walk down my stairs.
Yeah, no.
Man, I'll do this again next week for sure if you'll have me.
Well, we do the podcast, but we do our morning show Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays at 7 a.m. So it'd be like 5 a.m. your time. So that's a little early. But yeah, once a month we do the PubCast.
Yeah,
that's sweet.
So next month,
at me whenever.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to figure out a way to come down to Niagara last week to meet up with you guys to do the thing, but we got 30 centimeters of snow here the night before, so I was like,
I know. I landed in Hamilton, and I didn't get to Ryan's house till 3:30 in the morning, and I was supposed to land at 11:45.
Wow.
Yeah, it just got pounded, so it was a bit rough. And I got a ton of editing to do for Monday.
I'm not. Yeah, looking forward to seeing the video, man.
Yeah,
you guys must have shot a lot of
footage. Should be done. A ton of footage. We've got some interviews that are micro content out there. The full video should be done by the end of day Monday, and we'll have it out.
Okay,
right.
Cool. So, I got to spend all day tomorrow editing some video for a work project. So
it would be done. It would be done earlier than that, but it's playoffs this weekend, Jen. So I said, no.
Go Niners.
Go Niners. Go Chiefs.
Amen.
Okay, boys, I'm out. You guys have a good one.
I gotta jump too. I gotta speaking of kids. I gotta speak to them. I just wanted to say hi.
Oh, okay.
The good dad that he is. All right. Cheers.
All right.
Thanks for joining us, guys.
Cheers, gents. Thanks for hopping in.
Pleasure meeting y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Pleasure meeting you too.
How nice is that?
Awesome. Awesome.
Okay.
Love it when friends just pop in. And again, we haven't had a chance to chat with you before. So,
Yeah.
we're all in the same network, and it's just nice to start, connecting with some different folks on the network. And no, it's good times.
I like his energy.
Oh yeah, he's got great
He's
energy.
pretty chill.
So chill, man. It's like I'm watching and I'm like, okay, I want you to do an ASMR for me. Somebody, I did have a friend send me a message and goes, dude, do you ever listen to your ASMR? I go, well, I'll watch it back critically to find how I can improve upon what I'm doing. He goes, yeah, but do you listen to it I go, no. I go, I can't listen to it to relax. He's like, why not? I go, it's my own voice. You know how weird that is? I listen to somebody else for that. And trying to listen to your own voice to critically figure out how you can get better at the craft, if you will. It's like actors who, you have to watch what you did to see how, okay, there's a mistake there. There's a mistake there. I can improve upon that next time. And I do that with the ASMR, but I watch it critically, and I can't watch it to relax because I know everything I said already.
Right.
So there's no relaxation for me. But if I can help somebody else to relax via that method of just speaking softly into the microphone and having a nice casual conversation about my mental health, I'm happy to do it.
Yep. Yes. Very helpful. Kit Pete is on the chat.
Is he going to jump in the show?
Well, he doesn't have a link yet.
I sent it to you via Twitter. Check your Twitter.
All right.
Yeah, I sent you a link via Twitter. All you got to do is send it to him.
Okay, I will do that. That was very weird.
I don't know why you didn't see it. I sent it over there. As soon as you sent it to me, I sent it to you.
Okay, that's fine.
You see it? Let me know that you have it. It's in your DMs.
I will do that. Okay, so what you got?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were about to say something.
No. I was just trying to get that to him.
Okay. Well, I hang on a sec here. I'm just trying to get my my headset cord out of the way so I don't trip on it and pull it out and break things. I don't want to do that. Pardon me. I'm just getting a little gaseous here. And I don't want to be belching in somebody's ear because that would be quite rude. And my mother would, I don't know, she'd definitely scold me for it, for sure. Hey, thanks, Brenton. Thanks for stopping in, brother. We appreciate it. Good times. Good times. And enjoy your time in the Middle East, and take lots of photos. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you post, because damn, it's got to be interesting.
He's got a cool life.
Oh,
yeah. Now I hear everybody talking about kids, and I get a little melancholy, I guess it would be the word.
Yeah,
because
I can understand that.
Yeah, my Beaver and Sweetie and I really, really want kids.
Right.
We've been together for 10 years. And we've been talking about it for a while, and waiting to get our lives together. And now that we finally got a house and we finally got an extra room where we can have kids, it is not obvious when you're two guys.
Yeah.
Because not one can carry, right? So,
right. So are you looking to adopt? Are you looking for a surrogate?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is now you have to look at all the different options, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for each and every one, you face the option of either putting in a lot of time, a lot of money, and still not ultimately having a child.
Right. Right. Yeah, and if you find a surrogate, you got to do IVF, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah. And as we're talking about, you were talking about, what's the world going to be like in 30, 40 years? Right?
Yeah, and that's the other freak out part, right?
I've always been thinking about that for myself because, as I keep on saying, I intend to be around till I'm 102.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if 40 years from now, you can't walk outside without being instantly burned to a crisp.
Yeah.
I'm not even 80 yet, right?
Yeah.
Not 90 yet at that point.
Yeah.
So, it's 102 will be a long way to go in that type of condition.
Couple of weeks.
So yeah, I'm thinking of kids that way, and then I'm thinking of kids in the other way. Given that I'm pushing 50 now,
right?
The energy that I will need for a kid when they're 16, when I'm 66.
You're not going to have it, dude. I years ago I was having a conversation in a pub. Go figure me, having a chat in a pub, and I was with a couple of friends, and this one woman sat down and started chatting with us because she was a friend of a friend, and she's like, "Do you have any children?" I go, "No." She goes, "Why not?" I go, "Well, and I've made a decision to not have children. I don't want to." She goes, "Oh, you're just one of those selfish men who blah blah blah." And she went on for 5 minutes. I go, "Are you done?" She goes, "What?" I go, "You know, you just met me and you've passed judgment over me because I said I don't have children and I'm not going to have anybody. You have no idea why I've made that decision. So who are you to say that to me?" She just sort of looked at me. I said, "I have severe anxiety and depression.
Mm.
So severe that some days I cannot get out of bed. I have other issues at play as well. And I could not live with myself if I passed that on to another human being."
Mm.
And she looked at me and her, so she was friends with my friend and who's also my, anyway, so her friend just looked at her and said, "Yeah, you stepped in that one. I ain't bailing you out. You got to take whatever he throws at you." Right.
Mm.
And I said, "No, that's it. That's all I have to say. I made this decision because I and I wanted kids at one point in time. When, I mean, obviously not now, not at my age, but when I was considerably younger, I did. And I remember sitting around at Christmas time when my sister had her first two children, and Dad was playing Santa. My dad, Gramps, Papa, as they call him, was playing Santa, and I thought, I'll never have that.
Right.
And I was heartbroken for about 30 seconds. And then I just sort of went, well, that's just how life is sometimes. Some things you don't get. So get over it and get on with it. And that was kind of how I dealt with it, So, yeah. Anyway, that was kind of dark, wasn't it? This is supposed to be light pub chat, but I mean, we got dark.
It is sad because it's, for me, it was a weird thing, right? At first, it wasn't an option,
right,
at all, because I was gay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And I
just
was
not
gay,
gonna. Yeah.
Well, and gay in the in between period where get me to the church on time wasn't your number one remedy.
No.
Right.
No.
Like things were starting to emerge.
Took a
So
long time.
I could imagine living a life as a gay man.
Mhm.
I never imagined being able to live a life where I'd be married and have adoption rights and and the rights for my partner to come be at my hospital bedside when I was.
None of those things existed at that point,
exactly. Right? I guess, but it wasn't. It also wasn't. Well, I mean, I guess those laws existed, but I had never known anybody in my generation that had lost an apartment because.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Or lost a job because, even though I knew that was still possible, right? Because I mean, it was still possible. It happened to Delvin Rind.
Well,
right?
I'll give you a strange story.
Oh no, I did know one person. That's not true. I did know one person who lost a job. Somebody I dated. It's true. So, but there was enough. The light at the end of the tunnel was big enough that you could imagine, right? That you could live a life. And then all of a sudden you can get married.
Like what? What the hell? Huh?
Right. So I mean, in my mind, my mind was like very firm, like I'm not going to have kids. It just was not an option. So I didn't really mourn it. Right. It just sort of grew into that. Okay, that's not for you. Okay, it's not for me. I'll have other things.
Yeah.
And then it became an option, and then I started considering it, and then wondering, well, with whom and like what conditions, and because just because I want one isn't good enough.
Yeah,
at least it seems to me not good enough. So, but what would I have to have?
I got to back you up on that one. Just because I want one is not good enough. It isn't. I completely agree with you. I years ago, long time ago. Sidebar, real quick one though. Lady friend of mine said she wanted to have a child, and I go, why? So that way I won't be alone. I went, what? Mm-mm. And then she went on about how, well, I'll just go to a sperm bank and find a donor, and I looked at her and I said, you selfish bitch. And she goes, what? And I go, you mean to tell me that you need to have a child so desperately that you would be willing to purposely, and again, I'm coming at this from a different perspective, okay? Purposely deny that child a father because you're so selfish that you need to have the kid for you. I go, there are millions of unwanted, unloved children waiting for a family to adopt them. You want a kid that bad, adopt. And my perspective comes from, because my sister's adopted, number one. Number two, I thought, look, maybe I went over the top in dumping on her from that respect, but it did change her perspective. And she thought, I never thought about that, Paul. Well, look, there are millions of women who are thrust into a position of the father just abandons them. Millions of them. They did not choose to have that child without a parent, if they choose to have the child. And it's a woman's choice, right?
Right.
Again, not getting political, but we're talking about kids here. And when I said that to her, she kind of looked at me and went, I never thought of it like that before. And I go, but you're having this child for you. You're not having this. You want to have this child for you, not for the right reason. That's not the right reason. Now, this is 20 years ago. I was considerably younger. My perspective is, grown and since then. But at the time, I felt very much like that. And she did say to me, and we'll see her in a few weeks. She's coming to visit. She did say to me, she goes, that I needed to hear that at the time. I go, really? Why? She goes, because I wasn't emotionally ready to have a child. I wanted one, but it was selfish. You were right, because it was just for me. It was not because I wanted to be a parent and bring a human being into this world to help. And she said I was being selfish. I'm like, okay, so I kind of got it right. And I'm in retrospect, I've looked at it and felt guilty about it. Because who am I?
I can see that.
Who am I to make that call? But again, my perspective is a little bit different, because my sister, who both sisters are captains of their respective industries, and I'm this slug who drinks beer and talks on the internet about my penis from time to time. Actually, I'm not the one talking about it. Everybody else is. That's the funny part. I don't. Everybody else does. Right? I'm not that. Everybody else goes on about it, not me.
I think in a court of law, they would call it, but you opened the door.
I opened the door. I did open the door. I don't deny that. I opened the door.
Everyone else walked through it. And then along the way, they kept saying, hey. Remember when you were a kid? Did you ever sing that song when you're, hey, get out of my way. I just came back from the USA. What the hell did that mean? I don't remember the rest of the song, so I don't have any context.
I don't recall any of it. That's all I remember. Please, somebody in the chat, let us know. What was the purpose of that song? Do kids still sing that today? Probably not, because they're thinking, can get out of your way. Do you have like a health care incident you need to get taken care of right now?
Oh,
get out of my way. I just came back from the USA. Oh, you need a doctor? Is that what it is? And you had no health insurance down there. Is that what it was? I don't know. I'm throwing that out there.
Of my cloud.
Yeah. Well,
Oh man, yeah. That's really weird. I remember that sometimes. I think of like some nursery rhymes or like things that we like with my little niece. She was asking me if I knew any of those hand clap sort of things. And I'm just trying to remember. The only one I remember is like Stella, hola, hola, clap, 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 say yes, Chico, Chico. But I couldn't remember.
Never heard that one.
Yeah, that's when I remember. She goes, oh, I know Stella, hola, hola. Like that's,
don't know that
but
one.
we didn't know anything after the first Stella, hola, hola, clap, clap, clap.
I remember the paper thing where they'd fold it, the triangles.
Yes.
My mother punched your mother right in the nose. What color was the blood? Purple. And like, oh, you're gonna. I'm like, what the hell? Or
I remember those too. Yeah.
Do you remember there was always a girl in the playground who would had a tennis ball in one leg of a pantyhose or one leg of a stocking, and they'd just bang it back and forth against the brick wall behind them? No.
That wasn't a thing.
No. Marbles? Did you play marbles?
Marbles,
when you were a kid?
you did,
Marbles.
yeah.
Hockey cards. Whether you knew who was on it, you'd throw the distance, or there was two. Like when we were kids, we would throw. Whoever threw the furthest. So you'd take a competition. You'd both throw. Whoever threw the furthest won. So you'd get to keep the other guy's card.
Oh no, we didn't have that.
The other one was you'd put them against the wall and drop it, and whoever had it landed closest to the wall would win the other guy's card. Or then we'd put them in the spokes of our bikes to make noise, right?
Yes, that I remember.
And I'm thinking, like, my buddy had a Wayne Gretzky Indianapolis Pacers rookie card in the spoke of his bikes.
Oops.
Like, you know how much money that thing is worth today? He's like, we weren't thinking investment. We were just kids doing kid stuff. Of course, then we'd set up a ramp with our 10 speeds. Maybe somebody had a pseudo BMX bike, and we'd set up a ramp and we'd see how many of our friends we could jump over.
No, we
You
did
never
not.
did that?
No,
Oh, we did that.
Did
Yeah.
not do that.
Yeah. We did that. One buddy got up to 20 people. He jumped over 20, and we're all lying side by side. And I'm like, yeah, that seemed like a good idea. No helmets, no pads. Just jump the ramp, and you'd get going as fast as you could. You'd hit the ramp, and the 20 people, like, that's about 40 something feet, approximately 46, 50 feet on a bike that had no shocks. We had no helmets,
Jeez.
nothing. Like, yeah. I've broken all the hands, skateboarding and BMX biking. Of course, BMX biking I did on a 10-speed because I didn't have a BMX bike. So remember, I had a 3-speed chopper style with a banana seat.
Okay.
I didn't have a sissy bar, but I had a banana seat, no sissy bar. I think somebody stole it. And I had these, I called them mouse ears handlebars. So they were chopper handlebars. They came up, but they went down and then underneath. So you had, and it had the tiny little front wheel and the big fat back wheel. It was a 3-speed. It was a cool looking bike. And I know that the whole subculture in Los Angeles that does this thing today, but you couldn't go anywhere on that thing. It was so slow. Well, I mean, you had the tiny little front tire. You couldn't, if you hit a bump, you'd get thrown off of it. It was just for looks and nothing else. I remember it was a given to us. So one of my dad's coworkers, his children were quite a bit older, and he's like, yeah, this bike, he doesn't want it anymore. You want it? And it was rusty and it was falling apart. And of course, my dad being a jet engine mechanic and an auto mechanic, he just took it home and stripped it down, repainted it, rebuilt the whole thing. And I had that for years. I think it may have gotten stolen, or we may have given it to somebody. I can't remember. That's like 45 years ago. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Yeah. 2 rubber balls, throwing them against the wall. Yeah, you remember that, right? Clackers? Yeah, that was another thing. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat here. Someone will tie my dad. Yeah, Ashley, I know. We've talked about it.
What?
Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, that's for another show altogether. But yeah, Ashley, I still feel your pain on that one.
Okay.
Another show, another time, another day.
Okay. And we had that that game we used to play. Now I don't remember the name of it whatsoever, but it was 4 boxes. Did you have that? 4 boxes were painted on the ground, not like this, and you had to bounce a ball in one of the boxes. There was like somebody, and if you missed the ball, then you left, and then somebody replaced you.
Vaguely remember that.
Something.
There's one we had when I lived in Newfoundland. We called toe tag. Toe tag.
Oh man!
And you would stomp on the other person's foot, and it was. I can't remember how we played it. That's going back like 1977. So it's more than a couple of weeks ago.
Soccer baseball was big where we were.
Soccer baseball? I don't think I ever played that.
Somebody would roll those big red sort of bouncy balls you used to have in school?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So someone would roll one.
The dodgeball.
Yeah, the dodgeball. So you'd go play on a baseball field. Somebody from the pitcher would roll one to you, and you would kick it. Then and you would run. I
do vaguely remember that. Soccer baseball. Yeah. Yeah, so it was like baseball, but you would just kick it.
Yeah.
And I forget how you fielded. So if you kicked it and it went up in the air, somebody caught it, were you out automatically like baseball?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I would assume that. Yeah.
But the rest, that's a long time. Yeah. It's well over 40 years ago since I played that. My goodness. Soccer baseball. Yeah, that's ringing bells now. Yeah. Dodgeball was the worst, though. I hated
dodgeball.
I was good at it because I was limbering, but I hated it because I don't know. I felt bad about throwing it at somebody else's head,
Yep. I had good deking ability, but I couldn't catch to save my life.
Oh, I could catch or bounce. I was not too bad at it. I was a goalie, right? So.
Yeah, no, I could not catch. And then I wasn't a very good thrower either.
Jen, I can hear the sound of that red ball. Oh, yeah, right now.
Bing! Yes.
And that stinging sound that
Yes.
it ends off with, right?
Yes.
You get hit in the face and you've got Voight written on your forehead because of the impression. Yeah. But it's written backwards because it's a weird image. Like, Voight? Who's Toiv? What? Toiv. Why do you have Toiv stamped on your head? No, it's Voight. I got hit in the head. Dodgeball. Oh, right. Oh, you had to say, you could try and explain it. Well, here's the thing. Dodgeball. Right. Yes. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no other explanation is needed.
The chat on my phone is not keeping up to date. I can't see what the kids are saying, unfortunately.
Did you have live chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird.
But it's stopped when Brenton said, thanks, guys.
So what you do is you go like this. So hang on. Go click on that. Go top chat, and then click on it again and go live chat.
That's what happened.
Yeah, it reboots. So go back to live chat, and it'll restart it. It freezes every now and then. It's a YouTube thing. I don't understand why. It just does. It just does.
All right. Oh well. So this is normally what I would come in and like start reading some of the comments.
Yeah. You're just having troubles with that. Huh?
Yeah, this is not happening.
I'm gonna send a message out to my buddy and see if he wants to join. And a couple of people. I'm still expecting. Oh, yeah, it's still early enough. The surprise guest should be here in a little bit. Just gonna send it out to. There we go. We're live streaming, buddy. At the pump, if you want to join us, just got to send that message out. You know, we want people to come in and hang out if they can, or online. Join if you can. Join. Trying to think and talk and talk and think and type all at the same time, which, you know, it is a skill set that some people are much better at than me. If you can join us, if you can. There we go. Send out the message.
Yep, it is not working at all.
Wow. Maybe reboot your phone or restart YouTube. Yeah, just close it down and restart it sometimes. It'll make all the difference in the world. Or maybe some difference. I don't know if it's all the difference in the world. It might make a difference. I can't tell you. Well, Muller, she wrote. What? She got a tweet there. Going to miss. I don't know who that is. Well. It is 3:30 in the afternoon on what is it the 21st or the 20th?
The 21st.
The 21st of January. Where does the time go?
Right.
It was Christmas like last week.
This
right?
month has gone by so darn quickly. I cannot believe it.
It really has seemed to have flown by. It's like I haven't been skiing yet. And the weather's been so weird. It's like, okay, we got 20 centimeters of snow. Oh, and then it rained for 3 days. Oh, for Christ's sake. Oh, and then it got really cold and all the rain turned to ice. Great. If I wanted to go for a skate on the canal, which isn't open yet, but it's it's like literally where I'm pointing. If I went straight through that wall, about 4 blocks, we'd be in the canal. Because I don't think it's open yet. So we'd be in it. It's not cold enough. We had a few cold days and they started working on it. What is it, -2 today? Like, that's not cold enough, you know?
No, not at all. I think it's, 15 consecutive days of -10?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Well, they can do it sooner than that with some of the new tech that they're using, but for optimal conditions.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, they can do it much sooner than that with some of the tech that they use. But, you know, let's get down to brass tacks. And we need to rely on Mother Nature to make it cold enough so that we can do that.
Yes.
And Mother Nature must be menopausal right now because she ain't helping out. Okay, go ahead. Attack me for that one. Feel free. Attack me for that one. I brought it on myself.
Yep, absolutely nothing is happening here.
Reboot your phone then. Might have to reboot your phone.
Yeah, I'll try that. So I'll just get a little closer there.
So you can read. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, because you don't have your glasses, do you?
Yeah. And I can't scroll up either. So there we go.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Sure you can. You can scroll that
from here.
Yeah. Just grab the cursor. Yeah. That's cool.
Okay, there we go.
No. There you go. It's like this.
Oh, it's on the thing.
It's on the touchpad. Okay.
There you go.
There you go. I had to show him. I had to show him how the technology works.
I'm still new here, kids.
Let's see, you're showing stuff now. You got to click on it again.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's two fingers side by side, not one over top.
All right.
They got to be. Never mind.
I'm not at the right angle for that.
It's like this. You got to do it like this. Like, oh no, that's the shocker.
There you go.
Okay, Uncle Douglas. Oh, are you gonna? Oh, there's Pete. So Pete, jump on in. Did you send him the link?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so if you want, it's 7 a.m. I think in Aussie, right, man? So jump on in, brother. If you want to send the link to your buddy in Utica, if he wants to join in, that's a good fella. We had a nice chat. Look at me, acting like I'm at home. Got my feet up on the chair, just relaxing here, make myself right at home. Very chill, very very chill. It is quite lovely out today, though. So I'm going to guess that there's a lot of folks that had planned, or there's a couple of people I talked to who said they were going to try and stop by today. But I said, yeah, no, if you can, great. If you can't, that's fine too. But I'm going to guess that they looked outside and went, oh, it's sunny for the first time in what feels like a month. I mean, I think we had sun last weekend on Saturday, if memory serves, not on Sunday. So, and it's literally been overcast or drizzly or snowing or whatever for the last few weeks. So I think now that folks are able to, what are you looking for?
Go ahead. Just keep going.
Okay. I think that folks are able to get out and enjoy the sunshine. They're probably doing that because, who doesn't want to sit out in the sun? Huh?
I completely agree. It's beautiful weather. It's a great time for a walk, or if you need to do some errands, right? Just,
you got to get closer.
Plan a day. Just, do a little circuit and run some errands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's good. It's a good day for that. It's a good day for that. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
absolutely. I'm just going to try and break out the laptop instead.
What do you need?
To see if the YouTube will work that way.
Oh.
It is just frozen solid.
Oh, well, here, hang on a second. Put your laptop away. I got a tablet here, brother.
All right.
I'm well prepared, I got all the tech. Give me a sec here till I pull it up. And la 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 la. What is all this? Holy crap! I gotta clear. All the notifications you get sometimes can really be an annoying pain in the ass. There we go. Just pull that up. And
now, about the month going so fast. I mean, I knew that January was going to be a big month, right? Because we started out with travel, of course, for New Year's. And then I knew I was going to Quebec City last weekend. I was coming here this weekend. And I'm volunteering for a theater company in Kingston, helping with their marketing. And we had a show that was opening this week. So, the final rush for that. Unfortunately, I had to do some extra last minute communications and marketing because the show opened on Thursday and had to close Friday and Saturday because one of the cast members came down with COVID.
Oh, bummer.
Yes. So I had to generate some new artwork, a new poster, because fortunately they're able to reschedule the shows, which was nice to later on. Because when that happened to us a few years ago, when we had to close down during the run due to COVID, there was no possible way whatsoever to extend the shows or do the rest of them. So people lost out on that. It's... So there was more on my plate than usual already scheduled for this month. And I also knew that because my Beaver sweetie is doing that 10-day intensive class that he's teaching, rather teaching like a university course a couple of hours a week every week for 13 or 14 weeks. He's teaching basically 9 to 5 for 10 consecutive days.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So I'm, division of labor sort of changed for a couple of days.
Quite literally 10 days in a row. He's got no break in between.
Well, the Friday and Saturday of the first weekend, but 10 basically school days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he does have a weekend. He does.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he does have a weekend.
10 days in a row is tough.
It is tough. I mean, that's the whole semester. I mean, and it can't be easy on the student.
Well, I remember back in 1998, way back in 98, not gonna lie, I did work for 2 months straight. 7 days a week for 2 months. I store 98, so I did spend. We only worked 8-hour days on the Sunday. most of the time we were doing 12-hour days. So we'd start in the dark and finish in the dark.
Yeah.
And Saturdays, I think Saturdays we cut down to 10 hours. And Sundays we were doing 8. And eventually we cut down to 6 so we could find time to get some laundry done, because we were working so much, just doing repair work for the ice storm, right? So I was in Kingston for 2 weeks, and they got hit harder than Ottawa did back then, because most of their infrastructure was above ground. It's since been upgraded and buried, but so much of the old part of Kingston, it was aerial feed. And because of the destruction, it was like crazy. And I mean, the amount of trees that were down in the city was amazing.
Oh yeah.
But it's been 25 years now. So I thought it was weird that we get this big ice storm that blew into the city on the 25-year to the day anniversary. And what happens, the ice storm in Ottawa? Oh yeah, the LRT shut down.
Yep. Yep. Indeed.
It broke. It broke because of the freezing rain. I'm like, 25 years ago, we watched the hydro infrastructure collapse. And now you're telling me that a train we spent billions of dollars on that was never tested in the environment that is Ottawa in the winter has it's enough to make you want to drink. Speaking of, I'm gonna go see a man about a horse. All right. And I'll be back shortly, but you can entertain everybody. I know you're quite good at it. See how I can see. That's the beauty of this thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't. And also when it's at home, I just run the cables through it, right?
Oh yeah.
But because I only brought 3-foot cables, there was no need for that to do that here. But these things are beautiful. I might get another one. I'll keep this one for mobile, but I might get another one and just bolt it into my desktop. Because this is just a clamp underneath.
Right.
They're not free though. This is like $140. I was just about to ask for one. Yeah. Perfect timing. Yeah. Perfect timing.
And the menu, please.
And the menu's right here. It's right there.
There we go. There we go.
I'll be right back after this brief moment where I,
This break brought to you by Lemonade.
Lemonade.
That cool, refreshing drink.
It's funny that you totally you clipped right into the Eddie Murphy.
So yeah, as I was saying, Kits, because my sweetie's is going to be very, very busy, or has been busy for the first week, and about to enter the second week. We've changed some division of labors, of course, during that amount of time, to try to make things a little easier for him. He does the same thing for me when I'm in a play, the last 2-3 weeks before we go on, and during he'll tend to do a little more of the house stuff, and same thing for him, sort of when exams come or things like that, I take that over. So, been cooking a little more this week and all that kind of stuff. But I knew that all going in, right? So I knew that the month was going to be pretty busy. But I was at the computer the other day, and I was like already typing like the 20th, and I thought, holy crap. Like, where did this month go? It's just kind of evaporated away. But it's been a good year so far. It's gotten off to a very good start. How's it been going for you, Kits? I have to say, for the show specifically, there was some good news at the beginning of the year, and that the Freedom Convoy was canceled and all that kind of stuff, which got the year off to a good start. And what we've been teasing you about the last few weeks or even months about the reboot of the Dean Blundell Network as Crier Network, and how there was going to be some cool things coming up and more collaboration and new look to the website, and just a new launch and a little bit a different focus, or not so much a different focus, but a more sharpening of our focus at the network, and trying to let's be honest about it, a little more visibility for ourselves in terms of advertisers and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, is this
but
PJ?
PJ, yes.
Pete Jarvis.
Yes. So we've been working on that, and that's sort of launching, and it's out there, and that's all good as well. So yeah, I knew the month was going to be busy because it had lots of things planned. But I'm pretty happy with the way that absolutely, pretty happy with the way the year's going. It's been lots of good stuff. And hey, Kits, we have a treat for you. We have a
G'day,
treat
mate.
for you. This is okay. You have to understand. I love this man with all my heart. I really do. He's just such a great guy. Hi, sweetie. How are you? How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Oh, so good. It's so lovely to hear your voice.
How you going? Weather, summertime, right?
We are in summer over here. Yep. It's about 7, in the morning here, but we're already hitting, so that's Celsius.
Already hitting what
Yeah.
Celsius?
7
Your audio is
degrees.
breaking up a little bit. 17. Okay, that's
Okay.
that's
No.
nice. I mean, we do Celsius here in Canada too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's only the Americans that don't.
Yes.
17 at 7 in the morning is pretty warm.
I like it. I like it. What's the expected high today?
Nice. Actually, let me just have a look. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's going to be around 26.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's
It's a
gorgeous weather. Now, normally it's minus
yeah.
26 here at this time of year, but we're not even. It's like -2. It's very weird. It's bizarre. And have you been to Canada in the winter?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's been here in the winter.
Except-
Yeah.
It wasn't a real win.
You're cutting out pretty bad audio wise. What are you using? A
Okay.
Chrome? What's your browser?
We didn't hear that.
Can't hear you, brother. Okay, no problem.
Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you got to do. If you got to jump in and out, no problem. Here, I'll just remove him from the stream for a minute.
All right.
He'll be back in a minute once he gets it all figured out. Listen to me trying to do me best Aussie accent, but the thing between an Aussie accent is like this, right? That's an Aussie accent, and then the Kiwi accent is a little bit different. Well, that was South African. I'd mixed up.
Yeah.
And the three of them have enough similarities that I have trouble keeping them straight in my head sometimes.
Gotcha.
Because the Kiwi accent is different than the Aussie accent,
Definitely.
right?
Yes.
And
I've known a New Zealander, and it's completely different.
It is. But if you aren't aware and you're just meeting somebody for the first time, and they go, "Oh, you're from Australia?" No, I'm from New Zealand. And I'm like, "Oh yeah. And
yeah."
I can hear it.
Yeah.
It's like, although now that being said, I have a friend who was originally from Argentia, Newfoundland, which is near the Avalon Peninsula. It's not far from St. John's.
Okay.
Argentian accent is identical to a Cork accent or a Cork, Ireland accent. I kid you not. I met a woman a bunch of years ago and I go, "Oh, are you from Argentia?" She goes, "No, I'm from Cork." I'm like, "Well, what?" "I'm from Cork." "Ireland?" She goes, "Yeah." Jesus, the accent is uncanny. How much you sound like you're from this area of Newfoundland. And Newfoundland is interesting because regional accents are regional accents, right? And you know how in Canada, throughout Ontario, there's an Eastern Ontario accent that is definitive. But I mean, you can go to Toronto and you can blend right in 2 seconds, right?
Right.
Anywhere in Ontario, for that matter, it's hard to tell. "Oh, I'm from Thunder Bay." "Oh, okay." You wouldn't. It's not obviously on the surface, right? Whereas in the UK, you said you was from North Ava Street, but your accent sounds like you're from South Ava Street, right? And it's that distinct. G'day. How's it going?
Not bad. How are you?
Good.
Hey.
Want to join us?
I was just popping in to say hi. Yeah.
Yeah, come on in.
Come on in.
Beer real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, grab
Excellent.
beer, come and have a
I know I'm
seat.
late. I know I'm very late.
No worries, man.
It's drop
It's
in.
all good. We're here till 6 or 7. So,
Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. So yeah, the accents fluctuate from one place. Oh, what happened to the camera? The camera went askew. I'll fix it. I got to fix it. See, here's the. I'll just move my mic while I can do this. And the camera's gone a little askew. I don't know why. And oops, other way. I got to go the other way. There we go. And I'll build it up just. There we go. And there's PJ. G'day, mate. How you doing?
Going okay.
That's
Have
better.
this-
Much better. Much better.
All
Did you
right.
change your browser or?
I did. I went from Safari to Chrome. So
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
difference. Restream does not like Safari for some reason. I don't know why. It just really doesn't like it. So you're good to go now, brother.
lesson learned. Lesson learned. Yeah. So how's the pub over there? Looks pretty cool. I didn't realize you guys were actually streaming from a proper pub.
yeah.
I thought it was a
Yeah,
set
yeah.
or something for a second.
No, it's an actual pub.
I built it myself.
He's lying.
I
He's
don't know
lying.
if you guys ever had that ad for Savoy. No, you probably wouldn't because we have Savoy crackers over here. But there's an old ad where this lady's hosting a party and everybody's giving her compliments about how great the biscuits are, and she's like, "Yes, I made them myself."
No,
Nope,
she
don't know it.
didn't. She didn't make them herself.
No, she fibbed. That's terrible. You don't lie to people at parties. That's terrible.
That's
No,
terrible.
Agreed. Terrible.
It's like that Rice Krispie commercial
Terrible.
we used to have, right? That woman, she's in the kitchen like this, and she's making Rice Krispies, and it's so easy. And at the end, she puts butter on her face and then splashes some flour on top and musses up her hair, and then she comes like, "Oh, Rice Krispies! Oh, well, darling, I shouldn't have."
Rice Krispie squares research, right?
Right.
Yes, I do remember that now. Yeah, I do remember that. It's good. It's a good one. Oh, I put so much work in that I had to, yeah, I get it. I do remember that.
So, kids, if I ever wake up one morning and you see me on the morning show and I look disheveled, it's not because I didn't have time to do my hair yet. It's just because I worked so hard putting that show together for you.
Liar.
Well,
There you go.
Fucking liar. Come on in, have a seat. Here's some cans for you. And a microphone.
Note the jacket.
Now, apologies, guys.
What?
There you go.
My camera would be. Well,
Oh
there
yeah,
you go.
watch. There might be stuff under the table there. Just watch your. Yeah, there's cables.
My
and
camera may
power
have been
cord stuff.
a bit better today, but unfortunately, the camera I usually use for any of this sort of stuff has stopped working on me. So
Hang on, I gotta fix that camera.
you've been downgraded to the MacBook camera.
Is it volume?
Ooh,
Yeah, that's the volume.
that sounds fancy there.
What happened to our camera? I don't get it. Why does it keep? Oh, I know why.
Because it got back knocked. There you
Yeah,
go.
there we go. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
And we'll just zoom it out a little bit. Get the whole top.
There you go.
And you may have noticed, kids, there's somebody new.
There is.
Hello.
I just took
G'day,
it,
g'day.
dropped it. Thank you very much.
If you have a moment, well, we'll wait till Paul has you stop
Just
moving there
fixing
on.
the camera. There we go.
Go on. Tell the kids who you are.
Ouch.
Excuse me. I am Beastman_John on Instagram or on Twitter, I guess.
All right.
I'm new to Twitter. I've been reaching out to you guys a little
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
bit.
Thanks
Yeah.
for joining.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We got to get a cheers in there.
Yeah, most definitely.
Cheers. All right.
There you go.
No, I like this. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yes, mate. Cheers.
Night.
What's in the
That's a
cup?
coffee, right? It's 7 a.m. in
Coffee.
Australia. Yeah,
With?
Just coffee. Yeah,
Just
just
coffee.
coffee.
Behaving
Sure.
yourself, huh?
This
It is-
gentleman's
it is-
in from Australia.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's from Australia. He's the guy who did our
Yep.
graphic. And
Oh,
and-
bless you, mate. You called me a gentleman. That's the highest compliment. I didn't have that in a while.
Well, we have broken bread together, so
We have indeed. Yes.
Virtually or
No, literally, he was
No.
here this past summer. He
Oh, okay.
came and hung out, and we
Yeah.
went out. He came up from Kingston. We came out, and we went to
Chez Lucien.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
Chez Lucien had the
Awesome
there is
food.
so good.
Best
Yeah,
burgers in town.
Oh, easily.
Yes.
Easily the best burgers in town.
That's
I
my neck of the
got
woods.
spoiled.
Oh, you're in
Lower
the market? Yeah,
Town.
yeah.
Lower
Okay.
Town resident.
I actually built that place.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, come on, man. I've been around forever.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. No.
That building's pretty old. I mean,
No. I mean the restaurant, not the building.
Oh, okay.
The restaurant.
oh,
No, the restaurant.
I'll believe that.
I didn't build it like 150 years ago.
I was gonna
No.
say you don't know that.
No. Hey, geez, Paul, what's your secret? Oil of Olay, really. Is what it is.
Twice a day.
Twice a day with oil of Olay. Yeah. Speaking of oil of Olay, my dear friend used to run oil of Olay for Western Europe. That was her account for a number of years. Yeah. Now she works for another company that I actually can't tell you the name of, but yeah. It's weird how I'm able to meet people in the strangest walks of life sometimes. And I'm like, so what do you do? I do this. Okay, cool. Want to be friends? Let's be friends. And I was like, hey, you want to come and visit? Yeah, where are you living now? I'm in Germany. Okay, cool. I'll come hang out. Yeah, I'll come hang out. Yeah.
That's it. Ottawa's got the diplomat scene and the some interesting characters. Maybe a few cloak and dagger individuals. You never know who you.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah, get a little bit closer there.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I can raise this up for you. Hang on. I'll just. Sorry, guys, for the noise.
Raise me up.
It's because you're a little bit taller than when you. We're about the same height. You're taller. You're what, 6'4"?
A little rule of thumb for everybody watching from home: if you're actually ever
I
working
lost
with microphones, you should always be at hand distance away from your microphone when you're talking to it.
Yeah.
One
There you
hand
go.
distance.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, and it
Little
varies.
tip from the radio.
Yeah. It depends on what type of mic you're using and what type of, like, if
That's
you're
true.
using a condenser mics, like a so this is dynamic. So if I move it further away, my voice really disappears. A condenser mic, it would get a little bit thinner, but it would pick up everything, right? Because it's much more sensitive. Like the studio mics that I use,
Right?
They're much more sensitive, but I don't want to bring a studio mic in here. Well, this is a studio mic, but a radio studio.
Right.
Whereas a recording studio mic, if I bring that in here, we're going to hear people in the kitchen yelling at one another because it's so sensitive.
That would be so cool.
Wouldn't it though? Well, and the kitchen's not far away.
Eavesdropping on the kitchen.
20 meters. No, maybe 15 meters from here. So
that's why
Really?
Are taking
wow.
too long.
This is my first podcast experience, so I'm learning
Oh,
a lot
really?
right now.
Oh,
So,
cool.
This is very educational for sure.
Well, it's a lot of fun to do this, and for me, I just I enjoy the interactivity of it. It's like all these wonderful people that come into the chat and talk to us. And I'm like, this is so cool. To be able to have a show that you can broadcast literally to planet Earth, and whoever joins in. Yeah, we got another. We're going to take food orders. He hasn't looked at the menu yet. Thank you. But people can jump in and literally we can interact with the viewers in real time online, which I think is amazing. I got the chat here on my phone. I can just respond right away. Although I usually just address them by speaking. I'll read the comment and speak to it because it doesn't, to sit here and do this all day is kind of a boring show, I think.
That's what life has turned into nowadays too, right? You're at dinner and everyone's on their phone as it is. So.
Yeah, it's odd how that's true. But can you reach there the light on the back of that? Yeah, and tilt it forward.
Yeah.
Just tilt it. Yeah, just keep going. You got to lift it. Okay, no, hang on. Sorry. There's a stick. Yeah, pull it up. No, drop. No, never mind. I'll get to it later. Let me. I'll fix the camera again. Hang on. I got to do this.
Looked like you had like a remote camera thing there. Is it all?
Yeah, I do.
Magic and
There we do that.
That's fancy.
Right, and then I will adjust the. I know you can still.
You
hear
already
me, just
know.
not as loud.
Oh, that is fancy.
And, let's see, I've got a whole. If I do this, it will zoom in, right? And I'll take that off. And we'll go back to this, and then we'll go to here.
Where is the camera? Oh,
right there. Yeah. And then we'll
fancy.
Spin it a little bit. Oh, we go this way. There we
Hey.
go. There we go. Because we don't want the light to be bleeding in, right? We don't want the light to be bleeding in the camera. So that looks good. We're all in the frame there. You can see us. We got this lovely lampshade here.
Look at that professional bunch of Canadians.
We try. Is that a pint of Guinness, sir?
It certainly is.
Oh, I respect the hell out of that
Cheers,
right
cheers.
there. Yes, that's a good thing. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. There, who doesn't love a good pint of Guinness on a Saturday? I'll tell you this: it's one of the greatest things mankind ever came up with. Is what it was.
I just took a sip out of
True
my
that.
mouth.
True that.
That all the dressing fell to the bottom.
Delicious.
You got all the
Woohoo.
spicy, did you? You got the spicy in one shot.
I gotta say, as a
it was
guest,
like a-
this is pretty cool. Real stream you use?
Restream. Yeah.
Restream.
Yeah. So
Restream.
the thing is, we
My dyslexia.
so we send it out to 8 different platforms. That's Restream it. Now, here's the other thing. With the invite we sent you, you could copy that and put it on your platforms. So if you have Facebook, Twitter, and whatever, you could restream it for us as well, as could Douglas. So we could have up to 30 platforms. Now go ahead.
Nice.
We could have up to 30 platforms at any one given time. We've maxed it out as
Nice.
8 for this because when you move into more, it costs more, and we're not actually paying for it. Dean foots the bill. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
No, that makes sense.
So
that's all good.
You know, we have to be respectful of our the head
patrons?
of the head of the network who literally pays for all of this.
Yeah.
So much respect for that. And Dean, if you're watching, come on in, brother. Nice to have you. He's probably busy doing shit because he's got three kids, right? So
yeah, he's
got to
giving
have the
that
benefactor come in and say hi.
he's joined us. He's joined us on a few shows in the past. It's a lot of fun too because he's just a great guy, and not kissing his ass, but he's a great guy. I mean, I wouldn't work with somebody if I had no respect for them. You know that. So
Actually, after meeting you in person, Paul, I know for a fact that would be something that'd be very true. You would not work with somebody unless you respected them.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
The thing I like about Paul, everyone, he's actually a real no bullshit type of guy. Can I say that on a podcast?
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah, definitely no bullshit kind of guy. Really, really cool guy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Well, and again, once again, thank you for all the artwork. This incredible artwork you've created for us.
Yes, and he sent us some new stuff that we'll be using soon.
Oh, cool.
Did you receive them?
I don't think I did.
Oh, okay. I thought you had sent it to both of us. No. Okay, then yes. He sent us a couple of new things. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I gotta add Paul on Facebook. I think I.
Yes, please. I'm on Facebook and the Twitter. You can find me on both. So I'm happy to connect up with you. Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet. Yeah, just so you know, I sent you some transparents. So
you've got
some transparent images. So
nice.
A couple of transparents.
See, look at us talking shop while everybody's watching. We shouldn't be doing that.
Well, fair point.
Point for you guys too. You may not know this, but down in Melbourne here, we've actually kicking off Pride this weekend. So
really?
Wow.
Yeah. So it's Melbourne's version of Pride. We call it Midsummer, which is one of our big festivals. It lasts for 2 and a bit weeks. It goes off like a frog in a sock, basically.
So you mean, what does that mean?
I don't. Yeah, that
goes off like a
going off like a frog in a sock.
Yeah,
I've never heard that one, brother.
You ever heard that saying before?
No.
So basically, it just means it rocks. There's a lot of things happening at once. It's crazy. Yeah.
Okay. A frog in a sock.
Is that something with frogs being an invasive species in Australia?
I guess. I don't know. It's a saying I got from my dad back when I was growing up, and
I like it though. A frog in a sock.
I suppose when you put a frog in a sock, it jumps around all over the place because it doesn't know what it's doing. And,
in town now. He's originally from Western Australia, in a small village is where he grew up. He lives here now, and when he first came to Canada a bunch of years back, he went to Sudbury for work in January. And he was there he's an engineer. He was there with a bunch of other Aussie fellas, and they're like, he goes, "We can go fishing," and they're like, "Yeah, you can go fishing, ice fishing." Who would want to fish for ice? No, you walk out. You walk out onto the lake. We dig a hole.
Icy.
And he was like, "What? I can walk on a lake? No, I can't. No, you can walk on the lake. Hell, people drive out onto the lake. They have what?" So he, of course, they shows up at an ice fishing village, and there's like all these ice huts, and some of them have like 75-inch TVs in them, big furnaces, full kitchens, and I'm like,
Absolutely.
that's a cottage that you move. Right? In the summer, you park it somewhere, and in the winter, you bring it out onto the ice. And he was just astounded. But when he goes ice fishing now, and he does it all the time, he ventures out into the country, goes to the lake, walks out into the middle of the lake, puts the auger in, digs the hole, sits on a $10 lawn chair in the freezing cold and fishes. And he says it is one of the most serene, peaceful things I've ever done. And I'm like, really? And he goes, yeah. He goes, ocean fishing is one thing, and lake fishing is another thing in the summertime. But there's something about sitting on a lake, the quiet, the solitude, and there's nobody around,
Yep.
right? He says, so it's the peace I get from it. I'm like, cool. He says, but the first time I was able to walk
I
on a
wish
lake,
you could have
the
done that.
freakiest thing ever, right?
It's still something I haven't done.
Feel your body, right?
I've walked across a dried out lake. I've never walked across a frozen lake.
But you've been to Ottawa in the winter, correct?
BC.
I have been to Ottawa. Yeah, I lived in BC when I hit my first Canadian winter, and I'm like, oh, this is not as deep with the snow as I thought it was. Meanwhile, all my friends over that side, so everyone I knew in Toronto and Ottawa, was like, yep, we're getting buried in snow. Hope you're having a good winter over there. It's like,
were you in
slush
Vancouver
over here?
at the time?
Yeah, Vancouver.
You get 2 centimeters of
slush.
snow, and the city shuts down.
And everyone panics.
Oh yeah, it literally panics. It's not quite.
Here I am, the Australian in the town, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's getting so slippery on the roads." I'm like, "Don't you guys go through this like every winter? Shouldn't you be?" They're like, "No,
Not really. No,
this is
not really. No. Yeah.
It was an education for me. I thought it snowed everywhere in Canada at the same time. I'm like, no.
Well, you got to remember how big the country is too, right? It's like it's a big place. I've tried to describe in Europe how big Canada is, and they go, well, it's pretty big. I go, well, let me explain it to you. If I get in my car right now in the town that I lived in, the city I live in, Ottawa, Canada's capital, if I get in my car right now and drive for 24 hours, I'm still in the same province. He's like, what? I go, I'm still in Ontario. And I go, and that's not even the biggest one.
Yep. I've done that once. I decided, I think soon after I graduated, or before I graduated university, but after I got my leg surgery, I hopped on the bus and I decided I was going to crossing country.
Oh boy!
There and back.
Boy!
Oh my God! When you wake up and you're after like 16 hours and you're still in Ontario. Rock.
At least that's better than when you just like field.
You know what?
Field.
I was okay with that. It went by quickly after rock.
Really?
More rock. Field is like field.
Well,
yes,
I lived
field.
I lived in northern Alberta for a number of years, and we used to, come to visit family in New Brunswick. So, it was the 70s. And how did you get there? Well, a flight was out of the question. We couldn't afford it. Although they used to have something back then called the flip. So if you lived on a base, and they had the Air Force Base in my mom's hometown was still operational at the time. So they have like flights that go weekly. They were passenger aircraft, like a 707 or something.
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
Through the military.
Yeah, but it was through the military, and it's because they have to deliver supplies and this
Right.
and that, and they'd have to move people along. So they're like, well, military family members could get on the flight, and it cost us like 8 or 10 or 12. It was cheap.
Yeah.
It was super cheap. But to take like an Air Canada flight was out. No, it was without.
Don't talk to me about Air Canada. Don't talk to me about Air Canada.
What?
So we ended up driving. We'd drive to New Brunswick from Alberta. We went to visit my uncle. So, my shearling coat, that was my uncle's coat. We drove over the course of a 4-day weekend. I shit you not. From Cold Lake, Alberta to Boston and back.
Oh, my
Over a 4-day weekend?
Yeah, my father was crazy when he was younger.
How long were you in Boston for?
24 hours, I think. And then we turned around and drove back. We got shot at. We literally got shot at. I no joke, no word of a lie. Bullet holes in the window of the camper. We got shot at when we were entering into Boston. So that we had stopped at a roadside, like a rest area where there's a gas station and a diner and all that. My father went in to get a bite to eat, and state trooper came out and saw the Alberta plates, and he says, "Where are you headed?" And he says, "Well, I'm going to visit my brother in Boston, and here's where it is." And he goes, "Oh, okay." He says, "You have to drive through this specific neighborhood." He goes, "Huh?" He says, "You don't stop in that neighborhood. You just drive straight on through. Do not stop. Just keep going the whole way. If somebody steps in front of you, run them over." And he's like, "I can't do that." He goes, "No, you don't understand. If you stop, your truck is gone, your camper's gone, everything is, they'll strip you clean." I don't know if any of that was actually true, but this is what the state trooper told us, and we're just naive Canadians. Oh, okay, no problem. And sure enough, we did get shot at.
Wow.
Yeah,
This
we got
was the
shot
70s,
at
you said?
in the 70s. Yeah, and my dad was driving, and my mother said, "Gord, they've got a gun." So he geared
Holy
down.
crap.
It was a 1971 Ford F-250 camper special, so it wasn't fast.
Right.
It could drive up a mountain and pull a herd of elephants behind it. Had all the power in the world, but it was not fast.
Mhm.
So he geared down and sped up, and when they fired the shots, it went in through the window. So I was up asleep on the bunk, but it went in through the side window where the dining room table was.
Holy.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I think it was like a 22, but still, it's a gun.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
what? Like people shooting at people in real life? This doesn't happen. It did. Yeah. It was 1972. I was 4.
Jeez.
I remember the trip. Remember it great. Yeah.
Well, that would make the trip
See,
memorable.
I see guns and things around a little bit when I was younger, but like after we had gun reform here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, you just don't see or hear that much of that happening at all anymore. Yeah,
Well,
that's
okay.
crazy. Oh my god.
You're right, Deborah. Cold Lake is not really northern Alberta, okay, but it's north of Edmonton, and compared to where I'm living, it's quite far north.
Yes.
Oh, I guess they're having a show today.
I guess so, yeah.
I think the closest, guys, just talking about winters, the closest winter I actually had to what you guys would have in Ottawa or around Ontario was actually my first ever winter in North America sort of thing. That was visiting a friend in Utica, which the friend that you two actually met.
Yeah.
Great fella, by the
he
way.
lived-
You should connect him up with us.
Yeah, I definitely will. He had a blast that night hanging out with you guys. So,
Great guy.
yeah,
Love chatting with him.
he's my best mate from university. He came over as an exchange student. I was one of those student representatives, welcoming the internationals, and we just ended up hanging out, drinking way too much beer and having way too much McDonald's. And we've stayed friends ever since. Yeah, or Macca's as we call it here. But it was my first winter was actually staying there in just about 20 clicks north of Utica. And let me just say, I have never in my life walked to a back door of a house, opened the door, and been presented with a wall of snow. That was scary for me. Yeah.
I can imagine it would have.
I opened it up and I'm like, what the hell? Have we been snowed in? He's like, no, that's just a snowbank that's coming up against the back of the house. I'm like, what the hell?
Good. You're good. Yeah.
Little extra installation for the house there.
Yeah, a little bit. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. You'll be good. Roll Charlie around. He'd be all right. Roll Charlie around.
So, John, how did you find us, and why made you come here today?
Can I tell a bit of a story?
Please do. Yeah, that's the whole point of this.
Absolutely. So I've been on Twitter since I think 2009, but I should say I signed Twitter.
Okay.
And actually, I believe it may have been Bailey Reed who convinced me to. We're old.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I love her. She is such an amazing person.
Absolutely.
Right?
No, most definitely. But I never really used it. It was kind of just in the background. And then it's actually coming up on a year anniversary, I guess, of the convoy starting. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Next week.
And so during the convoy, I wanted to know what's going on. So I started cracking open Twitter and started getting a little bit more involved. Just trying to keep up to date on the news day by day and everything. And at some point I saw your video. And I got to say, I felt a real kinship there because I wore my blue jacket here today.
Nice.
I had a very similar experience the exact same day.
Oh, yeah.
I was driving to work. They were blocking King Edward and honking horns. And I decided to get out and
just give them a
although I
piece.
got to say, you were very civil and very open, and I was more just F this,
Yeah.
a little more frustrated with the experience. But I came home that night and I saw the video of you doing the same thing, and I was like, yes,
Okay, so
awesome, same jacket too, and I was like, this is great. I felt the real solidarity going there.
It's a kinship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go grab a coffee, mate. It's all good.
The Brotherhood of the Traveling Blue Jacket.
I like that.
Blue Jacket Brigade, unite.
And then I don't know how I found your podcast, but I kind of pieced together. Oh, hey, that's the jacket guy. He's got a podcast. I'm a bit of a podcast addict. I've always got more queued up than I can actually listen to. I end up having to delete some and everything.
Yeah, he's got way too many.
Guilty.
You see, there's so many interesting things out there, right?
Every 30 days I rage. It's like, all the podcasts that I had downloaded all got erased and they all been substituted with new ones. Damn you, Google.
My phone started to run out of space, so I had to start deleting them.
I've done that
as
too.
well, constantly.
It's like I gotta free up some space,
just need
man.
to take one picture. Which show am I gonna?
Right, yeah, which show am I going to delete to take a picture? Yeah, exactly. I've been there, done that for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. On more than one occasion, I might add. It's just like I've got too much stuff. I've got to delete something, right?
But one thing I never actually was able to figure out is how long have you guys been doing this for?
Oh, it's going to be about in April at some point. We'll be starting our third year.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So 3 years in April.
Because I just got wind, like I say,
birthday.
in that general time frame, and it seemed like an established thing. You were moving ahead, and I was like, how did I? Like I say, I listened to a lot of podcasts. How did I not know about this before? Actually, I really didn't know about the whole Dean Blundell network.
Yeah, so how that came about. My rant. That happened on a Tuesday night. Wednesday morning, I start getting text messages from friends. Dude, that was wicked. That was awesome. I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, oh, this is not. I was, thinking about, oh, am I going to lose my job? Is this going to happen? And blah 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 blah. And the amount of support I got from coworkers and other people that I've worked with over the years was astounding to me. And one of my buddies was like, hey, dude, Dean Blundell's been talking about you all day on his show. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. I'd love to get in touch with you. I go, put him in touch with me. I know who Dean is. I've been listening to his show for years and back when he was on The Edge and that. Mm-hmm. And so he had me on the show. And after that, a couple of weeks later, I had, we kept in touch and I sent him one of our audio podcasts, and he's like, he texted me, he goes, holy shit, dude, this is what we want this for the network. Would you like to be on the network? And I'm like, I didn't even talk to you at this point. I'm like, absolutely. I'm like, yeah, we want to be on the network. And it's just because like I knew you'd be into it right away, but the other thing was like this gives us a wider distribution.
Absolutely.
Right? Because we were really trying to build it out from a grassroots organic thing.
Yeah, we really started just on just two people like this. Okay, we're doing a podcast this week. Yeah, we are. Okay, let's just do it. And then hey everybody, we have a podcast.
And then so Dean was like,
if you want to listen,
he's like, how long have you guys been doing this? I go, we're just approaching our year. I want in. He goes, I want you guys on our network. I said, we'll be starting year number 2 in April. Yeah. And he goes, yeah, let's dial it in. I want you guys on the network. And I was like, cool. So, we've been in ever since, and we chat a lot. And you chat to more than I do, I think.
Yeah.
Because my day job keeps me pretty busy. I don't have much of a life. Like, really, I don't. And somebody says, oh, come on. I'm like, no, I don't have a life. It's like we do 3 days a week of this. I work on the jazz show. I work on a podcast. The other thing, I've edit stuff for work. It's like, I don't have much of a life. I'm not complaining though, because I love doing this.
Right.
I love doing this. We don't make any money at it, but maybe something. But it's I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
And we always want to try and make the product better, so that anybody that wants to check it out and tune in can, feel free to join us like you did, man.
And
like
I appreciate the open invitation.
It's what it's for. It's like we want good people to join us and talk about good things. And I mean, no politics today, right? We don't do politics today, because I think, you know, you mix enough of this in the pub, it could get weird, right?
Some spicy opinions have formed in my mind since a year ago. You know,
I can't get the straw in the mouth. Damn you, Trudeau.
And it's true as fuck because of the straw. Why is this made out of paper?
Exactly.
Paper.
Call Danielle Smith. They gave me a damn paper straw. It's making my Caesar.
If they shut down oil and gas, how am I going to get a nice black beer?
Yeah. No. Disappointed of black stuff. No more oil and gas. Well, how do I get my Guinness then? Fucking, it's all Trudeau's fault. The first one
they
I
used
saw.
to serve me Guinness. Now they serve me Guinness.
Guinness. Yeah.
No, they're banning the guns too.
Well, there is. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Guinness has a 00, a 0% alcohol.
Oh, okay.
Guinness.
I haven't seen that before.
It's not available in Canada yet.
Oh, okay.
Ireland, UK, and they're sold. They can't keep up with demand. My buddy was in Vegas a few weeks ago, and he said he tried it. He's like, dude, here's what I like about it. He goes, it's not 100% like a Guinness, but close enough that from start to finish, it tastes like a beer.
Yep.
Because I'll have there's a lot of non-alcoholic beer that I enjoy.
Yep.
This is 3.5%, but it tastes like a beer. That's why I like it. And
is that Crack Canoe?
No, this is Flora Hall English Bitter.
Oh, okay.
Traditional. It's just Flora Hall, just a couple blocks from me, right?
Yeah, it's been there before. It's a nice spot.
Yeah, it's a great spot. But I like the taste of beer. So if I can get if I can have a Guinness for lunch, with 0 alcohol, dial me in. Because I don't drink soda. I'm not really a sugar guy, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and I've had a non-alcoholic Caesar, and it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as good as a regular Caesar, right? I mean, the vodka does. I mean, you can't taste vodka, you can't smell it. I go, that's not true. That's not true.
That's not true.
I can taste and smell it. But if I can get my hands on a case of Guinness 00, hell yes. And especially, you know, lunchtime. I've had lunch meetings when they go, let's get some wine, and I'm like, I don't know about you.
No, I hear you.
I cannot drink alcohol at lunchtime in a business
go back
meeting.
To work afterwards.
No, it's like my day's done.
Exactly. It's a different mindset. You've switched off of work mode and you're into
Saturday afternoon.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. So for me, it's like if I could have that without the alcohol, I feel like I'm part of the crew. Yeah. But when I go back to work, I'm going to be able to function. Right?
Hey, everybody! I know it's the budget meeting, but I bought Priggies in a blanket.
Yeah. And it's not like I can't handle alcohol. That's not the case. It's just the minute I have a drink, work's done.
It's a paradigm shift.
Yes, it
really
is.
is.
Yeah. Like work's finished. No, I'm not working anymore. Now I'm having drinks and enjoying my social time with my colleagues, my friends. You know, it's just a different mindset.
For me, it was always the other thing was just like, okay, you know, like I've had my lunch and I've had a glass of wine with my lunch, and now I'm going into this next meeting or a meeting with the client, and now I got boozy breath.
Oh, there's Pete.
Right.
You want to bring Pete back in?
Yes, absolutely.
Just click on that. So scroll over. Right away, and click on the little no. See the little toggle switch up at the top right? Yeah, just click on that. There you go. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you. I apologize. I just noticed a comment. I'm like, oh shit, there he is. We got to bring Pete back in.
That's all right. I got my. Can I say morning
Coffee.
Brown? Okay, it's yeah,
sure.
I got my coffee.
My morning brown.
How do you take your coffee?
Black. Yeah.
Oh,
I have it just plain black. No sweetener, no milk, no creamer.
For me, it's
none of that.
Coffee black, whiskey neat, Guinness, steak rare. But apparently, according to
he also has a wide stance.
That's implied, I think, with all those other preferences.
Hey, that was good. That was a good one. You got me. My mouth was open. Coffee, black, whiskey, neat, and Guinness. Steak rare. And it was, you know, during the whole when I had people really trying to pillory me on a daily basis after the rant it's almost a year ago.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, you're one of those soy boy cuck liberal Trudeau." I'm like, okay, first off, I've never voted for Trudeau. Well, here's the thing: I don't live in his riding, so I couldn't vote for him even if I wanted to, right? And if you don't know how our parliamentary system of Westminster parliamentary system of democracy works, I could sell you a T-shirt that talks about civics, and we can go from there. Anyway,
You'll look fabulous,
You look
darlings, when you wear
amazing.
it. Trust us.
Paul,
They have
you
t-shirts.
definitely do not
Because a lot of
strike me
people
as
think
a
we got
soy
merch.
boy
We got
kind of
merch.
guy.
Oh, your
Maybe
merch has
oatmeal.
the
Maybe oatmeal.
civics info on it. That's
Yeah.
I
love
saw
the
this
idea.
thing. Remember when you? I think it was the electric company. It said, "I'm just a bill."
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Capitol Hill.
I saw this thing at one point. The Bill's just sitting on the steps next to a little boy. After the Kevin McCarthy thing is gone, I don't have a song for this one.
I got nothing. I saw that one. Well, hang on. I'll show you. I'll bring up. We've got some. We've got teas here, and there's my civic tea, right there, right, and there's
Love
the
All right, can you?
pride
That's
shirt.
Pete's work.
Yeah, Pete did that,
It-
and there's the Halloween.
Yeah.
And then there's the Christmas.
Oops.
That worked well.
Oops.
Didn't mean to do that. I leaned on the mic
The-
stand.
I do have a question for the non-Canadian on the stream. That civics one. Can you explain that to the non-Australian in the room, if that's okay?
Yeah. So I kind
Am
of
I
went
opening up a
viral. No, it's good. It's good. Happy to talk about
Okay.
it.
It's the second part of our origin story.
Yes, it really
when,
is.
When we went from like
Oh.
little baby Godzilla to like a big one.
So what had happened
okay.
was, you're familiar with the convoy that invaded Ottawa, right? The occupation of Ottawa by the truckers.
They blocked all around Parliament Hill.
Yeah,
Yes.
and my neighborhood and in
And
front of my
beyond, yeah.
building. And I say truckers in quotation marks because 95% of the trucking community was actually going to work every day
Mhm.
because they were vaccinated and didn't have a problem with doing their jobs.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
and
had
bring them on in if they
similar
want to hate.
similar things
Go
happen.
ahead. Yeah.
We
So
had similar
anyway,
things here in Melbourne, like riots and things. So
Yes.
they'd been
hire a
camped
crowd
out for
sort of thing.
5 nights, and they'd been blaring their train. They had train horns in their
Yeah.
trucks
Absolutely.
at like 120, 130 dB, like incredibly loud, and they would run them 24 hours a day. And by night number 5, I'd lost it. And a friend of mine was on Twitter, and she saw there's a guy local guy. He went up to Parliament Hill and held up a sign that says, "We will not be held hostage in our own city." And she said, "Let's go support him." I'm like, "I'm there." I'm like, I was literally getting ready to go to bed because I was really tired because I hadn't slept in 4 or 5 days at that point. And she said, "Let's go support him." I go, "I'm on my way." So I literally threw my blue jacket on and ran out the door. And I get up the street, and I bumped into a couple of my neighbors that live in my building, and they were saying, "Oh, no, he's already left." I'm like, "Oh, shit." And one of my neighbors was saying how, here's what we need to do. We need to organize the neighborhood. He goes, "I've already spoken to a bunch of women who live up, senior ladies, well, since retired." He goes, "They're going to stand just at the south end of our building, so they'll do an arm-in-arm line across the street on Metcalfe Street. They won't be able to drive downtown." He goes, "If truckers want to run over senior ladies, their message is going to go in the toilet in a split second." I'm like, "Yes, that could work." I said, "And how about if we," and then this truck laid on his horn for what seemed like 5 minutes. I don't know how long it was.
Yeah.
But after about 30 seconds, I'm just sitting there waiting, and I look at my neighbor, and I just said, he couldn't hear me.
Right.
I run over and I pounded on the guy's door so hard, I'm pretty sure I dented it. And he let off the horn. And he rolled his window down this much. And I am still thankful to this day that he did that. Because if he had rolled it all the way down, I was going to grab him by the neck and pull him right out of the truck.
I felt that energy too.
I was that angry.
Yeah.
I was going to do, and in my head, I go, he rolls that window down, that fucker's coming right out of here. That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
And it was just a reaction.
Right.
It was just a reaction on my part because I was trying to have a conversation about how we need to organize to, so that we can, and this ignorant asshole went on for like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. So sure enough, I look up and I realize, oh shit. Everybody's got their phones out. I'm being filmed from 100 different angles.
Right.
One thing went viral, and it was shot by a guy. His name is Alex Vriend, Vriend. So friend, but with a V, who's originally from Greeley, but he lives in Alberta now. He's a racist piece of shit. Fuck you. Again, it's not a political show, but
That's not politics. That's personal.
that's personal. That's personal. And this is supposed to be a fun time happy hour, but you asked for the
Yes,
question. You
ask
asked
the
the
question.
question. I'm going to tell you the
I
story.
asked about the puffer jacket. Yes.
Yeah. So this is how the puffer jacket, how I became known as Blue Jacket Guy, because I was wearing a blue puffer jacket at that moment in time. And in my rant, this guy said, well, we're here to protest this and that. And I go, that's not how it works. Do you know anything about civics? If you have an issue with getting a vaccine or doing this and that, you have to go talk to the Premier of Ontario, because he's the one responsible for these mandates. It's not Justin Trudeau. And the Prime Minister was not responsible for the mandates. They were all provincial, all of them.
Yeah.
With the exception of getting on an airplane, because that's federally regulated.
Right.
Getting on a train or an airplane, you had to wear a mask or had to have a vaccination.
Same.
And they freaked out about that. And I'm like, you drove from Alberta to Ottawa, and you're freaking out about freedom?
Yeah.
Dude, you drove across the country. You're free. You just can't get on a plane because you don't want to observe their rules. And that's all it was. And it went viral. So, and that's the Civics Blue Jacket Guy puffer thing. That's all it is.
And it went viral. Well, I want to say because a lot of the people in Ottawa, anyways, felt the exact. Everyone wanted to say what you had said.
I had a lot of
Embodied
people
the
say
exact thing that everybody was feeling, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did get a lot of that, and
Absolutely.
and I was astonished by it. And I thought, oh, that's it, I'm fired, I'm out of jail. And not the case. My boss called me the next day and he went, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Dude, do you want to come up to my chalet and hang out? Like,
Right.
if you want to get out of town?" And I said, "You know what? Thank you for the offer. I really do appreciate it." Hang on. Oh, no, just go up, scroll up. So see where it says Cap Jet. There you go. Click on that. There you go. Perfect. So he was asking me, "Do you want to, come to the Shea hangout, get away from everybody?" And I'm like, "You know what? Thank you for the offer. I really do appreciate it. But here's the thing. This is my home.
Yes.
I will not let a horde of ignorance drive me from my home.
Yep.
They need to leave. This is my home."
Felt exactly the same way. My
Yeah.
partner
Yeah.
did not, and we had to leave our house for a few days. But
Well,
yeah, and it hurt. Like,
Oh,
I
I
was
know.
like, "Man, I'm leaving because a bunch of assholes."
Well,
You know?
for me, it was similar too, because I happened to be in Kingston when it started.
Okay.
Yes, but I was like, yeah, I'm good here.
Yeah.
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 Exactly.
There's no pressing need for me to be home. There's nobody calling me. There's nobody who's like,
Yeah.
I'm good here. I'll wait it out.
Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
right.
But I'm thinking like, I mean, that was tough too, because I'm like you. I'm in the market area. I'm on Cumberland, close
really?
to the
St. Bridget's.
close to St. Bridget's.
Close to
Let's put
that,
it that way. Yeah, because I don't want to give a too close
Super
location,
close
but
to university.
close to St. Bridget's. And when I saw that they were like, after that, like, yeah, we're just gonna make our home here. So, oh God, there goes the freaking neighborhood.
Yeah. I live close to there as well, and yeah, that was. I mean, it was the whole last year.
Right.
It was the James whatever, and it was thing after thing after thing, the Canada Day thing, the biker thing, and Tupac. It's like, man,
Just fucking go get a life.
Yeah.
Stop fucking with us.
I mean, I just couldn't imagine. I mean, like, I could imagine. I mean, we were in a Delta wave as well. So I mean, I wasn't traveling. I mean, when I couldn't imagine getting into like this metal box train and then driving 2 hours with all these people breathing. That was the first thing. But the second thing was just like, how was I going to even get home?
Right.
Yeah.
From from the train station then.
Right.
Yeah. How would I even? How would I have made it like this? And then when you're like, when you're really close to the market buildings and whatnot. I mean, you're further away.
Because I didn't realize how far away the train station is too.
Yeah, the train station's a bit far.
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, I didn't realize how far it was until I visited there. So yeah.
What's that?
So that Caesar you mentioned is just not
Yeah,
good.
changed my mind.
Are we still doing okay food wise?
Yeah, I'll get something. Sorry, I've just been chatting away.
Cool.
But yeah, so it was. But I'm physically closer to where everything was happening than you were.
Yeah.
And you were being driven crazy.
Yeah.
So I thought, Because I just the way that because it comes down from up into Lower Town,
really,
I guess it would come down as a funnel.
Yeah, it really descended down through Centertown, right?
Yeah,
because
really
we're about a kilometer away, more than a kilometer away from Parliament Hill East, and there was a couple of days where it was bad, but after about 6-7 days, they actually shut down that area.
Yeah,
and just I guess everyone.
It was not a good time.
No,
it was not.
No, it was awful.
One of my friends who I'm going to try and arrange to get her on the show for an interview. She does she's a fashionista, has a great has a great blog, and we've been friends for, oh God, must be going on 15 years now. And she would shoot video and post it, and she's up in like the 24th floor on Rideau Street.
Okay, yes.
You know, the Claridge cluster there, Rideau and King Edward, and she's like, we haven't slept in days.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, it's brutal. And so I shot one video one night. I'm at my friend's place on a Saturday, and we were trying to watch TV, just Netflix, right? And the video is just me going, just trying to watch Netflix.
Yeah.
And all you hear is train horns.
Right.
And people going, oh, you're such a lightweight pussy boy. Look at you in the $1 million condo. Okay, it's not a condo. Well, it's not mine. It's my friend's, and she's renting it. And it is a condo, but it's not $1 million, and she's renting it. And I was visiting her, and I don't work in the government. I was like...
Yeah, the process of dehumanization, excuse levels that they themselves, it's crazy. It's like none of these things apply to me. Well, like, who are you talking about?
And that's the thing, right? It's the I'm going to attribute to you every quality, well, in this case not a quality, but every characteristic that I need you to be.
Exactly.
In order for what I'm going to say next to stick. When I know not the first freaking thing about you.
Exactly.
Like, and then so it's like, okay, yes, hello keyboard warrior, from Adam or Eve, and now you're going to tell me exactly who I am.
Well,
it's like and you also think that I care so much about what somebody like you is doing, that what you've just spent the last 30 seconds to 3 minutes of your life investing yourself into is going to affect me in any way. That is going to make me want to change my mind or be even remotely more open to the point of view you're presenting to me.
Yeah, no.
It's like, hello, how are you? You're a freaking cock. Well, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Yeah.
They did a very good job of making sure that there was no solidarity with their cause. I've got to say, like, acting a little iffy about things. I could have been, if they were well-meaning people, that I could have been convinced,
right?
Like if,
but they were not.
It was clear from the first moment, like, oh no, this is all bad. There's absolutely nothing good about this that I would ever want to be involved with. Well, they made sure to isolate themselves pretty well.
Yeah.
I'll give you
that was the one thing as well, right? To say, like, we're being excluded, we're being canceled. You're not being excluded, canceled. You're self-isolating.
You did yourself.
You are literally self-isolating. You have decided our society is going this way. We're going to section ourselves off, and we're just not going to do that, right? And it's just like nobody is forcing you into the shadows.
No.
It's like you've just decided you do not want to participate. The whole team is rowing in one direction. You've decided, I'm just not going to do that.
Yep.
It's like,
well,
okay, you're free to do so, but that is going to come with the consequences.
Yes.
It's like, no, we want all the choices. Well, I'm sorry, but this ain't Burger King, honey. You don't get it your way.
Well, it was it was the moment where without divulging too much, my office decided to reopen to have people come in, because it had been closed up till that point, right? And I think it was in the second weekend. And the Monday rolled around. We had a Friday morning meeting, and the office is going to be open Monday. And I just said to all of my coworkers, do not go into the office. They're like, well, why not? I go, look, I can walk amongst them. Most of my coworkers are, it's the Rainbow Coalition, right? We got people who, from different parts of the world, different religions, various gender
identification.
Thank you. I was trying to come up. Yeah, sorry. Exactly. Thank you. I was trying to come up with the words. Like, I'm one of the few white people in my division.
Yeah.
Right. So I said, please do not go to the office. I can walk amongst them. I'm afraid for your lives. And I genuinely mean, if you go in, you could be harmed. And a couple of my team members are. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they found the handle of the closet door a very long time ago. Like there's no, it's like the flamboyants. And I thought if you walk there, something bad could happen.
Yeah.
Please don't do this. Mm-hmm. And they're like, really? And I go, look, I can walk amongst them. Oh, they might be looking for the blue jacket guy, but I'll just put on a different hat, wear a different coat. They won't have a fucking clue because they didn't even see my full face. Mm-hmm. Right? So I could do that. But I'm begging you, don't go to work. Don't go into the office because I am really, and I was sincerely, genuinely worried about my coworkers because I love working with all of them.
Their safety. Yeah.
Wonderful. But I was, exactly. I was so worried about their safety. And somebody's like, really? I'm like, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I got the same warning. A friend of mine wanted to check it out. He went down. I don't know why he wore a mask, which made him a bit of a target, I think.
Yeah.
And he warned me. He said, just don't go down there. Just stay away. You'll end up being targeted, and it's messed up. Like I in theory can walk amongst them as well.
Yes,
I have camo clothes. Like
you're a big fella,
I'm a big
right?
guy.
So,
but still, I'm a person of color. I will, not to say that everyone down there would do anything, but the element of society that would was also present, right?
Yeah, and they were so emboldened that they felt they could get away with it because the police wasn't doing anything.
Exactly.
Well, and that's the thing when you see a person of color, it's like, yeah, okay, I am as well. Like I said, I have the advantage of being unidentifiably ethnic.
Right.
You know I'm something, but you don't know
just can't quite
put your finger on there,
But you know I'm enough of something to know I'm not one of you.
Right.
So I said, I was like,
You're exotic, Doug. You're exotic, my friend.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Exotic. That's what people say when they're too polite, to make themselves
too
feel
polite
comfortable.
To stay ugly.
Well, no. Exotic is what
I'm exotic. What are you talking about?
Well, sure thing, big
maybe
fella.
for an Australian.
G'day.
Giddy.
Oh, I have another guest joining us shortly.
But yeah, I had that same feeling. It's like, it's like
a surprise guest.
I can maybe pass for not partially black or partially whatever like this, but I can't pass for white.
Right.
Right.
I don't.
And I mean, in defense of the convoy, if I have to, there's people of color there too. Of course, everyone there wasn't racist, of course. But like I say, like the thing for me, I was born and raised here. I'm very familiar with Canadian society. I can figure out pretty quick who is a comfortable person and who is not. Right.
Right.
And all of the people who I would be uncomfortable around were there.
Yeah.
There was also other people there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I'm uncomfortable with them too.
Right.
And I'm like cis, het, male, mid-50s, 6 foot tall, physically fit. I can completely walk amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
Completely. And now if I,
well, maybe the physically fit problem would give you a problem.
Yeah, I need
really
a guy.
Oh, sorry,
but it's like
that was me.
I got the dome, I got the beard. If I put sunglasses on, it's all of a sudden racist. If I'm sitting in a car like this with sunglasses, racist.
Well, if you put you in a big truck with a flag,
yeah,
racist. Yeah. Right away, right?
Is your name Brian Fox?
Yeah, right.
Hey, Brendan, we got him.
We got him. It's the guy right here.
He's the guy.
The weird thing is that I think it's a bit of a global phenomenon when we had all of that time, because we had things like that happening down here in Melbourne where the protests were going on. We thought initially around COVID, but then it sort of like streamed into our jobs are being taken by internationals coming to our country. We're going through COVID because of internationals. It spurred into this real nasty
there are adults in the
space.
room.
It's horrible. Yeah.
That's the one that kills me. They're coming to take your jobs. No, they're not. They're just trying to get
their
a better
church.
life. And what you need to understand, and this is the thing. I remember a couple years ago, I saw a young fella. I think he was in, I'll say Alabama. I could be wrong. He was a younger fella, a white guy, and he was being interviewed. And they said, "What do you feel about this? Are these people coming to take your jobs?" He goes, "Nobody's coming to take my job." He goes, "You know what it is? These people are coming here to try and make a better life for themselves," which I wholeheartedly support. And they will get hired at this plant and paid half of what they're legally allowed to pay me.
Yep.
They didn't take my job. That guy is paying them the least amount of money he can possibly pay them. Legally, he
What
can't
is
pay
with that globally too?
Yeah. And that's what it is. That's exactly what it's. I know we're getting political here, and we're not supposed to, but you know.
I can't lie. I was kind of hoping to turn things political when I showed up here. So excuse my nefarious intentions.
He's a rebel.
He's a rebel.
I haven't been before. It's my first time. All I know is I want to take a drink of beer and talk about politics.
Like that.
I was wondering if we should have one of these, but politics wise, where we come in with like some set programs or whatnot, or stories where people just ask us like, okay, like this, you've got a question about politics, ask us, we'll do whatever we can.
Send us a question. We're happy to answer. So,
but not on this one. Not on this one.
No, not today. Not today. But I was talking to my buddy yesterday, and I said, and he goes, "What's the topic?" And I go, "Whatever we come up with." He goes, "You don't have any notes?" I go, "No." He goes, "Really?" I go, "Yeah, we just, whatever the topic. It's like Paul and Doug show, like Bob and Doug. The topic today is, I don't know, wool. Wool.
Oh, wool. That's so cool. Eh?
Wool.
So, keeps you warm, Keeps the toes all nice.
I'll give you guys a little bit of history that you might find funny.
Remember,
you just reminded me politics and wool. In Australia, you know what our capital is, right?
That's Canberra.
What city our capital?
I would have been wrong.
Yeah.
Pardon?
So Canberra, there's a running bit of history, a quote that goes around, and if you actually go into the center of Canberra, where there's a shopping center, and you'll see a little statue of a politician's chair. There's a certain name for the chair. I can't remember what it is, but a sheep sitting back on it, sort of leaning back, and the quote underneath it is Canberra, the perfect waste of a good sheep paddock.
Oh my!
It was an old farming land sort of thing, and it was chosen as a location. It was inland and strategic and blah blah blah. But that's the locals' joke about it. Good waste of a good sheep paddock. So
because Canberra was a plan from the get-go, was it not?
Oh God, yes, yeah. It was. I think there was a guy that sort of had some input in the design of Washington, and DC. Yeah. Also had some input into the design of our capital.
Yeah. I remember reading about that a bunch of years back, and I went, "That's kind of cool," because Ottawa had no planning whatsoever.
No, and like they decided to change a bunch of stuff midway through and just make it not make a whole lot of sense.
And that's the absolute truth. So
I thought that when I visited.
Yeah, Kingston. Well, Kingston was the capital, but it was like, okay, right across the lake, there's New York State. That's the United States. We got to move it. So the Queen Victoria says, we're going to put it in Ottawa. You mean that little backwater lumber town? Yeah, we're going to put it in Ottawa, and we're going to put it up on Barracks Hill is where Parliament will be located. Okay, so they built it, and that was kind of it. Yep. Like that was the only planning part. And then in the 40s or the 30s, I guess, in 40s, they had the Grebber Plan, which said Ottawa will never be bigger than 500,000 people. We're over 1 million right now. They kind of missed that. If you click on the button that says new messages, it'll scroll. Click. There you go. See? Yeah. So it was not a well-planned city. It's been hodgepodge put together ever since the beginning, and I still love it here, though. I still love it here.
Absolutely.
It's like, what do you want to do? I want to go skiing. 15 minutes. Exactly. You're skiing.
That's exactly why I love
15 minutes. I want to go camping. Okay, 15 minutes in any direction. Right. I want to fly to Frankfurt. Okay, just go to the airport, get on a plane, direct flight to Frankfurt. What? Yeah, like 3 a week. Huh? Really? Okay.
We have a lot in the city that we shouldn't have by virtue of our size, but that we do have by virtue of the fact we're a G7 nation.
Yes, yeah. That's true. That's true.
Lots of great green spaces.
Oh, amazing
trails.
Green space. Yeah. I mean, look, the canal. My God, like I skate it all the time in the winter. We are really lucky and blessed for those of us who live here.
Absolutely.
And there's so many people that live here that all they ever do is Ottawa sucks.
It's like the world's best kept secret.
It's like
we're blowing it right now, but it's the world's best kept secret.
It's like you
Douglas gave me a tour of Ottawa, and I felt very fortunate for what I got to see. Like I honestly, you guys have a beautiful capital there.
We do. We really do. We're really lucky here.
No, absolutely.
And as you know, I mean, crime's crime, but it's really low here.
Yeah.
I remember a bunch of years back, I was out at Dragon Boat Fest for the Tim Hortons Dragon Boat Fest at Mooney's Bay, which is the largest single day, it's the largest in North America. It's one of the largest in the world.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And I met with a bunch of police boats from the U.S. and there was a bunch of guys from Philly who were here. They were really cool. And then I remember I met with another group of engineering. It was an engineering firm that came up, and they had their corporate team in. And the one guy says, I really love it. The weather is, we didn't expect it to be this hot here in Canada. I'm like, okay, it doesn't snow all the time. Ottawa is the second coldest capital city on earth after national capital, after Ulaanbaatar in Nepal. Sure.
Mongolia.
It's Mongolia. Sorry,
Reykjavik,
yeah.
Iceland isn't on that list.
Oh no, it's not nearly as cold there.
Oh.
No, unless they get
the Gulf Stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they don't even get that much snow.
I haven't been. I'd love to go, but no, I haven't been.
It's amazing. Go if you can. I loved it. I want to go back. But lost my train of thought. Shit.
We're singing the praises of Ottawa.
Yeah.
Well, singing the praises of Ottawa and how people miss out
And beaver
on,
tails.
Oh, the beaver tails, right? The beaver tails. It's a great place to.
That's the only reason
live.
why I came to Canada last time. Not just for the beaver tails.
Beaver tails?
Not for the competition officer.
No, just the
I thought
beaver
you
tails.
came to see me.
Oh no, it's for you, Douglas.
You came to see my beaver tail.
He is Mr. Beaver. He is Mr. Beaver.
It only makes sense.
That's pretty good. Dude.
Wow.
That's a good one. You got it. I didn't see that one coming.
I won't do that one.
That's what he said.
You set that one up.
I'm just lobbing them right across the plate.
Exactly.
Title of my sex tape. I didn't see that one coming.
Set him up, don't knock him down.
Ree, you haven't had a beaver tail yet.
You are missing out.
I think they have them in Halifax, but don't quote me.
It's
on
like
that.
deep fried heaven.
Yeah. But I mean, like Halifax.
Oh, so good.
Is
So good.
It's a 2-hour drive for you, Rhiannon? It must be like a 2-hour drive, I think. It's not close from like your part of Nova Scotia. That's like southwest. So, yeah, you're a bit of a haul to Halifax. But I think they have a beaver tail in Halifax, if memory serves.
I was going to say they're like a chain, aren't they? Like they're all.
Yeah.
over the place.
now,
They're
yes.
in
But the
Vancouver
original
and-
one was here in Canada. And I remember, and the one in the market. I think
Is that
I
the one
told
we
you.
went to? The one in the market.
Well,
That's the original.
It's the original hot.
It's the
like
original.
this. It was on the kitty corner the other way.
Yeah, they moved
Originally
it.
back in the day, so it's not in the same location. It's about one block down.
Okay.
This so it was on the corner of York before, not the corner of George.
So
Like this, and they flipped it
Okay.
to the
other side,
the west side of the street rather than the east side of the street.
So funny story and true story. The guy who founded the company, his name is Grant Hooker,
Grant Hooker, yes.
and it was always known as Hooker's Beaver Tails in the Byward Market,
That's a joke.
which
Yes.
is where the prostitutes advertise their wares.
Sex worker stroll.
So the hookers and Hooker's Beaver Tails. He played. I mean, there's a whole play on it.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Did you also know that Grant Hooker's Canadian by choice?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's from the U.S.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was a family recipe that they had for this. But he'd lived in Canada for a long time. He's a full Canadian citizen, still lives here. I think he has a southern climb for winter, when, which I respect.
Don't blame him, yeah.
Don't blame him. Not at all. Not at all. February here can be a real son of a gun. But Hooker's Beaver Tails when it first opened, and he's an American fellow who became a Canadian by choice. So good for. Thanks, Grant, wherever you are, mate.
I was addicted to those as a kid. So it's like I'm really sad because they still haven't come up with a gluten-free one. There was a gluten-free shop at the corner
You
of
can't eat wheat.
the William Street and York. There was a store there. It's changed now, but it used to be everything in there was gluten-free for a while, like this for longest time. And for a short time, one winter, they made otter tails because they couldn't call them beaver tails. I had one.
And
because it was really, really, really good.
Oh, wow.
And that's the only time in the last 20 years I've had something remotely like a Beaver tail. I so miss them. So miss them.
I gotta ask you to let me out. I gotta race like a piss horse.
Yep.
Race like a piss horse? Yeah, I said that intentionally.
Yeah,
Piss
yeah,
like a
that's-
racehorse.
Race.
Yes.
Race like a piss horse. No, you mean piss like no, race like a piss horse.
And they're off. There comes Paul running the bend, running on the
Lots of
bend.
stuff under there.
He's gone from a trot to
There's
a
a
full
fair
gallop.
bit of work involved with setting all of this up, right? All right, I'll be right back. And our surprise guest may join us before I get back.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I heard there was a guest.
there you go.
Yes, yes. Very, very, yes. Apparently, he was a special surprise guest. Even I don't know who it's.
No?
Yeah. It's my show, and I don't.
Sounds like he's
It's our
doing a lot
show.
of things on his own there, signing you up on networks and signing up guests. And
Yep. It's a good thing in a way because I think our cameras got moved. I'm not exactly sure how to bring it back.
I wasn't watching that part.
All right. Well, why don't you
Yeah,
guys talk while I'm not on camera?
No, you're on camera. I'm not on camera.
Oh, I'm on. Yes, that's true. You're not on camera. Okay.
You're on
I'm just
camera, yeah.
Voice, so that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Do a little dance for us, Doug. Let's.
And now the disembodied voice.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Where's that coming from? Yeah. It's I how would you put it? I had a more slow and deliberate plan for our growth. I'm if it doesn't show, like this, I'm a planner.
I believe it.
I'm a big time planner.
You write the scripts, I believe,
Yep.
and
Yeah, I'm a planner.
they're well written.
You have
Takes
run
time.
sheets for these?
Not this one.
Not for these ones, but for certain things I do. Yes.
Okay.
The flagship shows and sometimes a lot of the sort of casual chat shows. I have sections that are written out from based on the research that I've done, and like Paul will mention something, and like, oh, you mentioned something. I got something about like in that neighborhood, and then I'll just like look through my notes and bring it up, and I'll bring it because I want to make sure I have the facts correctly. So every time I'm listening to a podcast, I always have like a computer or something by my side like this that I'm like taking notes. Oh, okay, that thing went up 300%. Like this, so then I can slide them in and look again.
When you're dealing with the internet, like we've got lots of people on the internet that'll see or hear your podcast. You do have to do your fact checking because you'll be called up on it straight away.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, and that's why we also welcome the joke corrections, just in case we got something wrong.
Well, and that's the plague on society right now is misinformation, right? There's people knowingly or unknowingly
Oh dear God, yes.
and steering things in the wrong
But you
direction.
also have that part, right? And then you have the disingenuous people who will turn around. Like for example, when the educational assistants were on strike, because I at first, before I had completely checked, I assumed it was the teachers itself that was making the position, right? So everybody's going, oh well, you think it's actually teachers striking, so I'm not going to believe a freaking word you said. Well, I mean, okay, the logic on the point everywhere was like, I got the constant was correct, I just got the variable wrong, right? So if you're going to discount me because like the variable I can fix, right? In my thinking.
I'll fix this in a second.
Okay, I'll let you back in here.
Yeah, thanks, man.
There you go.
It's doing its thing.
Oh.
The camera does its own thing.
Yes, we saw. Yeah, we noticed that.
Should I make some space for?
No, there's a spot right here. No, spot right here. You're good. Mind if I hang out for another? Oh, you can hang out.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
just got a message from Utica just to say hi to you guys.
Oh, you had a message from Dan?
Let's enjoy each other's company.
Yeah, he just said say hello, and he can't jump online at the moment because he's looking after his son, but he said to say hello.
Yeah, but he says hello.
I'll fix the
Yeah.
camera here. Give me a sec. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got.
So is the pub pretty busy there? I'm noticing there's you can hear a little bit of chatter in the background.
Yes, we set up one mic sort of as well, facing towards the outside to sort of pick up some of the ambient noise.
Yeah, a bit of ambiance.
So one of the things that's happening is there's yeah, come on, slide in so you can get into frame, because there's NFL playoffs today, National Football League, American football. There's a lot of people here to watch it.
Oh,
So yeah, that's why you hear all the
football?
yeah.
Pardon?
I'm not a sports person. I was like, this seems really busy. That makes sense.
Sports ball.
I am, but
no,
not the 4 mainstream sports that they
He's
have on TV.
tennis and curling.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Big time.
I'm soccer,
And the Olympic sports.
soccer, football, hockey, but Canadian football especially. NFL I watch after the Grey Cup.
Okay.
What
about
I had
AFL,
Red Black
Paul?
season tickets for decades.
A real Canadian here.
What's that, Pete?
What about AFL, guys? Come on, get into a
Well,
real sport.
we don't
AFL.
really get it here. Although, you know what?
We do get it on TSN.
That's Aussie football?
Aussie football.
I don't have cable, dude.
Oh,
I can't afford that shit. But we do have an AFL women's team here in the city that plays in an AFL women's league, and there is a co-ed league as well in Ontario. And a friend of mine played for the Ottawa Swans, is what the name of the team is. And my friend has played for them for a number of years until she had to get both hips replaced a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Oh,
And she's under 45 and she had to get both hips replaced. It turned out to be years of sports along with the genetic thing, right? We're just ordering some food.
Sports is amazing, but it does take its toll on the body.
It does.
Yeah.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Just water for now. Thanks.
Yeah, it definitely does. And as one gets older, one starts to feel the injuries from those days more so than
I have this theory that people shouldn't play sport until they're like in their mid 30s to late 40s, and then then there's less chance of feeling that pain. But then again, you have more chance of getting injured.
But you'd be really terrible at it. So the injury would be every game, and it would be catastrophic. It's like, I've never been skiing before.
But at least
Let's give the old Super G a try.
That's why I will never go skiing, because I didn't do it when I was younger, and there's no point in trying now. I'm breaking the leg or something.
Hey, I didn't try snowboarding until I was 32. So
I've been skiing. Yeah. This is my 50th year this year of skiing. 50 years of skiing. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. It's. I'm pretty passionate about it. It's the sport I love. There's only one thing I love to do more.
I haven't done anything for 50 years yet.
And it's not this. This, like, literally, it's that thing, skiing, and this. Now, this and skiing are really.
That thing.
We gotta mix them.
They're really. I think you can guess what the number one thing is that I like, but I'm not
That was
gonna.
the sin that did Jezebel in.
Yeah, we're not gonna. That's it. That's it, man. I'm just getting a message from Pete, so I'm like, I'm just responding right now. Hello. So now we're mates. There we go. We're cool.
We're now official friends on the Book of Face. So
on the Book of Faces, yeah, the Book of Faces.
Yeah.
So you guys aren't familiar with a character I used to portray.
Well, hold on. Before you say that like this, the AFL thing, I just wanted to slide in. Slide in is probably the wrong use of words there. Yes, but I've never been able to focus on the rules because the shorts are cut just to the right height that I'm really focused on the thighs.
You wear short shorts.
You wear shorts. Fucking gay man, always getting everything about sex.
You should see me when I watch diving.
It's disgusting.
It's like, dang, boy.
I watch rock.
That's like the dive.
I watch.
Boy.
I mean, like, I
appreciate the athleticism, but you look good in this.
I had to say that because, I mean, it's always me who's the guilty party, right? It's like, oh yeah. All you ever do is look at women and just oogle.
Well, I have to confess, I have a thing for Australians.
I
do have a thing for Australians.
You hear that over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pete knows. Pete knows.
Well, you know that you've heard of it. You're familiar with a French kiss, right?
Yes.
You know what an Australian kiss is? An Aussie kiss.
Do you know what an Aussie kiss is, Pete?
Well, I'll tell you what it is.
Hold on, I want to know if Aussie. If he doesn't know, then
they're not that good.
Not true.
Well, I wouldn't expect him to know.
You've had a couple that are not that good.
I wouldn't expect him to know. An Aussie kiss is this. It's just like a French kiss, only it's down under. It's a head joke. It's a head joke.
Oh, not just a head joke.
Well, I know.
I think that
that's
yeah.
The kiss is different, right?
Yes.
It's very different.
Yes. Yes.
Step up to the
okay.
microphone.
This moment of gay straight cultures, we kiss down below too.
Yeah, I know, but it's a different type
Just
of
so you know.
kiss, is what I'm getting at.
Just in
know
case anybody
that.
was wondering.
I know that. I've seen gay porn.
Wait, we do?
Settle down.
What?
What?
What we do, he says.
We do.
News to me.
What?
I told you you should have said yes. I'm kidding. Love this guy like a brother.
Oh, he's a good mate. He's a good
He's a
mate.
good
I
mate.
like him. Yeah, I like him. I do. He's a good fella,
Oh,
right?
cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers, Cole.
How's my Aussie accent? Is it
Thanks,
really
mate.
deplorable, or is it just over the top?
It's borderline Chris Hemsworth dialed up a little bit too much, but it's getting there. It's good.
Okay, I'll keep working on it because I'm trying to
Yeah.
as we expand our empire.
We plan to
Empire?
speak to you in all of your accents.
But my goal is to do a lot more voiceover work, and occasionally they need somebody who can do different types of accents.
Oh, really?
So,
It's actually at a serious level. It actually wasn't too bad. A little
thanks, man.
strong, but
Maybe I'm the other
I can do some voice coaching with you.
well, and then there's the so my Irish accent's not too bad there. If I can tell you
It's
this,
not too bad there at all.
But I do the Irish one, but the thing is this, if you're from different parts of the Emerald Island, your accent's going to change from
You have
where you go.
different
Because
accents
if you got a
depending on where
Carrick,
you're
if you got a
from.
Carrick, your accent's more like this. You see, if you're from Carrick, which it sounds like you're from Newfoundland, but the thing is this, I'll tell you about Spy. Lord Turner, Jesus, by look at this. Now I'm going to Newfoundland. See, I can't keep them all in my.
You went Eufy.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the ADHD. It's like I got all these voices talking in my head at the same time.
How do you
It's
keep
okay.
them straight? It's like-
Whatever I do, I somehow end up sounding either Russian or Indian, and I just don't do accents because I end up insulting people, and I don't want to do that. So
Right.
I try not to.
really can't stay, but maybe it's cold outside.
As a strictly English speaker, whenever I try to speak Spanish or French, I inevitably mix up the words between
Yes.
those two languages. It's
Brutal.
it's embarrassing.
Yeah,
I said agua at a restaurant in Quebec.
Well, they're
the
both
other
Latin
day.
based too.
Everyone laughed at me. It's like,
Hello.
I'm trying here.
Well, for me,
The thing I know how
in
to say in
Uruguay.
French is "Je ne comprends pas en français." And I don't know if I said
That
that right.
sounded really good.
Yeah,
It
that
sounds
was
really good too.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
problem is when you say it with a good accent, is they think you can say.
They think you can say it. Yeah.
That's my German.
Yes. Oh,
That's
really?
my German. Ich studiere Deutsch für 3 Monate. Sorry, ich studiere Deutsch für 3 Monate in 3 Monaten ins Uni. Aber ich habe keine Vokabeln.
I have no idea what you just
That
said.
is extremely convincing.
Yes.
Auston,
Like
fliegen,
But
stoffen.
I was in Munich like this. I'm asking like directions like this, like this. And then I say that. So now I speak. It's like, yeah, like you don't speak German. I really do not speak German. That's all I can say. I studied 3 months of German to be able to tell you in perfect German that I do not know how to speak German because I have no vocabulary.
That's my issue when I speak my limited French. And my limited French is, quand j'habite en Chicoutimi, j'ai parlé un petit peu français parce que j'étudie. So they're like, you're Quebecois.
I was going to say
No,
your
I'm
accent
really
there with how you were speaking sounded very Quebecois.
But and
It
so
sounds of it, yeah.
I'm in
Learning from the
I'm in
best,
Geneva, right? I'm in Geneva and I'm visiting a friend, and she's like, make sure you pack hiking boots and pack this and pack that. And I'm like, okay. So I realized I showed up with dress shoes, hiking boots, and flip flops. I had like no walking shoes.
Okay.
So I go downtown Geneva and go into the H&M to just buy a cheap pair of shoes. And the clerk walks up and he's, bonjour monsieur, je peux aider? I'm like, no, c'est correct, just pour regarder. He goes, Québécois. And I went, I'm oddly flattered that you thought I'm a French speaker. And weirded out by the
There's
fact that
this
you
moment of
understood
terror that
Quebecois.
hits you when someone thinks you're speaking that language.
Yeah. It's just like, what? I'm not capable of that. Thank you. Like that's a
I
compliment.
did make my first ever trip overseas. I was doing a transfer through Frankfurt, and going through security. I was that excited. I ended up asking something to one of the security guards, which was just "Wie geht es dir?" And they looked at me like, oh, and they just, I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, time out. I was just,
don't move.
I was expecting a Vigate's good. Yeah. Move on. Like how things, I think that's what it translates to. Never use phrasing you're not 100% sure on in a foreign country. It just throws you out. I understand the terror. I understand the terror when somebody thinks you speak their language.
But the weird part is I find the way my brain works is I can't come off as the dum-dum that doesn't understand what I'm saying. So I guess it's like my respect for language, even though I only speak one properly, and that's debatable. But my respect for language is that if I can pronounce a word correctly, I'm going to do it.
Right.
Which can lead me down the path of, suddenly you're one of these people who is, no, I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea what you just said to me, but you spoke it so well. But the way my head works is like, I should speak it well because I can, because that's how it's meant to be spoken. It's like and when I was
showing respect for their language.
Like, that's not my name. My name is not, it's Paul. And you can call me Paulie or Paul. Please don't call me Paulo. That's not my name. No, I get that. It's a respect thing. So I respect, even though I'm terrible at speaking, including the one I'm speaking right now, but I respect it to the point where if I can say something correctly, I'm going to say it correctly.
Yeah.
But that's similar to me when
that's the pedantry in me.
Yeah, but I went to French school all my life. Right? And I remember in grade 1 in particular, I had this teacher. She was Haitian, and her name was Huguette.
Huguette, spelled with an H.
Yes, with an H, and she was Douglas. Now, the U in Haitian is very, very big.
Yes.
And the in Douglas does not exist.
It's not
Douglas, right? It doesn't exist.
Douglas.
There's Douglas. And I remember, because I'm 6 years old, and I'm going home, and I am incensed by all of the outrage that my 6-year-old little body can contain. Like this, and I'm like slamming my back on the floor. It goes, Douglas. I don't call her Huguette. I could not wrap my head around the fact that she could not say Douglas. It's like, Douglas is not my name.
There's it right there.
Yes, that's for me.
So here, give me this. I'll get that out your way. You make some room there and try not to move the head center. Yeah, there we go. Oh, he's doing the 3D House of Wax, or I don't know what it is.
There's some food. And we've got smell-o-vision.
Okay.
Now in smell-o-vision.
It's 9 o'clock in the morning. It's too soon for that sort of food for me.
Is it 9 a.m.?
We've got bacon. We've got bacon. We've got morning potatoes.
We've got bacon. We've got cheddar. We've got, I don't know what we got.
We've got bacon. We've got cheddar. Eat it all and you'll feel better.
Well, for a couple hours anyway, I would like. I'm going to steal a fry from you, though. I'm not hungry, but I want to try a fry. Oh, that's avocado.
Yes, it is, baby.
Hey, he's got an Avo burger, man. That's why you can't buy it. You own a fucking house. Never mind. You own a house and a condo. So the Avo toast is not preventing you from buying a house or a condo, clearly. Let's throw that theory out the fucking window.
I scrimp on the beauty products.
Well, it shows.
Oh, no!
You threw it right across the plate, dude. I had to hit one out of the park.
I restrained myself. I
I
restrained myself on that. I was going to say something, but I'm like, no, Douglas is my friend. I'm not going to do that on the internet.
And that's why I love you. Whereas he's a traitorous bitch.
Yes. Also, I know if I say something here, Douglas will wait until he sees me again in person, and then I'll get a slap on the back of the head.
Oh, so yeah.
I know. Yeah.
So, the thing is, it'll build up between now and the next time, right?
It's because when you're a queen, darlings, you don't need to spend time on beauty products.
So
you always arrive exactly exactly. Oh my God! Yes. You always arrive exactly as you expect.
Surprise guest. Surprise guest has arrived.
Oh,
Aha.
I love this surprise guest.
I told
My
you.
heart is full of happiness.
I knew you would. I knew you'd be happy. Yeah. There's a coat. Oh, she's hanging up. She's hanging up her coat. Yeah.
Does
she's hanging
anybody
up her
want
coat.
food, by the way? I
Just-
could have hogged
No,
the
I'm done.
menu.
I'm done. I'm not hungry. I'm having a malted beverage for lunch.
Liquid calories.
I'm
Liquid
so hungry.
calories.
I'm surprised I didn't ask him to just pass the cow by
Plenty
the
of
table. so I could
carbohydrates
get
in
right
those
off to the
beers
side.
there.
Well, these are light. These are light beer. It's only 3.5% alcohol, so it's not much. Nothing to get excited about.
He always
It's only
says that.
3.5% a meal then.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to have 5 or 6 of them to be full, right? 5 or 6.
To
and
have
you
a
feel-
proper meal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's how it works.
I'm glad somebody else gets my logic here on that.
Still left on the wall. Was that 47 or is it 48 bottles of beer?
Honest to goodness,
I don't remember anymore, but take one down.
I can't remember the last. I think the last time I had a bottle of beer was probably 2012.
I had one last night and it was a surprise. I was at professional wrestling, C4 wrestling.
Oh yeah,
over
you
in-
went to that.
wait,
We were
no, sorry,
talking
not
about that.
Benny.
How do you
in
have a
Louis.
surprise beer?
Well, they ran out of beer apparently, and they raided whatever else they have in the building. I think because all of a sudden they didn't have what was
On
serving
tap.
previously, and they started handing out bottles. So it's like, wow, okay. I guess somebody's private stash or something at St. Anthony's Hall.
But it was a good because we talked about it the other day.
Oh, it's
on the morning show.
have
We
you
talked
been?
about
Have
it.
you been before?
No, I've not.
Oh,
I've
it's
not.
really good. You guys
Yeah.
got to go.
It's a lot of fun,
for
yeah.
Absolutely. It's a
So
blast.
the next time Karima's in town, we'll see if we can coordinate Karima and the wrestling. 'Cause
I feel
she's a
like-
huge wrestling.
I feel like that would be right up her alley. She's a wrestling fan,
massive
right?
wrestling fan.
Yeah, for sure. And it's Ottawa has a big wrestling scene apparently. Like they've got
It's
guys coming
actually
in from
really
the
big.
States.
Yeah. Well, a buddy of mine I used to work with years ago was a professional wrestler. He used to wrestle in WCW.
Okay.
I shit you not. So he'd drive down to Florida and he'd stay down there for like 3 months and they'd do X number of matches. And he goes, I'm a jobber, but I get $500 a day. So who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I'm like, $500 a day. He goes, yeah. So I'd work for 3 months and I'd come home and that was my year. So what he decided to do was to get a full-time job as a bouncer, and then he'd just take time off and go and wrestle.
Right.
And he saved up enough money to build his own wrestling company. And we lost touch. Lives change.
Yep.
He might be involved with that. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know.
Interesting.
But I remember he brought Jake the Snake up and Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Yep.
And he brought all those guys up
Wow.
because he knew them all. They were all his buddies.
Yeah.
So he brought them all up. And this is 20 years ago now. I mean, we're going back a ways. But yeah, he was a good guy. And so one of his roommates was, his nickname was Midge
Uh-huh.
because he was a little
I
person.
feel where you're going here. Yes.
And he's a little person who worked as a bouncer at a establishment where ladies remove their clothing. And that's how they became friends, because they worked together at this place. And I remember once my buddy was telling me this weird story about how they had an after party on a Friday night. And he's like, so I'm in my apartment and I'm seeing all these things happening. I'm not going to get into the details. All these things happening. And I'm thinking to myself, this ain't right. Like my mom and dad are like the white picket fence, parents still married, the 3-point, like he goes, this is completely out of my mind. So he kind of stepped back from that. And that's why he took a job as a bouncer at a nightclub. He's like, I got to get away from this weird sex den of bizarreness.
Yeah.
But Midge kept working there. Honest to goodness, I don't know Midge's name to this day. I still don't know his name.
That's
But
always a bizarre thing, right? When you only know somebody by a nickname,
and you
right?
never learn their real name.
and it's a weird nickname, especially, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
see them later in life. It's like, hey, man,
Dude.
Yeah.
How do I say hi, little person? And it's like Jimmy,
Right.
James P. White.
Yep.
So our buddy Lachlan, his one of his broadcast partners, because they do a radio show together in Edmonton, James P. White is a little person. And he's like, do not fucking call me a little person.
Really?
I am, and I'm not saying the M word, but I'm like, okay, dude, I won't call you a little person, but I'm not saying that word because I don't I don't need the heat that comes
No,
with
yeah,
it.
you don't want to get used to that,
I
right?
don't-
You don't
I don't need the
put
heat
that
that
in
comes with
your repertoire or whatever. Have that on.
it. You know,
I don't know how I would feel about that. I would be torn because, like, 98% of me believes that, like, in calling people what it is they
Right.
ask to be called.
I know
Right.
that's the complication,
That
right?
is complicated.
But the problem
Yeah.
is that anytime we're in public, there could be video of me calling somebody
Exactly.
to their face.
And
And
there's the
5 years
problem.
from now, that's gonna bite me in the butt.
Exactly. It's a
Therein
trap.
lies the problem, right? It's like,
It's like, hey. It's like, oh.
she's just on the phone. You got okay. Phone call. She'll come and join us in a second. I got headphones and a mic for you when you come and join us.
So yeah. Oh man. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about that. Like I know for sure if I was in private conversation, for sure I would have no problem.
Right,
If
right,
somebody
right.
asked me, this is,
Right.
just say you're fine.
Well, and that's the thing.
Like this, but
If we're
on
hanging
an
out,
open mic,
yeah, when because I know that. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to join us. Oh, okay. They were going to join us.
Come on in.
Yeah, just watch your step there. We'll slide you on in. I'll plug in a set of headphones for you, and slide that mic. If you can grab that mic, and we have a guest joining us. I'm just going to plug her headset in here, so get it dialed in, and she's going to join us. I don't know if you don't want to appear on camera, you don't have to. It's up to you. But there's a headset, so you can hear. You should be able to hear us. Let me know if you can hear us. Can you hear us? Oh, is it too loud? You want me to turn it down a bit? Turn it way down. How's that? Better? Okay. And there's a microphone for you. That's an empty one.
those are empties.
Well, you know what we should do? You've got the long cord. She's got the short cord. So literally, yeah. So the cord, no, literally. Yeah. Hang on a sec. Yeah, exactly. Plug it in. And I'll just move that. We're just doing some tech stuff here. Sit with us. We'll be good in a sec. Might need to. Yeah. If you got to do that, do that. No worries. See, you got her?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. So we're getting all the cute. Sorry, Phil. Phil. Fuck.
I can be Phil. It's fine.
Phil, you ignorant slut.
I'm tired. It's been a long
I am
day.
Phil today.
Sorry.
And now Phil with the weather. Phil, what's it like down there?
It's raining.
It's raining.
No, it's just what's it like? It's gonna rain.
It's damn wet.
It's raining.
Yeah.
It's raining
Or-
kangaroos and possums.
Or to make some listeners absolutely have chills down their spine, it's moist. No,
It's moist. Moist.
I love that word. I
Very
hope you
moist
like
out
it.
here
I
today.
love that.
Can you bring it? So hit the cursor. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just no, bring it down. Yeah, all the way down. Oh, okay. And see the little red box there?
Yep.
Yeah, bring that up, and then yeah, exactly, left or right, whichever it
Is
is.
Douglas
The
pulling
fixed-
faces at the moment? I can't see him.
If you go
Must
to
be
no,
pulling
move it
faces.
over. Yeah, other side.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, now you got it. You got
The
it.
camera
You're in
pans
control.
over and here's Douglas like wearing a funny hat. I will
Wow, I'm
crack up laughing.
going way off here, though.
That's okay. Pan away.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the camera. Yeah.
Okay.
oh, I love the woodwork there. There we go.
Oh, it's
First time
it's a
driving,
gorgeous
I have-
pub.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at
anyone
that.
want a tour of,
That is awesome.
You're getting a bit of a
Venice
tour of the
Pub?
pub.
Oh, I've got to go back around.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm so scared.
Love the brickwork.
Oh, that's me.
Okay, you got to go the other way now, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, keep going.
Getting there.
Yeah,
Ready?
yeah.
Ready for the Blair Witch. I'm so scared.
Here. Oh,
Okay, go up. Yeah. So if actually, here's a quick
Ta-da!
way. So if we do this, we
Gotta go up. Gotta go up. Up.
And there.
There we go.
And there.
A little bit the other way.
There we go.
A little bit the other way. Yeah.
So,
There we all be. There we
How's
all
that?
be.
is that good?
Pretty
Here,
solid.
right.
Yeah. Looking good.
Yes.
All right.
There
can
we
live
all
with
be.
that. So this is my dear friend
Now
Catherine.
we see.
Catherine.
Catherine! G'day.
How's your headset? Is it too loud? Is it loud enough? What do you think? Can you hear me? You good? Down? How's that? Better? Okay. And we'll just turn your mic up here. Okay.
Oh, I have to talk in this now.
Yeah, you got
Just kidding.
Of course, you got to talk in that. Pull the microphone a little closer.
I have to.
This is why it's called a podcast.
Yeah, I've never been on a podcast, so.
No, me either.
Bearing
I'm John.
in mind a little bit of history on podcasts there, Paul, that, podcasts never were video. They were always, the name actually
Just
comes
audio,
from the audio
yeah.
casts that were set up
This
for
is a
the iPod.
vidcast.
On your iPod.
It's a vidcast.
Yeah,
Get it
the
right.
old wheel.
Good help.
Which I'm still sad that they got rid of the original ones because they stored so much songs, so much music. It was,
The original iPods. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah.
Big old hard drive.
I still remember it in high school. I was like one of the first people I knew to have a P3 player. And everyone's like, "That'll never last. It's just a tech fad. What are you
That'll
doing?"
never
And I'm like, everyone else was going, "Yes, mini disc players of the future." No, they're not. No.
That's gonna go the way of the fax machine. Mark my words.
Mini discs went the same way as laser discs and all the other wonderful technologies that we had for
Mini discs were things I thought were going to stay forever, and they did not.
Well, now because
I
everything's
loved them,
virtual.
though. They were
right?
so cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's cool to have a tangible thing, but for me, I want vinyl.
Yeah.
If I'm going to listen to my music and I want to be able to hold it, I want it to be a record, right? I want it to be vinyl. But I love the convenience of no matter where I am in the world. Okay, I don't have a connection. Let me just get to a Wi-Fi spot, download, and I can listen to whatever I want, wherever I am at any time, which is the coolest thing. We're living in the future because I remember there was a time when, old school DJ. I've been DJing for 43 years now. I used to carry crates and crates of records in, and they go, "Do you have this?" "No, I don't have that." "What about this?" "No, I don't have that either." "We got all those records." "Yeah."
You'll dance to what I tell you to dance.
Well, it's just, you can't bring your entire collection with you. It's not possible.
No.
Yep.
So you'd bring your top 200 12-inch and then some albums, because there's a couple of album cuts that you might have to play if it's a certain place. But now it's like, "Do you have this?" "Give me 2 seconds." Now I have it. I have the access to like something like 40 million songs at my fingertips at any given moment. Well, there's probably more, but 40 million. Yeah, I know. She does that to me. She reels me in and shit. Oh, but I'm a sucker. Can you guys hear?
Not very well.
How's that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's
There
better.
we go. Yeah,
Oh.
sorry.
Can you
It's
take
really,
it
it's
off?
really disconcerting when I can hear myself.
That's how it works.
That's how you know it's working.
That's how you know it's working. I'm just gonna check the level here. I gotta.
It's like when you have a cream and you put it on and it starts to tingle.
That's how you know it's
That's how you know it's working.
Well, actually, my chapstick does that. So.
I don't know if that's really what we want to be doing.
It's burning. Can you
Applying
take it,
creams.
please?
It stops
getting-
burning when I put this cream on it.
We're getting into weird stuff.
That's supposed
now.
to happen.
It tastes like burning. Oh dear.
I'm channeling James.
I can't hear you anymore, bro. I'm sure
hear
people
me?
online can, but I can't for some reason.
Yep, I can't hear Pete anymore either.
Yo, it's because if I do this, we should be able to hear Pete. Say something, brother.
Testing 1, 2. Ah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Can
But
you-
if I
can
have
you
to
hear me
switch
now?
it back, so we lose Catherine. Okay, well,
So we have to just toggle.
yeah, I'll just toggle when you want to say something.
I'm
just give
almost
us a
out of
wave.
here anyway. So
Oh, are you? Okay.
we
okay.
can we can rotate.
Silly.
We're getting close to the end.
Well, you could always order another one. I mean,
Oh, really?
We're the bad ideas bears.
I actually don't know what the time is.
it's only
this is
5:20.
the end.
You should have more beer. Yay!
We go
This is the end.
I said it was at wrestling last night, right? That also involves a lot of beers.
little beers. So
Final end, the end.
when we schedule this table, we schedule it from. I basically go 1 to 7 is what I order it for, so we can get it set up, and do it live from 2 to usually 2 to 6, sometimes 7, sometimes 7:30.
And then we always stay later and guess some woman named Barbara decides to reserve the table and then not show up
Not
for
show
it
up,
after
yeah.
we've already packed.
Thanks, Barbara.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's like
Barbara.
I think that was the last show at
That's such
Christmas
a
time.
Barbara thing to do. Oh my
It
god!
really is.
Right?
Oh yeah,
The new Karen.
Yeah.
Barbara, it's the new Karen.
she's
Well, at least
she's
she's not as nice. No, Karen's nastier. Karen will rock up even though she. doesn't need the table.
Barbara was a Cupid stunt.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Karen's
about
been
that.
hanging around
What?
with Kevin.
I feel for Karens everywhere around the world because I've met some Karens and they're actually nice people. I mean, this
it's tough for the name
this is
for sure.
slanderous.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yes.
I feel for Karen's as the name. Like
Or fellas named Chad.
yeah.
Chad,
Ooh.
yeah,
Mm.
or Blake. Yeah, nobody likes a Blake. I mean.
It's rough.
But what actually caused the Karen phenomenon? Was it one horrible
Well,
person that
so-
unfortunately was named Karen that
Oh, hold on.
caused this?
So the Karen thing started with technically being, it was Dane Cook about, I think, 8 or 10 years ago. He goes, there's always one woman in the group who's this total, well, and her name is always Karen. And this woman is, and he literally spelled it out. And I'm like, holy shit. And somebody pointed that out to me a couple of years ago. Dane Cook came up with the Karen meme.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I was like, when I saw the video, I'm like, holy shit, he did. Like, it's 8 or 10 years ago he did this.
Oh,
And he nailed it to the cross. It was so accurate.
Yeah, I guess so, because it's in the vernacular now.
Completely. And I mean, say what you want about Dane Cook.
We'll
Weird,
say things.
weird stuff.
Yeah.
Weird relationship. Isn't his girlfriend like,
Dish, girl, dish.
his girlfriend is like 18 and he's 40 or something? It's weird. I don't know. At least it's not Jimmy Page and a 13-year-old. Yeah, that did happen.
Oh,
that
really?
did happen.
I didn't know about that one.
He actually, so here's the weird part. The parents gave the daughter permission to hang out with Jimmy
That's
Page.
a thing too, unfortunately.
And he kept her locked up in a hotel room at they called it the Riot House. It was the Hyatt House in Los Angeles. They call it the Riot House because all the rock stars stayed there and partied. If you've ever seen the movie Almost Famous,
Okay.
they feature the Hyatt House. And a friend of mine who toured with bands in the 70s says, yeah, they really got it right. He goes, but the thing is, Cameron Crowe toured with, like, so the character in the film Almost Famous is based on Cameron Crowe's actual life.
Right.
So it's a pseudo autobiographical, like he, embellished, of course. But thank you very much. But he was. Did I drip? You got dripped on.
I got the drip.
You need a serviette? Would you like a serviette?
A moist towelette,
A
sir.
moist towelette. Do you have a moist? I would like a moist towelette, please.
That's about the only word you can use moist with. What that doesn't
When
like
it
make
comes to
people go.
towelette.
Ugh.
Well, in the band.
I was going to say the band
And the
moist. Like, I
band.
feel the raw deal now.
Yes.
After the fact, people started hating the name.
She's the biggest fan of
David.
David Usher.
Usher?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember David
I don't-
Usher's
I
hip
don't
hop
know.
music though?
Yes.
Amazing.
She's met him like how many times? 4 times? 5
Like 4 or
times?
5
Thanks so
times. I
much.
have three pictures with him.
Wow.
Pretty much every time he comes to Ottawa.
Is he as
I'm like,
pretty in real life as he
oh,
looks
he's
like on
beautiful.
TV?
I love him.
He is.
For my 32nd birthday, I went to Center Point Theater. He was in the little auditorium doing a concert. So, of course, he stops in the middle of a song and he starts chatting with the crowd like a good musician does. And so all these little teeny... 32. So all
Hold the
these
mic in a little closer.
Sorry. All these little teeny boppers were like, oh my God, I think I'm going to go up to the stage and get a picture with them. And I'm like, but they wouldn't move. They wouldn't go down and actually do it. So he's sitting on the side of the stage. I'm like, screw this.
Oh,
so I
man.
run down. I jump on. I'm like, Kate, you got taking one more picture with me. And he's like, okay. He leans into me and I'm like, oh, I love you. I just love you. Awesome.
Didn't you get a photo with Jason Momoa as well?
Mhm.
And
Oh, girl.
now tell me.
You are leading my
6'5"
life. I want to leave.
of no squish. Like,
So-
you know when you hug somebody, there's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
squish?
yeah.
No, solid. I was just like, whew, just go.
So you know my sexual preference.
Yep.
I would with him.
Yeah,
Did-
I'd watch.
But-
Yeah,
Can I ask?
he's that good looking.
Top or bottom?
Oh, at top. There's no.
He's got
no.
the hair.
The reins.
They all say they'll top.
Mhm.
Dude, I can't. I
Once you get them alone, it's like hands
No.
in the air and heels to Jesus.
nope.
That's awesome.
Nope.
Hey,
Nope to the fucking
Sorry.
N to the OPE. Nope. Dude, I got freaked.
sorry,
Look,
gang.
I traumatic experience of a rectal thermometer when I was a child. I shit you not.
What?
And literally to this day, the first time I had a prostate exam, I went home and I curled up in the fetal position and I sat on the couch and I said, I can't come back to work today. It's just not my thing. Look, and I don't judge anybody who does. There's guys I know who love the whole prostate thing. I know that.
Because you haven't had a colonoscopy yet.
No.
Let me tell you, it's a great time.
It's a wonderful time.
I'm 54. I'm overdue.
I have a family history, so I've had a few. Last time they shot me up with fentanyl.
It'll change your life.
But I got to say, they give you some free drugs. Ooh, it's not so bad.
It'll change your life.
But I don't react well to any oh, thank you. I can't even feel the beer on my face. I don't react well to it's a family trait. So when we go
anesthetics working already.
Well, anesthetics don't work well with us. It takes weeks to recover.
I'm with you, and I love it.
We've had lots to drink this afternoon. Can you tell?
I just want to point out to Douglas and Paul that Dan's in the chat for the
maybe at least we'll get
go
a
up
picture.
to the top and you see a little arrow, the little chat window where it says private chat. No, not there. No, over on the left.
Where am I going here?
Yeah, go down. That little.
Oh, this thing.
Yeah, that thing right there. So see the arrow.
Yeah, okay.
Boom. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, just straight. Oh, awesome. So I can't hang on. Let's put you back on there. I couldn't hear you, brother. You said you step away from it.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, good. I was just my computer decided to update some stuff, and I'm like, this might drop my everything. So, but it hasn't. So all good. Yeah. Dan, my friend from Utica that jumped in, has jumped into the chat. So you guys could say hi
Dan.
to him.
How's it going, brother?
He was just picking on my cap, but he shouldn't pick on my cap because this is the cap that he bought me the first time I came to the US. So
Boston?
He's the one who, he bought me this cap, and then he took me as a gift. He took me to my first ever baseball game, and it was again Boston Red Sox versus New York Yankees. And he sat me right in the middle of all the New York Yankees people whilst I'm wearing this. So
this was in New York at a Yankees game, right?
Oh yeah, New York, New York. Yankee Stadium, the new Yankee Stadium, not the old one. But
he did that
it was great.
To bust your balls, because he
does that.
Funny, now, what is cool though is as a Red Sox fan, you can go to a Yankees game at Yankee Stadium, and they will razz you, but they'll be respectful.
It's fun razzing, yeah.
But if you go as a Yankees fan to a Red Sox game at Fenway Park, they might actually kill you.
Right. It's a little more real in the neighborhoods there, right?
You're going to get hurt. You're going to get hurt.
Well,
now,
as I found,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, as I found out years later, I actually have ancestors from Boston. So, yeah, in fact, one of my great ancestors actually fled to Australia because he knocked out his tutor, and he was afraid of what his dad was going to do to him. So he fled to Australia to avoid his dad's wrath. They kept sending him money to come back because he's, but no, he kept spending it.
That takes responsibility avoidance to a whole other level, man.
Was this
a whole new level? Yeah,
I know a person from Venezuela here who's done the same thing. Just so you know, that's definitely a thing.
Oh yes, I'm not facing this. I'm out. Give me 2 tickets. Where am I going to?
I'm not looking back.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. And go. His father was Boston Irish, which means he had a bit of a temper. So Boston Irish, yeah. And what I love about Boston Irish is, where are you from? Boston, yeah. I'm Irish though, but I'm Irish. Oh yeah. How about your grandparents? Oh, Irish, 100% Irish. And where were they born? Boston. What about your great grandparents?
Boston.
100% Irish. Where are they born? Boston. It's like
Boston.
No, but we're 100% Irish. No, you're not. But don't tell them that. And honest to goodness, if I meet somebody in Boston who says they're 100% Irish, yes, you are. Yep, you are. Because if I say otherwise, I'm getting a Colombian necktie, my friends. And you know what that is.
Oh, good.
You don't know what a Colombian necktie is?
I do not.
I don't know if I can actually say it.
Maybe not while he's eating.
Yeah, you can hang on. Hang on. I'll just.
I know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's one of these things. Like, I don't know if I could say it on the air. I know it's YouTube, but
No
there
wonder.
are limitations.
No wonder I
right?
didn't know about that. Holy
There
crap!
are. Yeah. Which is why I
I'm
was
a
worried about
sweetheart.
certain.
It seems like one of those things that
I'm being
well,
worried
I don't
about
know,
certain slang phrases. So.
They were trying to protect me.
Well,
My innocence.
oh, fuck off,
We know you're very innocent, Douglas. Very.
bitch, please.
Oh,
Bitch, please. Innocence, bitch, please.
There has
you guys.
if there was
I got a
if
new
I
toy.
couldn't say
Yeah, I have the bigger version, that's the Elgato Stream Deck, right?
What is this?
I have the 9.
Yeah, this is a Stream Deck.
Yeah, it's when it works well, and when it doesn't work, you want to throw it out the fin window. I'll tell you that.
Fucking window.
Yeah, because it what I've noticed with mine is I'll walk away from my computer, it goes to sleep, and when I fire it back up again, there's like 15 Google windows open going, please sign in, please sign in. I'm like, no, I fucking signed in like 6 months ago when I bought this damn thing. Why am I? So I go to sign in, and all of them crash. I don't understand. It's a glitch in the software, but
What is it?
You can set up stuff like, if you've watched my ASMR channel, when I press a button and it transitions from one camera to the next, it's all through that little box. And I use that little box too to set up stuff like, I'll press a button to say, okay, it'll launch a YouTube channel, it'll launch this, it'll launch that, and it'll send out a tweet to say that we're going to be streaming soon. It's really cool. It takes a lot of work to set it all up. Like, none of it is intuitive. And I had to spend countless hours on YouTube learning how to use the product. Once you get it figured out, it's great, but it comes with no instructions.
Oh, yeah.
Like, here you go, yourself the fuck out. It's made for 12-year-olds who already know how to do this.
Right.
Not for a 54-year-old dude who's like, I work in tech and IT, but what the hell? What? Huh? It's complicated as shit.
Too.
But it's once it's set up, it's great, but the setup process takes forever. And it doesn't always work. Like today, I set up there's one command I have. It's called multi-command. So you press one button, and what it'll do is it'll open a YouTube channel. It'll send out a Facebook message, and it'll open my recording software. One button, great, right?
Yep.
Instead of having to do all this, so you got to set all that up. Except half the time it doesn't work. So you got to go back in and redo it all. And I'm like, this is why I want to throw the goddamn thing out the window some days. When it works great. And when it doesn't work, I want to smash it with a hammer. And so, I had my dark day. I literally, what the fuck is it? It's not working. I went to the cupboard and I grabbed the hammer and I went, well, that would be stupid. I spent $250 on this thing. It would be satisfying for 3 seconds while I smashed the shit out of it. But I'm like, now I'm out the product that I need and I'm throwing $250 out the window. So I didn't do that. I had this is Jiminy Cricket in my head going, Paul, that would be a stupid thing to do because you had to buy a new one. And literally, I heard your voice in my head. Don't do that. That's a bad idea.
Now, I wish my Beaver sweetie would have heard that voice, because the other day, one of my
oh boy, I don't think she'd be doing that.
Is that the voice?
That was Mickey Mouse. That was Mickey Mouse, not Jiminy Cricket, but close.
I got to work on Jiminy Cricket. I don't think I can do that
one. So the external speaker, I forgot to turn it off. So when the battery ran out, it started to beep.
Yeah,
no, it started to beep like around 1 something in the morning.
Oh,
of course.
Did it get launched?
It got launched. It no longer works.
Yeah, of course it doesn't. Yeah.
He has apologized for launching it. He has not offered to replace it.
Oh, no. Bitch, please, you got to replace that son of a bitch. You got to replace it.
I'm still patiently waiting for the idea to come to him.
So
you have to understand that it's not malicious. My Beaver sweetie is very Cartesian.
Yeah.
I understand.
So it's like the COTS
midnight frustrations
as
well.
So the COTS. So right now he's still in the I'm justified phase. Like this, exactly. At some point it's going to hit him. It's like, maybe I should replace that.
So you remember VCRs?
Yes.
So it was I think it was a Friday night. I got home from work and I'd worked a crazy amount of hours, and I was in the market at the time in what they call a coach house. I didn't know you then, unfortunately, but you would love this place. So it was a garage that was converted into an apartment. So it was this one gigantic space, and there was a furnace room and the bathroom. Those were the only two doors. The rest was wide open. It was like 15-foot ceilings. It was a really cool spot. And I'd have people over and we'd have parties because I could crank the fucking music and nobody complained because I was in, backyard. And it was a great spot to live, and I loved it. But one night,
I have a feeling you know this story.
no, she doesn't.
Okay.
She doesn't. One night, I'm lying in bed, and I can't sleep, so I decide I'm going to get up and I'll watch a movie. And I'm thinking, James Bond film. I'll put a Bond film. So I pull out the VHS and I pop it in and I press play. It's not working. I'm a tech. I used to repair these things. So I pull the top off and I start to twiddle it and twaddle it. I'm like, well, I guess that thing's done. So I managed to extract the cassette, set it off to the side, put the lid off to the side, and I unplugged everything, and I grabbed it by the power cord, and then I swung it about on the floor until it was in a million goddamn pieces. And it was so satisfying. It felt amazing. So I'm like, I grabbed a camcorder. I had a video, like an 8mm camcorder, and I go, well, this is what happens when the video doesn't work. Paul might need to take some anger class management or something. Turns out it was just depression, but the machine was done for at this point. So it was in the garbage. So it was like smashing it was very satisfying. So then I went to, you got food in your beard?
Yep.
Okay. So I went to the pawn shop across the street the next day and bought a new one the other side. Bought a new one for $40. So, and then of course, I think 8 months later, the DVD came out, and it's all been different since, right?
They have Smash Rooms now. I went to
Yes,
one recently,
yeah.
and
Good time?
I was I thought it was a dumb idea. I was extremely happy with it.
They have a truck that goes to your house.
Oh, they'll bring it to you now.
They'll bring it to you.
That's awesome.
A portable smash room.
Portable smash room. They'll actually drive a huge,
you smash
like
in
a
the
budget.
truck too, I guess?
Yeah. You go in, they let you in. You wear the security, like all the padded
Of
gear,
course.
and then you just go in and let loose and have at it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The one I went to, they didn't have any gear at all. It was a little dangerous, actually. They were swinging sledgehammers and people were standing close by. Nobody got hurt, but
Maybe that was somebody's apartment, and you just committed insurance fraud.
it was a work outing, actually. And I work in construction. Usually, we have to fill out a form of how we're going to do this safely, and then
I think that could be the
that was the first thing I said.
ultimate revenge on your ex-partner.
Project management, or
Yeah, actually,
okay.
exactly. So, nobody got hurt. That was the important thing.
That's important. Yeah.
It could be the ultimate revenge on your ex if you had a bad breakup and you still had keys to their place.
Something by the cord too, because they specifically tell you, hey, swing it by the cord.
And it's like,
Yeah. And there's different amounts you can buy too, that you can get 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, and depending on, and you can actually select what you want to smash. You can choose TVs, DVDs, flat screens that are huge. And you just lose your mind.
So you've done an escape room, right?
Yes.
Have you done an escape room?
Yes.
Okay. And yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Escape Manor. Are you familiar with Escape Manor?
I think that's the one I went to.
They were over on Queen Street.
Yeah.
That's my buddy's place.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
My friends. I helped them open that up. I set up a bunch of stuff for them. They just opened a new one up here on Elgin Street, and I help with that one too. But I help with it in a different way. It's like my buddy called me up and goes, "This is what we need." I go, "Oh, cool." I do a walkthrough. I come back. I go back to my office and I go, "This is my friend. Here's what he needs. I think we should do this. Here's the recommendation." And I walk away. So they ended up buying $30,000, $40,000 worth of gear, whatever the case was. I still don't have a commission check from any of that.
It's your buddy, right?
No, not him
the
though.
company he
My
works
company.
for. He should be getting commission for that.
Yeah. Well, I just sold $75,000 worth of video monitors last week. Still don't have a commission check for that.
I'd be sending an email every week.
Oh.
Hey, how about that?
I'm not a sales rep though.
So
That's not my job. So here's the thing. I'm always reminding my boss of all the work I do on a daily basis that my client loves, A, and B, all the equipment I sell on a daily basis that I don't get paid for. Oh, that's okay, there's a Sens game. Oh. Yeah, so here at the Lieutenant's Pump, the owner, John, who is one of the sweetest guys in the world, has shuttle buses to go to the Ottawa Senators game. Yeah. I'm sure you can hear that. Mm-hmm. So he goes around and rings the school bell. It's literally an old school handheld school bell. Mm-hmm. And he goes around and rings the bell to let people know the bus is across the street. We're going to board the bus to go to the game. And that's why it's a combination. It's super busy than normal for this time for two reasons: the NFL playoffs, and the Senators game. Right. And it's a Saturday, so he's probably got 2 school buses worth of people. And literally every time I go to a game, unless somebody calls me up and says, "I'll pick you up, we'll go to the game," which, okay, sure, free tickets, not going to argue. I'll get the beers. Beers are on me because you paid for the tickets. But if I score tickets to a game or something, or somebody, because I can't afford to buy them, literally my dad will say, "I got 2 tickets." Okay, cool, Dad, Mom, have Mom or take an Uber, or she's like, "I'm not taking an Uber." I'm like, "I'll send you home in one, trust me, because we're going to be drinking tonight." And I've done that. Yeah, just send you home in an Uber. But have my dad come and meet me here, and he says, "I'll just meet you at your house." And I go, "Why don't you just meet me at the pub?" Because his hips are done, and he needs a cane, and walking is difficult for him. And I go, "Here's what we'll do. We'll take the shuttle bus. They'll drop us off right at the walkway. It'll take us a few minutes to walk in. We'll get in, we'll watch the game, I'll buy the beers, it'll be a great time. And then we'll take the shuttle bus back, and then we'll sit at the pub, we'll have a couple more drinks, and then either an Uber or Mom or my sister, somebody will come pick you up. And it's something I really love doing. And my dad was like, "This is the best way to go to a game." I go, "No kidding." Because he's gone to games where he's been with a friend and drove, and it took an hour, about 45 minutes to get out. It's brutal. Absolutely. But if you take a bus, in and out like nothing. Right. It's the way to do it. Lanes and everything. Oh, yeah. And they give priority to buses, which makes sense, absolutely. Right? So, like, literally, we get in really fast. We're in. We get inside. We watch the game. You leave the game. You get in the bus. Boom. You're back here in 20 minutes. Perfect. Now, I'm super excited when they built the new rink. Yeah, absolutely. We walk to games. Dude, we can walk to a game. Well, you could in Ottawa. You could take the train to Via and then take a train to the game if you wanted to. You got food. I just finished. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, sorry. Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm all good. Just sitting here, listening away.
It's like I got to flick back and forth because the way it's I have limitations. Well, look, I mean, it's a whole podcast studio on this device. It's like
it is pretty sweet little place.
I have a full console at home, but
pretty sweet
when you consider what this thing does. It's not much bigger than a phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and I got 4 XLR microphones plugged in. Intense. Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, and I can do things like this.
Oh, it's amazing.
Added different sound effects. Nice.
Can you load the custom buttons in there?
Yeah. Nice. So you can have 4. You can change them. They've got preset sounds, but I can load more stuff in if I want.
That's cool.
There's an SD card port, and there's also a Bluetooth plug-in, so I can do Bluetooth phone calls. But I can also, if you have a TRRS plug, so tip ring sleeve is what that means. So like these headphone plugs. This is called tip ring sleeve.
Didn't know that.
Pardon me, tip ring sleeve 3, but a TRRS is 4, so it can actually have a phone call, and it actually has a plug-in port for that as well. So I could theoretically take a USB-C to thing adapter and plug my phone in if somebody called me from some part in the world where they had a phone connection, but they didn't have an internet connection. So yeah. It's kind of cool when you consider what it does, right?
Absolutely.
And it's normally $279 plus tax, so like three and change.
I guess more.
And I got it on sale for I think I got it for $149 or something. And it was one of those one-day sale, and I got the email popped up, and it's like one-day sale, and I'm like, oh, I'll buy it because I bought it specifically to do this show.
Right.
because when I like the first show we did, I brought in my full console,
Yeah, the big
No,
one.
it's a lot.
and that's $1,000 board.
Yeah.
And it's a lot better than
Around
this, for
beer
sure.
and food and
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
Well,
you get
and it's a Rode. It's the
whoops.
Rodecaster
Dang.
Pro. It's the Australian-made Rodecaster Pro. All these mics are, by the way, all Rhodes,
Road.
all from Aussie,
Yeah.
all from Aussie, brother. So
What
and,
could I
and, and
say?
exactly,
We just make the good.
dude, my boots are Redbacks. Do you know Redback boots?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
I know Redback. Which is funny because the boots I've got are Kodiaks, which are Canadian.
yeah. Well, the Redbacks. So I was in a store here, and they sold Redbacks and Bloodstones, and I thought, I want to get a pair of Bloodstones, and the woman looked at me. She goes, "No, you don't." I go, "What?" She goes, "No, you don't." I go, "Why not?" She goes, "Well, because they're not made in Australia anymore. They farmed them out to China. The leather's thinner. It's not the same quality." And she went on, and I go, "But you're wearing Bloodstones." She goes, "Yeah, I am, but these are better." She goes, they're full grain. She went on for like 20. I go, "I'm sold. What's the price?" "Same price." "Shit, if it's a better quality product." Dude, I've got
I was
3
about to
pairs.
ask that. How much was it?
About $250. So they don't give them away.
Okay.
They don't give them away. They're not cheap. I know you can get them for like half that.
Inflation here at the moment. No.
Kitty Mill asks.
No, Rode is Australian. Rode is an Australian company. Yeah. Rode. So their first microphone, I think it was 1989 or 90. I'm not sure. It was called the Rode NT1.
Mhm.
But the way it's spelled, it looks like Rodent One.
Ah,
Literally, that was how they came up with the name, Rodent One. And it was. I have an NT1. I have an NT1A. I have a couple of these, several of those. It's an Australian company. Great product. I really like it. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars. They 100% of this product is made in Australia.
okay.
Like the logic boards, everything. It's all in Australia. Unlike most electronics you buy today, where they source from around the world.
Yeah.
No, it's 100% Australian made, which I think is pretty bloody awesome. And it's a competitively priced product. So this particular mic is called the Rode Procaster. They have one step up from this, the Rode Broadcaster, and the Broadcaster is about $500, and it also has a little light on it to show you when you're on air. This is equivalent to a $500 Electro Voice mic and a $700 Shure mic, and sound quality is identical. So if I can support an Aussie company that makes a product that I love, I'm all in. So that's why I have, 2 reasons I have the little card on my mic stand. Number one, it's to advertise the product that I like. Maybe they'll give us some love, maybe they won't. It's irrelevant. But it also is to kill the glare, because there's a massive glare that comes off it. That's why I put it there. So I'm like, why don't I just use a product that we're using? You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm trying to think of 3 things here and pay a bill at the same time.
He is so smart. SMERET.
Yeah, something like that. Sure. Smart. Yeah, I'm smart. Yeah, there we go.
SMRT.
New
That's
Smirt.
not good.
New Smirt by Mertel.
I've been declined.
Ooh.
That's not good. Hang on a second here.
We have drama kitties.
I don't understand that. I don't get that. There's
there has to be that sound effect in your soundboard there. Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
No.
Well, this is embarrassing, as I can't pay my bill online. I don't understand. There's money in that account.
I found, and this is my own experience. When I was,
So
over in
it's
Canada
best to
recently.
struck my way. Okay.
Some of the transactions just wouldn't work, and I found when I was in Canada last, some of my transactions just wouldn't work. And I've got international cards that'll work, credit cards that'll
Right.
work internationally. But unless I used Apple Pay seemed to work everywhere because it goes through
International.
Apple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just doing a
But
Google Pay.
certain cards wouldn't work. Oh, Google Pay. Yeah.
I was doing a Google Pay. It's like declined. I'm like, what do you mean declined? There's money in that account.
Whatever
That's
you
just another
put in,
reason
you
to
need
get an
back.
Apple phone. Just another reason to get an iPhone, my friend. Just another reason to convert.
No.
Join us. One of
You're
us.
gonna hit that.
One
Join
of
us.
do
us.
that.
One of us. One of us. Yes, it did.
Join the Church of Tim. Join the Church of Tim.
No. No.
Join the
no.
Church of Tim. Listen to Uncle Pete.
Join us. We
No.
have iPods. We don't anymore. We got rid of them.
And cookies.
Hang on a sec. I got
Come to the dark side. We've got cookies.
Okay.
Chocolate chip. No raisins.
Over limit.
Oh, some cards have the that so much you can
How
do
is
in a
that even
day.
possible?
Oh.
It's the Coke.
What? Oh yeah.
It's true.
Give me a couple minutes. We'll figure this out. I
I got
He's
you.
been
if you
buying
need.
too many
Yeah.
road things.
I'll have to hit you back.
This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
I don't do drugs. I don't. Hang on a second.
This is why you don't buy road products because they bankrupt you. No, I'm kidding. I'm
Here.
kidding.
Mhm.
And then you end up giving candies on the corner.
Thank you. I don't understand. There was like literally money in that account last night.
It's a gateway.
No, there was like I had budgeted for this.
Yeah.
I had budgeted for today. So
We've all been caught there. It's like the spending account that you have, and then suddenly something gets pulled out of it, and you're like, "Where the hell did that come from?"
this is what I'm thinking. I'm like, what? No, I had budgeted for this. There was enough room to cover it. So it's like when I get home, I'm gonna have to log on and go, where? And it'll be something to be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I literally have an account that I use for my direct debits and my general spending, like that's outside of my savings accounts and things. I purely have that there for a reason, and that is if somebody keeps charging me and I want them to stop and they still keep trying to direct debit me, I just cancel the account.
Oh, well, I have. Thank you, sir. I'll just tell me what I owe.
fail safe.
So here's the weird part: is like a couple of years ago. I think I don't know if I told this story on this show or not, but I'll tell it really quickly. There's a newspaper that I used to read frequently, the Globe and Mail, and I was getting a digital edition. And then I decided to no longer get the digital edition because it was like, well, it's more money than I want to spend. You taking off?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, man. Well, thanks for coming out, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. Good to meet you.
Great time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well.
All right. You take care. We'll be in touch, man. You just send me a message on the Twitter and we'll get you on the show again.
Lots of fun. Thanks.
So glad
Take
you
care.
came.
So yeah, Globe and Mail and digital edition. I'm like, this is too much money. I'm going to cancel it. So I just send a thing. I go, I'm going to cancel this, and they go, oh, please don't cancel. We'll give you a deal. I go, what's the deal? Oh, we'll charge you like $4 a month or 99 cents a week.
Okay.
$4 a month. I'm like, okay, that works. I can do that. Yeah, I'm into that. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's make it done. So I sent them my credit card. But I thought, I'm going to send them a prepaid credit card. Because before I was paying it through my bank account, and I said, no, I'm not. I'm going to pay it through this instead.
All right.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So I send them the prepaid credit card, and then I get an email. They go, okay, so the price has changed from 99 cents a week to $29 a month or something. I went $29 a week or something absurd. It was like the price was 100%. It was crazy. And I went, what? They go, yeah. So I'm like, well, I'd like to cancel. Well, to cancel, you have to call us, where operators will be standing by. 4 operators for 40 million people. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Go ahead. So I just went down, came to the pub on a Friday, and I just, let's see, I have enough money in the account to cover these beers and not that. So I had some drinks on a Friday night, and Saturday when the bill went to go through, they go, oh yeah, it didn't work. Oh yeah, shame. Terrible shame. You're gonna have to give us another credit card. No, I'm not gonna do that. Just charge that one again. It didn't work. Yeah. He took care of me. Yeah.
There you go.
So
Welcome.
and
Thank you.
come and see me to get the link.
You're probably going to be in again.
Yeah, I will. Okay, all right.
I'll
Take care.
interrupt you. Next time I see you.
Okay, cool. So anyway, they eventually realized that the card that I was giving them was no longer valid. And there was no money on it, so they stopped billing me, and that's the only way I could cancel the account. Because trying to call them to do it, forget it. It's never going to happen.
Mm.
Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna,
Go see Man About a Horse again?
Yes, exactly.
He's got a damn stable.
Here, switch up. Take this mic. You can lower it. Yeah, do the thing. Yeah, you got it. There you go.
Little people.
There you go.
There we go.
All right.
Perfect. I'll be right back.
And then,
Hello, darling.
hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Camera. We still good?
Now we are, yes. Yep.
Okay, I should be sitting in the back since I'm the glowworm.
No, please. So, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. I've missed
I
you.
know.
I've been getting news.
Yeah,
Yes.
good news, I guess.
Well, yes.
Okay.
I mean, nothing spectacular, but I've seen that you have one of our T-shirts.
I have one of your T-shirts, and I was waiting for the cup.
Yes.
And Paul's like, "Oh," he goes, "I'll send you the link for where you can order stuff." I'm like, "Oh, come on! I already got the shirt. Where's the rest? I want to wear the hoodie. I want to get the cup for fun."
I love it. What have you been up to?
Not much. I'm just working, keeping busy.
You might want to come a little closer there.
Yeah, no, I've just been keeping busy and everything. This is really intimidating, by the way.
Yes, it is, eh?
Yeah. But yeah, no, I just got certified in my program in December, so
Oh, nice.
finally done that. So I'm like,
nice.
yeah.
And then what do you get to do?
Well, I'll just do it on the side for fun.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the kids don't know what you're doing. That's
Oh,
why
right.
I was
Sorry. I'm a
giving it up to
certified clinical EFT practitioner, and it's tapping on meridian points in the body to remove any emotional charge that's attached to any kind of trauma events, limiting beliefs. It's good it works on everything. Like, it's one of the top rated products, one of the top rated therapies for PTSD, depression, anxiety,
Okay.
all those kinds of things.
All right.
So yeah.
So what does the EFT stand for?
Emotional freedom techniques.
Okay, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, no, it's really, really interesting, and it's the programs. It was started in the States by a psychologist who got into EFT, but he trained with Gary Craig and a few other people that eventually evolved, and eventually he created this program to certify people in the clinical EFTs. That way, the clinical EFT is the actual therapy that they use in all the studies. So they've done over 100 studies so far. So they want to compare apples to apples
Right.
instead of apples to oranges to grapes to whatever.
Right.
So that's how they've been able to just scientifically prove that this works. It's permanent. It works on anything and everything. There's no negative side effects. It's easy. Once you know how to do it, you can do it anytime, anywhere, and people don't even have to know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like there's points on the inside of your fingers. So you can sit there and hold a point, and stick your hands in your pocket, and you're calming your fight or flight response by just holding a point. And I was so whenever I do group sessions, I'm always asking people, like, how do you know when someone's stressed out? Like if you walk by their desk, how do you know they're just stressed? And like, oh, smashing their laptop. I'm like, hey, other than physical destruction of property,
Right.
how do you know that they're physically stressed? And they're like, well, they'll be sitting there rubbing their temples. I'm like, well, we have 2 points right beside the eyes. Some people just sit there and lean on their hand. Well, we have a point here. We have a point under the chin. Some people rub their foreheads. Well, we start here.
Okay.
So there's like the body knows what it needs, and it does it automatically. It's just whether or not we're conscious of it.
Okay.
Makes the difference, because that way, if you are stressed, something happens and you're in your fight or flight response and you don't know what to do, pick a point and hold it, or tap on it, or just breathe through it,
And it works.
It does work. It calms the system down, and then once you're able to get back into your brain, into the cognitive part of your brain, then you can actually come up with a solution to either boot it or come up with something. Or
It doesn't matter what you think of me because my imaginary friends think I'm special. That's a great T-shirt. Just get you a little bit tighter there. Oh, there's something. Hang on, let me just. That should be better there. There.
what does that do?
It tightens it up because it was a little loosey goosey.
Yeah. So that's what I'm certified in now again.
Okay, and is that something where you start your own practice, or
I
you join
can,
the group? Or?
But because I used to work with D&D, I actually want to try and get into the Canada version because Dawson Church, he's the one who created the program, and he's been trying for the past 8 to 10 years to try and get into the VA in the States.
Right.
And he's the one who has the studies. He has the scientific proof. He has the results of medication to cure PTSD versus EFT sessions. Well, the drugs just mask the symptoms, and eventually it does get worse and worse and worse. And with the rate of suicide amongst the military people, like they've done studies on that too. And then they followed up with they did studies with veterans, did EFT with them, like 4 to 6 sessions, whatever, and they followed up 6 months later. Everything stayed down. Like they didn't relive everything that they felt before, and they weren't reactivated, kind of thing. And they followed up 2 years later, and still, so it's permanent, it's easy to do, and it costs millions of dollars less. So he's trying to get that in. He's trying. Yeah, you'd be stupid not to. But Big Pharma, I have nothing nice to say about them. But anyway, so because I used to work with D&D, well, I used to work in this health services unit. So I was in case management. The floor below me was psychology and all that. So I still have contacts with the people I worked with. So I was like, So I'm going to be connecting with Dawson, going, okay, what exactly did you put together for your package? Like what studies, what links, what videos. I will package it all up, and I'll go talk to the people I know. Heck, I'll do sessions with them so they can, physically feel the difference.
Oh, yeah.
And then if they're on board, then I can get it in there. Plus, where I'm working now, Peter McKay, who used to be the director, I don't remember his title. Anyways, he was a really high up guy in D&D as well, and he's on the board of directors for Wounded Warrior.
Okay.
So it's first responders and military people who suffer from PTSD, depression, anxiety, all those things. And so I was like, so of course I went on to that site and I was checking it out, and have all the ambassadors. Those are people who have PTSD. They've gone to therapy. They help other people with it too. So I was like, if I can connect with them and get an in with Peter, well, he works for the company I work for, and his EA is my friend.
Yep.
So I'm like, she's like, I could set something up for you, because she does sessions with me regularly. She's the one who got me doing group sessions, and so she goes, I could set it all up and everything like that. You could present to him, and then he can just push it up to wherever it needs to go and see if it can start getting in somewhere, and then eventually move into the whole military thing. Because in my head, I'm like, okay, because of the studies that I've read up on, in my head, I'm like, every time, the perfect solution would be every time someone comes back from a tour, you have to do a mandatory 4 to 6 sessions of EFT just to defrag from what you went through.
Yeah.
Be able to reintegrate back into life in general, whether it's at home, relationships with your kids, whatever. And then when you're military, and when you're releasing from the military too, that you have a mandatory 4 to 6, 10 sessions to do. That way you just defrag from anything else that could be coming up. So when you do get back into life, women don't wake up with their husbands choking them because they're on alert thinking that they're being attacked. Well, they won't wake up to that. Their kids won't have to worry about daddy being in a bad mood or doing something. And plus the rate of military of the suicides from military people,
it's really
that
high.
would go down.
Yeah.
So it's just like, so I'm like, So I'm in the process of figuring out what exactly I want to do with it, because I want me and whoever else I can get who is certified in this to go in and let's just do group sessions, individual sessions, whatever.
Make the world a better place.
Yes.
Yeah.
And plus, I mean, once you show the people how to do it, they can do it anytime, anywhere.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, and we've done some sessions, and they've been very helpful to me. I mean, I have a lot of issues.
Yeah, but still, like it's little like layers of an onion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to do one layer at a time, and eventually one event will time. and go to that specific event and tap on that. And if we tap on enough that elicit the same emotional charge throughout your life, it's like a table with legs. Well, if we knock over enough legs, the table's going to topple.
Right.
And in EFT, we have that's called the generalization effect. So they have, so you can. That's literally what it is. You tap on 2, 3, 4 sessions. Eventually, you're like, okay, were there any other instances where you felt that way? Well, there was this one time, but when I think about it now,
At band camp?
this one time at band camp, but I don't feel that anymore. So it actually it basically desensitizes the whole issue, and it kind of gets rid of that.
Well, and this is not a pseudoscience hippy dippy trippy thing.
No, it's science backed. Period.
It's backed.
That's what I love about it,
Yeah.
because it's not woo woo. It's not just me going, let's tap on some points in the body. Yay!
Well, and so Catherine she's a yoga instructor. She used to teach me yoga, but she is not. Okay, let's namaste.
Oh, hell no.
No, that's like not you at all.
I'm serious about my yoga, but I like having fun with it.
Yeah.
I like playing with it.
It's like we're gonna stretch the fuck out of your glutes today, and it's gonna hurt a lot.
And you're gonna do it because I don't care.
Yeah. See, if I can do it, you can do it. I can't touch my toes, motherfucker. And you want me to do what?
Just tuck your head in over here and.
Well, you know how we're always bugging Locke. It's like, Locker, the only reason you're doing this is so you can blow yourself. And here's the thing. He's like, well, I can't quite do that, but I can touch the tip. I'm like, bro, just the tip is all you need. And he did a thing on Dean's show, fully clothed.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to say, did he demonstrate it, like upside down or something?
He did.
Or?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I've got a friend of mine who can get like.
Listen, we're not going to go there.
I didn't want to go there. I was like, no.
We can stop now. Yeah. Oh, he demonstrated that to you?
Not in person.
Oh, okay.
No.
He just told you.
He just took pictures and sent them to me. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't think of you in that way. Ooh.
I'm glad you're flexible, but this is not how our relationship is. Like, it's no. Congratulations.
Good for you. I hope you.
Never leave your house?
Yeah.
Please don't interact with anybody ever again, because when you send a photo of yourself performing fellatio poem yourself.
Congratulations on enjoying your own company.
Yeah. Wow.
Is that you?
It's him.
Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Like, I mean, good on you. Good for you that you can do that. But why would you send that photo to your instructor?
Yeah.
This is not.
Look what I could do.
This is not why I was teaching you yoga.
Nope. And last night we were dressed in class.
Yeah. We're fully clothed in class amongst, other people who just want to get in. Yeah.
But I'm going for extra credit.
That's nice.
Congratulations. Yeah. It's like if your friendship or your relationship is already in that zone, no big deal.
Yeah.
But when it's just somebody who comes to your class to, stretch and help the back and the body and the thing and the that and then they send you photos like that. Whoa, you've transgressed the unwritten law.
You know that line?
Yeah. You didn't just cross it; you destroyed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're so far beyond the destruction of that line that I don't even know what to think anymore. I might need therapy from that. It's like I was not expecting that. Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, what are we? We're 6:13, so we've been going for 4 hours and 13 minutes. There's no reservations at this table.
It doesn't feel like that at all.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's gone. It's flown by. And here's the thing: is like there's no res at this table, so we can stay here until they say get the fuck out. And in which case, because apparently I can't pay bills, we're probably going to ask to leave at some point. Hey, Paul, we love you, but time is money.
The love only goes so far.
Yeah. I say that it's all joking. Like literally, I'm here so often that if thank you for. Thank you. I'll send you money this week, but if it was an issue, they'd be like, "Don't worry, we know you'll see you in a couple of days." Like and that's how comfortable I am here. But I still feel a little freaked by the fact that that took place, and I'm trying to figure out why, because I had budgeted for today, like I had set $75 aside today so I could have some food and drink and do
probably
this
a prepay thing.
Well, this is what it's probably a prepay thing that I completely forgot about, which, that it always happens at the worst freaking times too, right?
Yes. When everybody's watching.
Yeah.
Kit Ellen says this looks like a cozy pub.
Oh, it's spectacular. You really have to come here.
And make sure you get directions. Because to find this table, I went through the whole bar, and I was just like, I don't know where they are. And I'm like, where's Paul? And she's like, oh yeah, follow me. And she's like, around the corner, down here, through around the corner, and around the corner again. I'm like, oh, that's where you are. Got it.
Well, at least you knew enough to just ask.
Yep.
I've been here once or twice. First time I came here for a beer, sorry, I'll interrupt real quick. Go ahead. First time I came here for a beer was August of 1988. The bar had been open at that point. It was 3.5 years because it opened in November of 1984. So it was 3.5 years old the first time I came here, and it was considerably. This table was here, this bar that we're in was here, and the front part was there. But when you walked in the front door, that none of that existed. There was a wall. That area over there didn't exist. So it was like this area, the front and the side. But all that other part didn't exist. And the entrance was through the patio, and it wasn't a patio at the time. Oh, there we go. There's a brother. Bring him back on.
He disappeared.
Yeah, he was having some sound issues.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Back once again, right here is the incredible,
wonderful, amazing, spectacular
Pete Jarvis.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, the crowd goes wild.
What is it? Must be 10 a.m. there almost? No.
10:15. Yeah, so 17 minutes past 10.
Yes.
Okay, not bad.
Good morning, kids. Welcome to our new Eager show, Breakfast with Pete.
Breakfast with Pete.
G'day. Welcome to the breakfast show.
We're going to make a star out of you yet, mate.
You know what?
Well, I've got some of the gear. I've got an okay microphone. I've got lighting. I've got a key light here.
Hey,
I should actually be doing this shit.
Well, you know what we should do? We should have him on for a morning show at some point in time. We'll coordinate it.
Yep.
Because the time zone could work. Could work quite well, actually. Have him on for a morning show, and you can give us the South Pacific, I guess.
Oceanic,
thank you. The Oceanic Report. What's going on in Oz?
The Oceanic Report.
And
with Pete Jarvis.
In Australia, somebody knocked over a kangaroo who kicked him back.
Wow, that's rough, I guess.
Oh my God, I saw the funniest. Speaking of kangaroos, there was a cartoon I saw this morning of a bunch of kangaroos with breasts, and 3 of them are knocked out. It's like, why kangaroos don't have breasts. I thought that was the funniest thing ever. I had just woken up, okay? So the brain wasn't kicking, but it was just funny.
I'm like, what?
Because I know what that means.
Right.
What is going on here?
It took me a few seconds.
Well, Jim, we have this very strange phenomenon where we're walking through the desert, and I've seen like all pack kangaroos, but only the females for some reason are lying on the ground. Can't figure it out. It seems they have pretty large breasts
and black eyes.
Black eyes. They visited Dr. Those plastic surgeons up in Cairns. They're weird.
Cans.
Cairns.
Canberra. Cairns. Yeah. Welcome to Cairns.
Yeah, that's up in northern Queens.
Yeah, it's northeast, isn't it?
Northeast. Yeah. Far north.
Northeast.
Not the furthest tip, but quite a ways up there. Yeah.
And you're in Melbourne, right?
I am.
Yes.
I'm in the arse end of the mainland. Yeah.
Jeez.
He's where the listen. He said like Pride is opening, and they're about going the second weekend of the Australian Open. I would be in heaven right now if I were there.
Yeah.
Plus, I'd be with my
Oh,
good
yeah.
friend.
Today we have there's a couple of events happening in Melbourne. We've got Midsummer Carnival, which is opens up the Pride sort of festivals that happen all the time here. Well, not all the time, but this time of year, every year. And then we've got a major forum if anybody's into Lego. We've got a Lego thing that takes over our main exhibition centre here in Melbourne, and then we've got the Australian Open as well. Plus we've had Elton John down here for the last week. So,
Yeah.
it's
That's
been
awesome.
party central.
Somebody the other day posted a photo.
It's a hopping place.
So he posted a photo of the Elton John concert. Oh, for Christ's sake.
I was waiting for you to join me.
You got to put that sound effect on. Just
You could say things here are flat out like a lizard drinking, which is a good Aussieism.
Flat out like a lizard drinker?
Yeah.
Flat out like a lizard drinking.
Just a second. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it. There we go.
There you go.
Yay!
There we go. That's there.
Okay, what does that one mean? Flat out like a lizard drinker.
Just because a lizard drinks very quickly when they go when they go to the water hole. So
Okay.
flat out like a lizard drinking, like very busy.
Yeah. I give it a go. Yeah, sure.
Hey, don't knock our slang.
No, I'm not. Not at all. Not in the least.
I'm offended.
This is what a preview of my first trip to Australia would be. And every 5 seconds, what does that mean, Pete? What does that mean, Pete?
I'm sorry. What was that?
You wouldn't cop that
words.
much.
Don't know what they mean altogether.
you wouldn't cop it much in the city. You'd be like, oh yeah, this all makes sense. I don't hear too many things that are a little bit odd. But as soon as you go out to the country areas, like out to rural areas, then you'll start to hear a bit more a bit more rhyming slang and a bit more interesting phrases. Yeah.
What was it my buddy always says? Yeah, no wuckers, mate. I'm like, no wuckers.
Yep, no
What does
wuckers.
that mean? Yeah. No fucking worries. No wuckers.
Oh, okay.
That's what it means. No wuck. No wuckers, mate. No fucking worries.
Or no
wucking
wucking
furries.
furries.
Yeah.
No walking furries. But I like walking furries.
No.
Furries
Wucking.
ruin everything, Douglas.
Oh,
They ruin
okay.
everything.
Okay.
Not walking. Wucking.
I'm a walking furry.
That's why we love you. That's why we love you.
Well, I'm probably more like a walking fuzzy. Was he?
Well, we're very
Was
deep.
he fuzzy? Was it bear? Was he fuzzy? Was it? I don't know. What
Yeah,
Fuzzy was a bear.
Fuzzy had no hair.
Fuzzy
But
was it really?
fuzzy.
Yeah. Why do they confuse the children so?
Hey, get out of my way.
It's like Little Lemmings Love Lemon Liniment. That's the only limerick I
Little
remember
lemmings
from
love
school.
lemon liniments?
just Little Lemmings Love Lemon Liniment.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
A proper cup of a proper cup of tea out of a proper coffee pot or something.
Nope.
Proper cup of coffee from a proper copper coffee pot.
Nope.
I can only do them before a show.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Before the beer has been inserted.
I haven't had beer yet.
No, he just had a Caesar.
Oh.
Only
Now-
Caesar.
Oh, that was that big glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, that being said, that gigantic Caesar
Yeah.
is 4 shots of vodka.
No,
Ooh,
Yeah, it's
right
Not true.
on.
yeah, it is. He's
Not
drunk.
true at all.
He's very
So
drunk.
red.
He's very drunk. He's a lightweight. He'll be the first one to tell you he's a lightweight.
I'm a lightweight. I'm fun sized and I'm a lightweight. You can just pick me up by under the collar like I'm a kitten and just like.
It's not a bad thing though, because according to the Canada Health, you've had 2 weeks worth of drinks
2 weeks
today.
worth of drinks today and just that much of the thing.
Oh, that's right, because they said that
2 a
any
week.
alcohol
Yeah,
is...
Any
2 a week.
alcohol. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
and look, I'm as I said the other day, I'm not going to argue with that. I completely agree with the statement.
We all choose our poison.
Yeah,
Let's put
I
it that way.
totally agree with it. I think it's completely legit, and I'm not angry about it. I'm not mad about it. But I can decide whether or not I want to pay attention or just, continue to consume beer because I like beer.
Yes,
What can I
yes.
say?
Dean, we all choose our poison, and I'm still waiting on those gluten-free chocolate chip ice cream farm boy cookies. Ice cream sandwiches.
Oh, right, yeah, you're waiting on that.
This is why I gave you your time slot back, but you haven't paid up.
I like this. I gave you your time slot back. You mean on the network that he owns that we're a guest on? That fucking time slot?
But the ice cream sandwiches haven't arrived in the mail like you promised.
Well, pull this leg and it plays Jingle Bells.
Just in case he didn't see the show.
Sure he did.
I would assume that Dean would pay up if he saw the show.
Well, according to Elaine, you do deserve all the cookies.
I do deserve all the cookies. See, Elaine.
What type of cookies? That's the question.
This is why
Gluten-free.
This is why we have wonderful kits like Elaine on the show, who have an incredible depth of perception. Know how to analyze the situation and come to the exactly correct conclusion. Very smart, intelligent people who can sift through all the BS and have the correct priorities and determine what's the most important thing when we do these shows to retain that Douglas needs cookies. That's why we love you, kids. Because you get me.
I had to say that was not us. That was Pete, not us.
That was me.
Class. See, even the kids agree.
Yeah, apparently. Hey, what's this one? I don't even know what. Oh, that's laughter. I thought I pressed it.
That's
again.
effective.
It just keeps going. If you press it, it just does it again. I thought I could stop it.
Oh.
Yes, Ellen, the apple crisp you have in the oven does count.
Apparently it does.
It does. It does. Yes. You may send
Apple
some to
crisp.
truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com.
So,
You want gluten-free bakery stuff?
Are those the
strawberry
new-
blonde.
Yes,
Are those the new?
bakery is very good.
Those two and these two.
so that you got
these
those
two are
today.
done now. Yeah, today.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, new ink.
today.
It's not allowed scratching, so I'm trying to keep my hands off of this. Yeah.
I understand. That must have hurt like a son of a gun, though.
Certain parts. I had to bite my tongue.
Yeah,
Hold my
'cause
breath.
That's like literally on the bone. Yeah. Were the wrists less painful?
Well, it's just the outside.
Right.
The outsides were a little tender. The rest was just
Okay, that hurts. you.
annoying.
But the fingers, like that, had to hurt. Like, yeah.
Out of the ones that I have, those ones were the most unpleasant.
I
Yes.
completely believe it. No question. I mean, like this is almost on my collarbone.
Yeah.
That really hurt.
Yeah.
And I have a high pain threshold, but as I've described it before, when somebody says, "Well, does the tattoos hurt?" Yeah, no, they're licked on by kids.
On the bone.
It's right
Anything
on
near the bone hurts.
really painful. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Oof.
the thing is, I've had multiple broken bones. I broke my nose 3 times. I've straightened it out twice on my own. I've had broken ribs. I've broken all my fingers multiple times. I've had several concussions. But the thing is, it's like if I punch you in the face, it's going to hurt really bad for 3 seconds, and then the pain diminishes really rapidly.
Right.
And then you feel better. Whereas a tattoo is like a punch in the face repeatedly for the time it takes to finish it.
Mm-hmm. Or get a bad sunburn and then sit there and scratch it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
Well,
the fingers burned and this just pinched.
Well,
So that was like to describe the actual just pain. Yeah.
you get a sunburn in December.
Yeah, I know. Still.
Ginger. So yeah. Well, I mean, you wear like a 60 block?
Yep.
Yeah. And go figure. It's weird for me. I used to, when I was a kid, I would stand outside brown.
Mm-hmm. Well, my dad's like that. He'll go white, red, brown, and then my mom goes white, red, brown. My sister goes white, red, brown. I go white, red, peel, and then I go back to white. I'm a true Canadian.
Well, and at some point in the 90s, I would stand out in the sun for 5 minutes and I was red. I'm like, what the? I got a sunburn at 7 p.m. in August.
Okay.
I was at a beach and everybody goes, wow, you really got burnt. And I go, what? How's that even? It's 7 o'clock.
But how long had you been out?
15, 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
In the 90s. Now, I don't even put sunblock on. I will maybe get a little brown. I get no burn. It's like the body chemistry goes, yeah, we're good. We're good. Thank you.
Wow.
It's weird. Like, honest to goodness, I can go outside and stand there. You should put some sunblock on. No, I'm good. If I have a hat on, if I take my hat off, I burn.
Yes.
Head to toe. I put my hat on, I get a little bit of brown, maybe. Like no burn at all. It's very bizarre. I don't understand. Apparently my secret weapon is wearing a hat. That's my super strength.
Awesome.
So if I take off in the summer I'll wear a Panama or a trilby. Look it up if you don't know what they are. I'm not Google. And the Panama, actually, because it's Panama straw, you can sweat like crazy, but it literally wicks it right away. And you can take your hat off and see how it goes down it. Really well. But the best part, it gives you 100% UV protection. So I don't burn anymore, which is strange. Maybe all I needed was a hat. Maybe my kryptonite is an uncovered dome. But when I had hair, I would burn in 15 minutes throughout the 90s.
And your head was covered.
But I did have a bald spot, a tiny bald. That's what it is.
Seriously. So the top of the head, once it's covered, you're good?
That's got to be what it is. Because when I was a kid, I had thick, full hair like you, and I never burned. And then in the 90s, when I had a tiny little, like literally that big, I'd be out 15 minutes to 7 p.m., no sunscreen, nothing, because it's 7 p.m., burnt to a crisp. Now I always wear a hat. I don't even, nothing, like nothing. I figured out my kryptonite.
Awesome.
Excellent. I need to go see a man about a donkey.
Oh, he's got to go see a donkey man. Donkey man?
Oh,
Man about
I'll let your dirty minds take that wherever you need to.
well, you watch. Oh, you just hit the camera. That's
okay. We've been talking about cookies, and then we go into donkeys and cookies. I am getting confused. This is.
I saw your lips move.
He said you were talking about cookies, and now we're going into donkeys. That's weird.
Donkey cookies.
I don't even know what that is.
I just made it up.
Oh, apparently.
It's a thing now.
I guess. Sure. He made it up. Donkey cookies from Nabisco. I hope we don't get sued for that. Nabisco donkey cookies. Donkey Kong? I don't know. Okay, let me fix
Your guess is as best as mine.
just turn not the camera. Just keep going. There we go. Good. Perfect. That's good. Excellent. Camera. And instead of having to touch the software, Catherine did the whole adjust the tripod.
Amazing.
I'm nope. We're gonna avoid that one. Yeah. Talented.
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness. So what are you up to on this beautiful Sunday?
Myself, I am literally once I finish up here, I'll go for a walk and go and join some friends who are going to this big festival that's going on today, and I'll see what's going on with that. And after that, I don't know. I'll probably come back home and work on my Lego.
Is it Sydney or Melbourne that has the biggest Pride parade in the world? I remember for years, like decades, and it was so much so that like ABBA, I think, almost thought of rejoining, to coming to perform. And it might have been Sydney, but I can't remember.
It'll probably be Sydney.
Yeah.
Sydney's Mardi Gras goes off, but
Yeah.
I have to say that Sydney, I've never been. I've never been. So, but it's Sydney's the most, the most well known and well attended sort of
Right.
Pride March. But Melbourne has their own. Melbourne has their own.
Oh,
It's funny that so many people don't realize that each state here in Australia, and I think this is true for any country really, but each state has had their own sort of history and their own sort of pride path, and so they all have their own sort of pride marches and things. But it's the Sydney one really took off.
It's I think it's the biggest in the world, if memory serves. I remember watching a documentary about it, and what was odd to me was how it was like the biggest pride parade in the world, the biggest pride fest in the world, and yet at the time, same-sex marriage was illegal. Like there was all these like limitations, and I'm like, how can you have this and that at the same time? Like they're so in opposition of one another, right? And yet
Over the we've had such the funny thing in Australia, right? We had before the 90s, we actually had our legislation didn't explicitly say same-sex sort of have the same rights to marry as heterosexual couples, but it didn't say that they couldn't. It was only until the 90s that we had one of our prime ministers, John Howard, who he and his party pushed and got through the Senate really quickly, amazingly, no plebiscite or anything, to actually reword that to say that explicitly marriage is between a man and a woman. Until that point, it was actually not stipulated. It was just a union between two people. So it's funny that we had to fight all the way until 2017, which ended in a plebiscite, or as some people called it here, a plebiscite, to actually get the majority vote from the people to say that we could actually have same-sex marriage.
Well, it was equal rights, right? It's equal rights. It's what it simply is. Equal rights.
It's all it is. Yeah. And,
it's all it is. It's
so,
all it is.
But it's kind of crazy, but it's good now. There's that option
Look at
there
this
now.
fucker over here puts my headphones in his plate. In fact, Jesus, man, I know you paid my bill. God damn.
No, that was not intentional whatsoever.
Dude, I'm fucking with you.
Sorry.
How rude.
Oops. I feel bad about that. Sorry.
That's all right. We were totally talking about you, Douglas, while you're away. It's all good.
I thought I was. I thought you were. I
Were your
actually
ears
posted
burning?
that.
Yeah, ears were burning.
I actually posted it.
But
I know.
Sydney's pride is
I can feel it.
Sydney's pride is pretty massive. Yeah. But I prefer Melbourne's pride because it's I don't know. It feels a bit more wholesome to me. Whereas what I see from the Sydney Mardi Gras and all that, it's all very very corporate, very big parties, very big crowds and all that sort of stuff. Whereas Melbourne's, it's big crowds and stuff, but it just, families come along to it. It's a very much a everybody belongs sort of feel. I think that's the same for Sydney, but I'm not a big crowd person. I don't like lots of people around, so maybe that's why I'm sort of preferring the Melbourne one more.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess.
I always like the Ottawa one preferred to Toronto's for the exact same reason. It just has a little bit more of a community feel, and
I still never got to see the Toronto Pride. I was there for it. I worked through it. I saw a lot of people getting beers because I worked at a pub at that stage. I was working in a bar. I got to see none of it. Absolutely none of it.
Wow.
I just got to see a lot of drunk people.
Well, so as you were saying earlier, how each state has its own respective Pride festival at different times.
Yeah.
In North America, June is like Pride Month for North America, except in Ottawa, it's August.
Yes.
And there's a very specific reason for that. So the Pride Fest here is it's a blast. You got to go. It's so much fun. And it's in August, but there's a reason for that. It was because of the there was a march in, was it 70 or 71?
71, I think.
71. And there's, well, if you go over here to Bank in
Yeah.
Somerset, there's a painting that depicts it. It was a demand for I want, and I'm going to get the wording wrong, a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but it wasn't that. It was along those lines, though.
Yeah, similar. Yeah.
Because it was like it wasn't about gay rights. It was about human rights, and they're like, well, we're humans, so And it took place in August of 1971, which is why Pride in Ottawa takes place in August.
Yeah,
but it used to consider myself superhuman, but yeah.
It did play. It used to take place in June, and it was moved to August a long time ago, like 20 years ago. Maybe more than that.
I would think it might be a little less than that, actually.
Yeah,
maybe a little less. Not that much, though. Maybe 15 or something.
Okay.
But it ended up being better for us in many ways because we were sandwiched between Montreal and Toronto. So it would be Toronto, and then 2 weeks later it would be us, and then 2 weeks later it would be Montreal, and everybody just skipped over us.
Yeah, well, and also Canada Day. Like it's like having to choose it in June in Ottawa is not a good idea.
No,
it's the worst possible time.
Yeah,
right. Toronto, Montreal.
What does Canada actually celebrate? Like, is it a special anniversary of founding of Canada? You can tell I didn't get my Canadiancy because I don't know the answer to this.
Well, the confederation of the country. When we were a British colony, and people say, well, that's when the country began, and I'm like, well, no, not really. Well, that's when it was founded. No, there were people here for like 20,000 years prior to any white person ever setting foot on Turtle Island. It was just a matter of that was when the provinces
Confederation of
Canada. Yeah, it's the confederation thereof. It's what it's celebrated, 1867. So, there's a lot of people who refuse to celebrate it, and I get why.
Mm-hmm.
And I will respect
that.
Similar
here.
And I don't fault them. It's like, look, man, you got your reasons. That's cool, but please don't shit on me for celebrating it because I love to. It's my favorite day of the year. Well, you're a colonizer. No, I'm a settler. There's a difference. I didn't colonize shit, and I'm a settler only in the sense that I live on the land, but I don't own anything. I rent my apartment. I don't even own a home. Like, so, you want to group me in with the colonizer? I'm gonna take offense to that. But you want to group me in with the settlers? Okay, I won't. I'll take that. I'll accept that. But colonizer, man, I don't own anything.
It's an interesting topic and somewhat of a heated one. And, I think in pretty much every country that has had sort of colonial. It's we have it here in Australia with Australia Day, which is coming up next week. And
is it Anzac Day or is that?
No, Anzac Day is a bit different. Anzac Day is the
that's war, right?
Memorial sort of things of
right.
That's war. That's Australia, New Zealand Army Corps. Yeah. Sort of. Oh my God! I just remembered the whole acronym in one hit. Wow, look at that! Aren't I great? But yes, I get scored. I get points. But Australian New Zealand Army Corps Memorial. That's Memorial Day for all those who have serviced in that from our countries together. And it's definitely taken seriously, and everybody sort of agrees that war is terrible, and that these people have put their service in, and we got to remember those who've passed and those who are still with us. But Australia Day has been the center of a lot of sort of debate and bit of anger, really, between different groups. It's similar to what you guys have there. It's like you get this argument about who invaded who, and I like to think of that day as something that's more so. Let's just celebrate. We're all here. We're all different. We're all from different places. Yes, there was people here before us, but and that was a horrible time. People killed each other on either sides of that. But that's a historical period, and we're not there now. And I'm not related to any people that did any of those killings, and so yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting topic and one I'd love to learn more about on the people's perspectives on it. But the sad thing is that in Australia, like it's gotten to the point where in our state, they've just recently made an announcement that there won't be any official celebrations for Australia Day because of the debates raging on. And it's like, oh, okay, so my state won't be doing any official celebratory things other than the day off. So
That's
yeah, it's a bit
complicated because that's
interesting.
unimaginable in this city. It's unimaginable to
Yeah,
have nothing.
but there was a
Canada
Cancel
Day.
Canada Day movement.
Yeah, and it's been around for a long time actually. And again, I'll be respectful. You know, you want to do that. But why are you stealing from me that which I've always loved? And I didn't come here. I was born here. Right? I didn't choose any of this. I was born into it. Yeah, I get that.
We benefit.
I agree with
Yeah,
what Saucy's saying on chat
Yeah.
too. Like you need to acknowledge and learn from what happened in the past. Yeah. But
Exactly. Like Rhiannon's one of the Jesus Christ, she's so goddamn smart and intuitive and intelligent. It's like this is why we want her to be our East Coast correspondent because you're just I'm not astonished, but I'm like always amazed at the things you say. I'm like, wow, because for somebody, because you're quite a bit younger,
Mhm.
but the wisdom that you have and the things that you say, I'm like, right? Just completely blown away and floored by it, which is, and I remember I had talked with Rhea about this a while ago, saying I'd like to bring her on as an interview subject sometime because she's really led an incredibly interesting life, and well, no, but yeah, I'm going to hype you up because of the fact that you're cool as shit, and your takes are always not only poignant but 100% accurate. You're never off the mark. Like you're always bull.
I will say one thing, and just to clarify it, just from the perspective of what I've just described happening in Australia, it's not the fact that Australia was sort of colonized. That's the actual debate. It's the day. It was, yes. The thing is that the day that they actually celebrate as Australia Day is the day that Captain Cook sort of made land here and discovered Australia. He didn't. There's other travelers that discovered Australia well before then. It's a giant landmass, but it was the day when the Brits actually said, "This is our land," and it's that's sort of caused this sort of a bit of animosity. People still want to celebrate Australia Day. They want to celebrate all the awesome things that make my country, but they just want it on a different day, which I think is awesome. The thing is, we've got one problem. Australia was federated on 1901 on January 1st.
Yeah.
We can't do it on New Year's Day. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
We can't change that.
You don't want to have concurrent parties.
Yeah,
that's not Australian.
No. It's like being born around Christmas. You don't get a birthday. You just get Christmas.
Right. I was looking it up. That thing you were talking about was indeed in 1971, August 27th, August 28th. And
see, there you go.
They called it the We Demand Rally.
Yes, that's it. We Demand. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
We Demand Rally. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the first ever official sort of gay day, and they had a sort of like a manifesto of like 13 different demands.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Sherry DeNovo marched in that.
Oh, that would not surprise me whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure she did. And she's a friend of the show. Well, a friend of the network because we've not had her on. We've not had her on yet, but we want to. But she's been on James' show a couple of times, I think.
Yeah.
And love to have her on. Love to interview her because, I mean, come on, she's amazing.
Yep. Yeah.
And of course, I'd wear my Sherry glasses. Right?
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to wear them for the whole interview because I can't see the screen with them. They're for distance, not computer screens.
Yeah, apparently, the groups involved in the day presented as part of the demonstration a 13-page document containing a list of 10 main demands
Basically, it's a pseudo universal declaration of human rights. It's I mean, really,
Pretty
is what it
much.
is.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you're, because I've read them many times, because I walk past the painting all the time. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, allowing gays and lesbians and bisexuals to serve in the military, equal rights to be extended to lesbians, bisexual, and gays, institute an equal age of consent for both homosexual and heterosexual acts, amendments to the Divorce Act to allow for child custody to be decided based on parental merit rather than orientation or sexuality stuff. Yeah, just basic stuff.
See,
Like
that
most
was
of them
more
are
holistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and again, this is not getting political. This is talking about basic human rights.
History.
There's nothing political about human rights or history when it comes to demanding the rights that every human being should have. Period. You know.
Yeah. It says that as a direct result of the rally, the Immigration Act was amended, removing the ban on gay men from traveling and immigrating to Canada, and all of the original 10 demands of the rally
There was
have
a ban on that. Wow.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah,
at the
there
time.
was.
Yeah. Well, and
Jeez.
Justin's father, Pierre Trudeau, was the man who well, you have to understand that at one point in time, it was a crime to be gay in Canada.
Yep.
It was a crime. And Justin Trudeau's father, Pierre Trudeau, said the nation, the state has no business in the bedrooms of the nation. And he ended that because, well, yeah. Right. And I think that, who was it? So Jean Chrétien was part of his cabinet. Was Jean Chrétien the Minister of Justice at the time, or I remember he was minister.
He had every major portfolio along the way.
Yeah,
so
he did.
I would assume he was Minister of Justice at the time.
At some
but
point.
I could be completely wrong on that.
Now he was the Minister of. I'm just gonna go with the acronym INAC.
Yes.
Because I don't want to say the words,
Yes.
right? But he was the Minister of INAC for a number of years. And I don't recall correctly if he helped close the residential school program or if he was a part of that or what the case was. Anyway, without getting too political, and because we don't want to get into the weeds on this, because this show is not about that. Yes, yeah, no, Ellen, absolutely. And you know what, Ellen, we'll have that conversation, and we're happy to host it. And what I think we should do is have Ree on. Literally, we'll have a panel of us. It'll be during our regular broadcast, and I think what we should do is that we'll just open the show as we normally do, then bring Ree in, and we'll sit back and listen. Because I can't speak about feminism.
Interesting.
Well,
I can't either.
Look, well, dude, I'm at the top of the white pyramid, the white privilege pyramid, right? Cis, het, white, 6 foot tall. I talk about this a lot. My sister asked me, why do you always say that? And I go, because it's important that people understand that I know what my privilege is. She goes, well, you're not rich. And I go, that's not what privilege is. It's not what privilege is. It means I do not have any roadblocks in front of me. So I'm not one to speak about feminism. I'm one who's wanting to learn about it. So yeah, let's do this, Ree, at some point in time. Let's make this happen. And that's as political as we can get today. We have to get back to the fun pub chatty stuff where we talk about travel and sexual adventures, or
yay,
of a sexual nature, or I don't know.
Or we talk about sex and traveling adventures.
Traveling and sex adventures, or movies and
talk
traveling
about adventures and traveling sex.
Wait.
Sex while traveling. Yes. There we go.
Oh, the game. I think the game is still on. Anybody know the score in the football game? Not that I really give a shit, because it's not the CFL. So for me, I'm like, whatever.
And to answer your question, it was INAC at the time.
It was INAC. I thought so.
At the time.
Yeah. Not too bad, eh? The old noggin's got a couple of memories up there, eh?
Yeah.
Don't ask me what I did yesterday. I haven't got a frickin' clue. Oh, we did the Casual Friday thing.
Yes.
And I spent hours editing video for work. Oh, God, I have so much editing to do tomorrow. It's just harrowing. That's okay. I don't mind. I'm going to bill for it. I'll get paid.
Good.
What's on tap for you guys at the moment? What are you doing?
Well, nothing right now.
Yeah, same here. Unfortunately, I'm a little dry.
We're dry.
Oh.
I'd say, can we get more drinks? But I don't have any money apparently.
Parched.
Apparently-
So parched. This would be a good time to actually note that people can buy you a coffee.
Yeah.
See, he's been watching AbFab. You're doing a publicity, darling. Everybody needs publicity.
The like button.
Go,
Yes.
Edie. Go.
Catherine's looking at the screen. She goes, Elaine's talking about smash the button. I'm like, the like button. Smash the like button. Smash the button. That's what you say. Smash the like button so that, people can like our show. And
Title of his next sex tape.
there's always the subscribe. You can subscribe to us. That would be nice if you subscribe to us as well. I don't have a sex tape. What are you talking about?
Smash that button. Title of your sex tape.
I don't have a sex tape that you know about.
Everyone on the internet has a sex tape. What are you talking about? What are you?
I wanted to say, yeah, really. If you're on the internet, you have a sex tape.
Yeah, I just
Every
realized
celebrity has a sex tape. What are you talking?
I don't have a subscribe button on this right now. I don't know where it went.
Oh well. Now I was listening to the Casual Fridays from like some of the weeks that I missed, and apparently, and I wanted to mention it yesterday, but I think I had a couple of seconds delay when I was.
They like
on.
to talk about my penis.
Well, yes, they like to talk about their penis, but yes, you like to talk about your penis too.
But I don't on that show.
The first time you and I ever had dinner, you invited me to a friend's place, your friend's place for dinner, and during dinner, you started talking about your penis, and I was just like, and everybody was just like smiling and nodding.
Local lager, please.
I'll have a Florida Hall Amber.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Can I get a Sex on the Beach cocktail? Sex on the Beach cocktail?
Ooh,
Thank you.
Oh.
Sex on the
Ooh.
beach. Ooh.
So,
Stop
Yeah.
it.
don't remember
Stop
that.
it.
It was the first time you invited me to go at Eric's house. And
Eric?
and of course he has that old open concept kitchen, huge dining room table. There's about 10 of us. We were having a raclette. And I remember that somehow subject got on the topic of your penis.
I didn't
And it
bring
just
it
went
up.
downhill from there.
He
was
brought it
awesome.
up.
No, I didn't bring it up. No, somebody else brought it up. And I ran with it.
No, I don't know.
Rise.
There you go. It's working. Stop it.
Rise.
It's magic with Eager Beaver. Watch this levitation trick. Woo.
Oh,
Careful,
Lord.
I'll knock the table. I don't want to flip the table over.
You'll shoot
got
your eye
equipment
out.
We got equipment here.
So anyway, I was like listening to
Just-
the shows all of a sudden, right? Because like a couple of shows in, I was looking and everybody's like talking about their penises. It's like, yeah, I should show you my pic. I should show you. And I'm sitting there like this, like the gay guy here doesn't get shown any dick pic.
Yeah.
Like really?
Well-
Like this, and then they started talking. Then James mentioned something later on, saying yeah, he's talking. The show I wasn't there.
Mhm.
First show I wasn't there. He talks about sending. He has his dick pic. Says, yeah, I should send it to Douglas. I think finally,
It's
right?
about time.
Like this, but of course when I'm not there, right? So of course they felt self say that, and safe saying that. And then the week after that, then they talked about this thing for charity where they were going to each like send each other their dick pics, whatnot, and then send them all to me so that I can judge. Now, while I admit that I'm in a wonderful position in order to be able to judge, I mean, I have been known over the past 30 years to be a bit of an aficionado and connoisseur of the penis. Because it's like, just like the fact that it's like, oh yeah, the only way these straight guys are gonna show their dicks to a gay
Why
guy
have
is
I got
for
an
charity.
image of you wearing a monocle and going in for a very close look at said contestants' entries, just with the monocle and
It has a
yes,
wonderful
yes,
undercarriage.
Yes, yes.
And I'm thinking to myself, okay, first of all, the
Just
only way they'll show it to me is if it's
appreciating the entries. Yes, just with
Yes.
that little monocle
yes.
there.
And of
Yes.
course, they all want to see each other's, but the only way that they'll say they'll do it is if it's for charity, right? Because they can't just show it to each other because they want to see.
Well, the funny
They have
thing
to
was,
pretend it's for charity, and then they give it to the gay guy to judge.
so I think the funniest part was how, so Christmas morning.
Cheers, people.
Cheers. Yes. Cheers.
Ew, your sex in the beach got into my beer, and my beer got into your sex on the beach.
It gets excited.
It gets
Sorry.
excited.
So
I gotta make sure you're wet. Come on.
so
A little bit of
Christmas
pointless
morning-
history. That's actually why people used to do cheers, to spill their
My
drink into
goodness.
each other's. So if one was poisoned, the others would be poisoned as well. Haha, there you go. Bit of history.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So Christmas morning, I sent a nude photo of me in black and white. You've seen it.
Mhm. Yeah.
I sent it to Dean, and he never checks his messages, right? So it was the Zoom call, and I go, "Did you like your Christmas present?" He goes, "What are you talking about?" And I go, "You never fucking check your DMs. Check your DM." And he goes, "Jesus Christ!" And he goes, "Why did you do that?" And I go, "Because you asked me to." And you were the first one.
Asked me to.
You chimed in right away and said,
Yes.
"Dean, you asked him to do
You
it
did.
on the show. You asked him to send you one."
They have me on the show when you're not there and ask me about your penis.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I would know.
It's like
Paul,
we're business
you know
partners.
what you're gonna have to do.
So
he
I
can
do not
so he can
sign my
speak
con-
for
I do not sign my business contracts with my penis people.
No, I don't do that either. No. So I sent the picture to Dean, and he sees it, and he goes, "Okay, yeah, all right," and locks right away. "Send it to me right away." And I'm like, "Lachlan, I don't know. Should I feel uncomfortable about that?"
That seems like rather aggressive. I want to see it. Send it to me now.
Yeah. But so here's the funny part. Lachlan was, "Send it to me right now." He goes, "Oh, that's good. Good on you, brother. Good on you." And then Dean goes, and then this is the best part. Dean goes, "Yeah, okay, Karima just texted me. Send it right away." And Karima's kind of like this. And I'm like, "It's okay, Karima. You're the lawyer. It's probably good to have your input." And she goes, and here's the best part. He goes, "Why'd you send a dick pic?" And I go, "It's not a dick pic."
I like the paragraph, but your subsection's a little.
But Karima immediately came to my defense, and she said, "No, it is a tasteful nude photograph,
Mhm.
and it was not unsolicited. It was asked for, and I asked for it, and this person asked for it, and then they're like, all these people on the Zoom call.
Yeah.
The Zoom call was not a broadcast; it was
Right.
just
Yeah.
it was a private, and a lot of these people. I want to say what I'm. So I'm like, send it to whoever you want. I don't care.
See, but here's the thing, right? It's like I have 2 tasteful nudes as well.
Yeah.
But in the 2 tasteful nudes that I have, one of them, there's a birthday cake with exactly 1 candle very strategically placed,
Nice.
covering where I need to. And the other one, like this one, you can see a side profile of my backside. All the boy bits are covered beautifully by shadows.
Nice.
So it's all there.
Have I seen those pictures, Doug? Yeah, Douglas, I
No,
don't think
you
I
haven't
have.
yet.
Man.
No, I don't think you have
Hmm.
yet, darling. Well, sharing is caring. I guess I need to care about you a little more, right?
You just don't care about me, man.
I'm sorry, man. I was too busy looking at them myself. I wasn't done yet. There's so much to see.
Oh my!
I thought we were family. I'm so hurt. No,
It's going to take me a couple more months before I get through it all.
Well,
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm
so
doing your publicity, darling.
Wow.
Just
So-
roll with it. This is making you look good.
before I sent the photo to Dean, I sent it to a viewer, somebody on the show. I'm not going to say the name of the person. And because I back and forth, and I go, "All right, here you go." And this person went, "All right, cool." I go, "Do whatever you want with it. I don't care."
Yep.
And they're like, "No, I'll just
Draws a
I
little
won't."
mustache on it.
Well, no, it was like, I'm not going to share it with anybody, and this person is on the show right now watching, and I was like, and again, whatever you want to do with it, it's fine, doesn't bother me in the least bit, but I really do admire your respectful attitude towards it.
Mhm.
How you're like, no, thank you, appreciate that, it's cool, we're good, we're solid, no problem. It wasn't one of those unsolicited dick pics, because that's not what it was. And it was the question was, what do we? I'm like, here, look, this is here, Anyway,
That's
but on the
what
Casual
it's
Friday
all
show,
about.
they just like to. They go every time they bring me on. They talk, and I'm like, can we not? Can we not?
Kid Saucy saying at this point, Paul's penis has his own podcast now. Hey, everybody. It's fun with Paul's penis. So glad that you could join us today. It seems that we have a group.
His voice would be deeper than that.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
It would.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Just makes me think of my sister.
If the deep voice
she
is
makes
up,
her husband's
your
sing.
sister has a penis?
No, her husband. Well, her husband does.
Oh.
No, but he lets her make it sing.
Does he have a foreskin or just
like full on opera style? And I'm just like, oh my god.
Some things I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't need to know. Like, sorry, I don't do.
It's like, why are you telling me that? I don't need to know that.
No, but well, you know my sister. You've met
no,
her.
I met her. No.
Okay, well, there's like no tact there, so there's one time that they burnt a CD, and you know how you can make your labels for your CDs. So she had made a label. And my mom and I were in my mom's backyard on the swing thing. My sister comes in, so her husband was
backyard.
Yeah, we were swinging. And then anyways, her husband was at the fence smoking. And my sister, she's like, "Oh, hey, come, like, check out the label I made." So I look at him like, "Oh my, what the hell, Jesus? Why do I need to?"
It's a crop of.
No, it's his penis wearing a little cowboy hat on the label.
Right.
And so of course I'm like, "Ew."
Yeehaw!
So I give it to her. Then she goes, "Hey, Mom, check this out." My mom looks. I'm like, "What are you doing?"
You don't show that to your mother.
My mother was like, "Oh, that's so cute. Is that?"
Okay, that's the last thing a man wants to hear.
And of course, my
so
mom
cute.
was shocked, and my sister's like,
No, Mom,
that's
not
like,
cute. That's a penis.
Whatever.
That's a penis, right? Yeah.
Oh, look at that little thing. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to come give me the nose kiss.
What was that? What was that thing from the? There's that line from the film. It says, "I hope you have happiness in your soul." What? I hope you have a penis in your asshole. What? What did you say to me? I hope you find a penis in your asshole. Did you tell me I should find a penis in my asshole? No, a penis, the smile, a penis, smile. Oh, happiness. Yes. And why is it in my asshole? No, your home where you live. My household.
Yes.
I hope you find happiness in your household. Oh my god.
Yeah. It was the Madonna song "Secret" for the longest time. At one point, there's a lyric that goes, "Happiness lies in your own hand."
I'm just going to leave that one right there. Not going to comment.
Happiness lies in your own hand.
I thought it was in your head, but sure.
I'm just like, look, did she just say penis lies in my own hand? She's talking about happiness, right? She must be talking about, and then you're like scrolling and looking for the lyrics. Oh yeah, happiness.
Yeah.
What?
Well, because
what song is that? A Beautiful
Secret.
Stranger?
Secret.
Oh.
No, but sometimes you learn about songs. Like there's a song you heard at one time like this, and then you learn later.
Yeah.
Like She Bop, right? I was 11 when it came out. 10, 11.
Yep.
It was only when I was like
masturbation?
20 I found out that it was about masturbation.
Yep.
So at the end you're watching the video like this. They're all blind like this, and like this as the Big Bopper said, everybody bops. It's like oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
I knew that the minute it came up, but I was like, what, 16, 15?
Nope. I did not know that.
I was 15.
No.
I was 15.
So yeah, that Dan Folkerberg song "Bop" took on a whole new meaning after that.
I want to bop with you, baby, all night long.
I want to be bop.
I'm like, that's the polite way of saying I would like to, fornicate.
Now I don't know if Dan Folkerberg's bop is the same thing as Cyndi Lauper's "She Bop."
No, but
now I can't stop thinking about it.
Well,
right?
so you know the song "I Want to Rock and Roll All Night and Party Every Day"
Yeah.
by Kiss, right?
Yeah.
Great rock song. Love to hang out. Love to bound. It's just I want to rock and roll. So, do you know what the etymology of that song is? I'm going to share it with you right now. I'm going to give you a little bit of Paul's music podcast stuff.
Woohoo.
So, rock and roll all night and party every day. Lyrics written by Gene Simmons.
Mhm.
Gene Simmons is a known individual who has enjoyed the company of many ladies throughout his lifetime.
Mm.
When rock and roll became the label for the type of music that describes what there is, a heavy, hard blues, pounding blues beat, it was very controversial because rock and roll was a vulgar word. rock and roll was an old blues euphemism for sex. It was like, oh yeah, last night, baby, we were rocking and rolling. So when Gene Simmons sings, I want to rock and roll all night and party every day, he doesn't drink and he doesn't do drugs. So rocking and roll is about having sex and partying every day. I want to get laid every night and party every day. That's what the song means.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what it means.
Yep.
And you know the song Hallelujah by, we talked about this.
Yes.
Hallelujah is about oral sex.
Yep. I'm just like thinking of like Tina Turner. I want you to rock me till my back ain't got no bone. Yeah.
Well, Sugar in My Bowl by Nina Simone.
Oh, yes.
It's all about sex.
Put a little sugar in my bowl,
it's all about
then
the
pour
sex.
some sugar on me. Where are you going?
It's very.
Again?
I have the bladder of a 12-year-old girl. I have to pee.
The seal has been broken. He has to go.
The seal's been broken. What, isn't she missing it? I mean, will that 12-year-old girl need her bladder back at some point?
I guess.
It's like, what are you doing hanging around 12-year-old girls stealing their bladders?
I didn't mean to. I was born that way. I was born that way, bitch. How about is the camera angle?
He's beautiful in his way.
Is that good? I can't tell. I'm looking in the mirror. Is that good?
Yep. I'll go and get out of here. Train that damn lizard.
Seriously.
Good. Now he's gone. We can talk about it.
So there was this one time. No, I'm kidding.
One time? Was it at band camp?
Is this one time?
The other band camp.
Oh, the other band camp.
One time at band camp, no.
Last week at tuba camp?
Or actually, no. One time at dragon boat practice. Because Paul and I, that's how we met. We were on the same dragon boat team.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yes. Do you still do that?
No.
Oh,
I switched to outrigger.
Oh, what's that?
Outrigger canoe. You know the boats that are in Hawaii where you can have 1, 2, or 6 people sitting in a row, and then it's got like another part that's attached.
Yeah.
So I did that competitively.
You do the coolest things. Seriously.
So when I go to Hawaii when I'm 50, when I turn 50, I'm definitely hunting down outrigger people, and I'm going to paddle in the ocean. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so neat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Did you play these sports when you were younger?
No.
None?
No, I didn't like sweating.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what my mom said. She said that I used to complain all the time about I didn't like sweating. That's why I didn't like going to gym class. I didn't like playing volleyball or badminton or anything like that.
Okay.
But eventually I was like, really? Because I like badminton.
Yeah.
I used to play for fun.
Yeah.
Tennis. I'd run around at the park. And
I just didn't like people, so I just thought.
Maybe it was the opposite. I couldn't stop.
I wish I did that.
I'm not good enough because I'm not a sports person. So I don't know the rules of the game, how to play it. So, of course, you go in and I'm the newbie.
Yeah.
Everybody else knows what they're doing, and I'm not doing it right.
No. I learned very young when I was a kid.
Kids can be pretty cruel, too, if you don't know what you're doing.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes, they can. Yes, and there's lots of times like when you're dancing, you need to like do a grab, right?
Yeah.
So if you're grabbing someone's wrist, I don't know if I can show up here. You'll often grab them right here, around the wrist, and the other person will grab you tight here, and you can pull.
Yeah.
Yes, but because with the hands, sometimes you
can
grab.
slip.
You're so sweaty.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Exactly. See, we never had dance class.
So I realized at 12 I was a human slip and slide. It's like,
Okay, no, that's awesome.
It's like I need to like find the gymnasts like this and roll myself in the chalk first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready to do my number.
White cloud.
Yeah, really. It's like don't give Douglas any lifts; they'll go flying. I got no grip. It's terrible. So yeah, no, I'm the type of person that like it's a nice summer day and I'm walking down the street and I'm at the red light waiting for the light to turn green.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I come back, I got pools under my armpits. I had no choice in the matter.
Yeah.
You would think Douglas would be okay with some heat, but no.
No, I look tropical. I'm not at all.
He is.
He looks
He is.
tropical.
I look tropical. And that's where it
He looks like he would love the tropical weather and all that. No.
Nope.
He is as dainty as a delicate flower that would wilt with extra
Yes.
heat.
Yes, that's the two things that worry me about going to Australia. One is that every other wants to kill you. That's true. And then number two,
They just want to kill you if you annoy them.
Yes, a dingo stole my Dougie, and then I watch the Australian Open every now and then. Then they get the shot of like the players at their feet, where you see like all like the heat just like rising.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, welcome to the Australian Open. It's 43 degrees Celsius, 52 with the humidex, and well, you know, Serena Williams is just taking a break because they're taking everybody off the courts because it's just too damn hot and the sneakers are melting.
Everyone has died.
And it's like, and I'm just like, just imagine like being in a seat like with no shade whatsoever, going, I'm watching till the bitter end, scribbling up like a Nora raisin. It's like he was 50 when he went, but now he looks like he's 81. But I saw the final.
I don't know what happened. Well, you start out looking 50, and then you look 12 because you bloat for a bit, and then all the liquid leaves your body, and now all of a sudden you're 85.
Yeah,
that's a hell of an afternoon, my friends. I don't.
I got to say, someone just mentioned something about Steve-O, and I have thoughts about the way he passed away, unfortunately. And for a man who understood exactly what not to do around certain characters, I think his last move, I think he would have thought, "Oh,
that was a bad idea.
Bug it up on that."
Yeah.
He did one thing that I think was a natural reaction, which he pulled the barb out of himself. Which, if he'd left it in, he could still be with us today.
Yes, you're right. Natural reaction is, but he bled out as a result.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So if he had left it in, he would have, in all likelihood, would have survived.
Yeah.
Because
potentially,
yeah. It's one of those things like if you have a serious puncture wound through the chest, do not remove it.
No. So the barb, when it goes in,
that thing that punctures you is what's keeping you together.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
But does it still attach to the stingray?
No, it released from the stingray, right?
It rips off. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So yeah, natural reaction is, oh my God, it's a natural reaction. Had somebody been nearby when that took place and realized no, and stopped him, he maybe have lived. But it was a tragedy. But all of his children have done incredible stuff since then. With wildlife and their education of the individuals around the world who just have not had the knowledge of how dangerous these animals are and how you should behave around them. It's been pretty incredible, if you ask me. It's still a sad statement because they were very young when he died. And is it Bindi?
Bindi. Yeah.
She's the oldest, correct?
Yeah. She's got a baby now. And or two.
Is
she on her
not
second?
sure if she was the eldest.
Which I was never sure about the name because she's technically named after a but
named after a what?
Weed.
Is a weed?
Indie weed.
Is that like cannabis? That kind of weed, or
no? It's a native weed in Australia.
Oh, okay. So like a bulrush or something here.
Okay. Well, one thing to bring up the baby is there's one show that I remember watching of his that he was they were setting up I don't know what they're called, like perches in trees to watch woodpeckers. That's what they were setting up and everything, and he's talking about the woodpeckers and this and that and the other thing. And then all of a sudden he just stops, turns right, runs through the bush, and then jumps on this road, picks up a snake. He's like, "By crikey, isn't he a beaut?" And I'm like,
"What the
fuck
was
we were just talking about woodpeckers? Like, where did the snake come? And how did you know? Like, what?
Snake.
It was hilarious.
I believe we call that ADHD, friends.
Snake to the extreme. It was so funny. It was just like talking about it.
Bless someone who was able to educate, elevate, and earn a living doing that.
Yep.
Like he educated a lot of people around the world, elevated the importance of protection of natural habitats of these species, because, like it or not, we're in a very delicate ecosystem. And as we've discovered recently, when you act like an asshole like Andrew Tate does, and you try and mess with Greta Thunberg, who is a young woman who is smarter than most of us, you pay the piper.
Recycle your pizza boxes, kids.
Oh, Greta, we love you. We love you so much. Never stop being you. That's sincere. The way she just slapped back on that prick, it was a thing of beauty.
Oh,
It's nice when you get the perfect one, Alan.
Oh.
Right?
Could she have hit a bigger home run?
That was great.
I mean,
I remember one time like somebody like with the whole Jordan Peterson thing when he tried like to send trolls our ways at one point like this, and when even though like the banner on the YouTube has the photo that you see in background with me laughing and like this, they just saw the cartoon thing. It's like, oh yeah, podcast by like a beaver and a grizzly bear. They're not even real people. It's like, did you see the picture on top of it? Okay, that's fine. Right? Like this, and then it's like, nobody listens to your show. And it's like, oh, darling, it's like, I understand that you don't listen to our show, but you should really not refer to yourself as nobody. I mean, love yourself just a little more. We do.
don't like really like Jordan. You're going to engage with a gay man on the caddy game. You're going to fucking lose and lose bad.
Never tell a queen that you're tired. She might agree with you.
Oh, damn. Like, okay. This is going to sound funny, but damn straight, bro. Right? Like, right?
That's funny on two levels because it has straight and bro.
Holy shit, I didn't even realize the humor I just invented. I didn't even get it.
Yeah, it had levels.
It did have levels. and that was not even intentional. It was just off the cuff.
Yeah, that's George Carlin says, accidental humor.
Oh, I miss George Carlin so much.
that's really deep for how many beers?
Yeah, well, 5 or 6, I don't know.
I'm on my first beer.
Do you...
We won't mention the ounces of vodka before. I'm on my first beer. Because I'm a good
Okay,
beer.
there we go. He just sent me the lawnpride.com, lawnpride.com.au blogs, lawn care guide for Bindi. Okay, cool. I'll check it out, brother. Thanks.
Bindi weeds. Yeah.
Bindi weeds. Yeah.
So,
okay.
I don't know if they're native to just Australia, but I think they are, and I think that's where she got her name from, because it's a native Australian weed. So yeah, the seeds actually have these little these little sharp spikes in them, and they're little circles, and they get caught in your pet's hair, your shoes, everything. They're
kind of like
hated them growing
like
up at.
Yeah, the burrs. I don't know what they're called.
I don't know the actual
We
technical...
call them burrs.
We call them burrs, yeah.
They're like a little round ball.
Nettles?
Maybe no, nettles is more like a spiky thing.
Yeah.
It's like literally it was the inspiration for Velcro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they have a
Yeah.
it's a hook, right? But they come in it's a tiny little ball. But you walk through a bush, and you come out of the bush, and they're stuck to your pants, left, right, center, and everywhere.
Yeah.
And I mean it's a brilliant thing of nature where it's like an animal walks by, it clings to the animal comes off the animal, and it grows there. So it's like it's nature reproducing itself in
Oh, that's the literal name for it. A burr, also spelled B-U-R-R, is a seed or dry fruit or infructescence that has hooks or teeth. The main function of the burr is to spread the seeds to the burr plant, often through epizuchery.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Guess that means attaching something epi to someone's skin. Epi?
So
or a surface.
What's really cool
Epi is a surface.
So
We're learning.
That's surface.
Yeah.
Surface skin. So what's really cool is we can sit here and have this conversation and shoot the shit, and somebody can just pull out the phone and get the actual facts from.
I love 2023.
Well, for the actual facts from a reputable
Yes.
source.
Yes.
Yes.
Unlike, well, I read it on Facebook. Oh fuck! Oh, fuck!
Oh, I read it on Facebook.
Yeah.
You can read it on Facebook. It just depends from who.
It was
Facebook is not a news source. I'm sorry. It
No.
really is not.
No, neither is Twitter. Well, according to Jordan Peterson, so we're just going to stop the conversation right there.
According to Jordan Peterson, no more.
That's it. That's you. Take care. I wish you the best. Like literally, when I hear that, that's my thoughts.
Yeah.
I was in a conversation with a guy a couple of years ago.
Stop.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. A couple of years ago, I'm having a conversation with this guy, and he was like, "Well, there's private clinics in Canada," and this is 10 years ago. I go, "What?" Oh yeah, you can I'm all for private healthcare as opposed to and we went on for 20 minutes back and forth, and he goes, "Well, there's private clinics right here. Here's one for an example." And I go, "Yeah," and you show up with your provincially issued healthcare insurance card and show that to them. You get your treatment and you leave, and no money has come out of your pocket on that day. He goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "The system pays for it." He goes, "Well, I need you to understand something here." And I go, "What's that?" And he goes, "I am a libertarian." And I go, "Well, you take care." That was it. I'm like, "No, we're not. The discussion ends right here. The minute you tell me you're a libertarian, we're done. I'm not talking to you anymore, because no matter what I say, you will not listen to any sort of reason. I can present you with all the figures, facts. I can present you with all the economic data. And you're like, "Well, I don't want to pay taxes." Go fuck yourself. We're done. The conversation is ending. So instead of me getting angry and in your face and blue jacket guy, it's like, "Oh, you're libertarian. Okay, you take care. Bye." I just walk away, because there's no point in having the conversation, because they have nothing to add to humanity, because they're stupid, they're selfish, and they're uninformed. And that's really political. Sorry.
All of them?
We're not supposed to be political. We're not supposed to be political. They're stupid, they're selfish, and they're uninformed. Yeah. Keep that soundbite, brother. We're not supposed to be political. Keep the soundbite. Play it back whenever you want. But we're not supposed to be political today. This is supposed to be pub chat, where we talk about everything but. Oh, you can hear us all laughing. Oh, fucking Pete. Play it back whenever you want. But we're not supposed to be political today. This is supposed to be pub chat.
Okay.
Okay, you got to kill that shit. You're getting the echo.
Stop it.
Oh, and that's in Jordan Peterson's voice?
No, that's it.
Oh, that's that energy.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I misread that.
It doesn't sound like Kermit the Frog enough.
Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here.
Kermit the Frog here from Sesame Street News. We're talking to the Princess and the Pea. Love!
That's very good. That's very good. I can't. What? Okay, Pete, getting all kinds of feedback through, man. You got to kill that shit.
You're getting feedback?
Yeah, we're hearing everything we're saying is coming back to us.
Weird. All right, hang on.
You got to kill that shit. You getting feedback? Yeah, we're hearing everything we're saying is coming back to us. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so he wasn't doing that on purpose.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
I thought it was intentional.
I thought it was
I thought it was
too.
funny when he was doing it on purpose.
Yeah, we thought you were recording it and then you were playing it.
But it just keeps going. So, okay, hang on. I'm gonna give you the boot for a sec.
Yeah, we thought you were recording it.
So, okay, I'm gonna give you the boot for a sec. Is your speaker? That was you.
That was me.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
It's a Kermit loop.
It was me. We found the problem.
Fucking Douglas.
My phone went off.
How
Blame
is that
the Australian.
possible?
That's
I've done
it.
that before. Just kill the mute.
Yes,
Just mute it.
I've muted it too. That was the
Yeah.
weird part.
I'm like, why are we hearing this?
When I went to the bathroom, I was spying on you. You hear what you would say?
That's
It's
a while
good-
ago, though.
It's a good thing that's everything.
Turn on now.
Okay.
I was listening to see if you'd say something stupid. I was just going to go, I heard that.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I'll probably say something stupid, but I would never say something stupid or mean about somebody else, especially when they're, my business partner and they sit across the table from me.
And plus, you probably have more fun saying it to them anyway.
Oh, fuck
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm going to bust your chops, I'm going to do it to your face, not behind your back.
I would expect nothing less.
Right?
Right.
I mean, God, to do it behind your back. Where's the joy in that?
That's un-Canadian.
You're damn right it is. It's un-Canadian. Is that even a thing? un-Canadian. I mean, that's un-Canadian. So turn in your Tim Hortons card.
I didn't get involved in writing scripts 3 times a week so that you can insult me behind my back.
Yeah, if you're gonna insult me, do it to my face. God damn it!
I put in the damn hours.
Got to insult.
He works on those insults tirelessly.
That's right.
He doesn't
That's
get
right.
a chance to use them.
I ever tell you about the time?
Actually, some of the insults that have come from Douglas over the time, like just out of the blue, that I've heard him say about somebody or something that had gone, or even if somebody's sort of insulted, being a prick in front of him, I could say that on mine. Yeah. I'm just like, well constructed and really, wow, holy cow, claws out. And it's just, it comes from this very quietly spoken individual that doesn't really say much. And then suddenly out of the blue, you get this, boom, and you're like, okay.
Thanks for coming by. I just stabbed you in the face 37 times. Didn't even realize.
I'm fine with that.
Would you like fries with that?
We can give you a Sunday too if you really want.
Crushed nuts.
Oh wait! Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. Again, I like crushed nuts. Oh, that's not what you were saying.
And it's all different, right? It's like, would you like some crushed nuts on that Sunday? Crushed nuts on that Sunday?
Yeah, it's
All I
not.
have to do is break out. Would you like some crushed nuts on that?
It's not like when you go to the Thai Express and they have the bucket of crushed peanuts. It's not like it's not.
No.
That's not what they mean. It's not like that at all. Oh, is Leanne still here? Is Leanne still here? Did you leave it? Hey, Leanne. I am Batman.
Leanne to the white courtesy phone. Get Leanne to the white courtesy
I don't know
phone.
if she's still here or not.
Paging
We've been
Dr.
on,
David. Paging Dr. David.
dude. We've been on for
Dr.
5
David
and a
to the
half
broom
hours.
closet. Dr. David to the broom closet.
Let me push in your stool. We've been on for 5.5 hours.
Woohoo! Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Well, I'll go until somebody's leave.
Or until I stop paying for the beer.
They want to know if you said
There's that
Leanne.
too.
What's that?
Oh, she wasn't on to send her. I sent her the invite. Somebody want to reach out to Leanne? Is Ashley still here? No, Ashley's probably gone. She has a life. Unlike
I may have to go soon because I've got to get to this carnival. But yeah.
Oh, well, tell you what, bro.
You guys.
You know what you can do? If you go to the carnival and we're still on, you can pull up the link on your phone and you could stream live on this show of the carnival.
Yeah.
For us to see.
Yeah.
Like it literally.
I can try that.
If you have the link on your phone, you can pull it up and do it. Now, if you don't have a headset in, like earbuds or something like that, we won't be able to hear your commentary. But you could show us the parade and shit. That'd be cool. How long are you going to be before you head out?
I'll probably be about half an hour and then public transport in, so about an hour to get in there. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. We'll probably won't be broadcasting.
It's okay. Probably won't be broadcasting still by then.
Okay.
Well, it's 8:30 p.m. here,
Yeah.
so it's getting 6
9:30,
hours.
Yeah.
Might be getting there. Try us anyway. You never know.
Well, yeah, you know what you could do?
I'll try.
Record some footage for us so we can show it on the show next week.
That I could do.
That would be wonderful.
That I could do.
Love that.
Yeah. It's a bit of a crazy busy sort of carnival. So I'll show. I'll record some video and send it to you.
Nice. We like it. Love it. So our Australian correspondent,
yes,
Dr. Monsignor Peter Jarvis.
You just got 2 promotions.
Oh, now I just want to go and get those titles officially now. That just sounds really good.
Well,
Might be a few years of study for the doctor, but Monsignor, I could try.
So that was an old pop culture reference to the original Police Academy movie. I can only go if I have
Mahoney.
personal therapist, doctor. I can't remember the guy's name, Dr. Monsignor. And it was the guy who did all the voice, the sound effects with his voice.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a doctor. I'll say Peter Jarvis. Dr. Monsignor Peter Jarvis. So there, you got a pop culture reference from the early 80s. Of a film that, by the way, all of the Police Academy series, they were all shot in Toronto. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
All of them. All shot in Toronto. If you go back and watch the very first one, you'll notice Roy Thompson Hall in like the third scene of the film.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's, I think,
wonder which bar. I wonder if the Black Eagle was dubbing for the Blue Oyster Bar then.
Maybe.
Don't
Or
know.
the Toolbox.
Oh, God. No, it was the Blue Oyster.
Yeah, the Blue Oyster. But I wonder if it was the Black Eagle or the Toolbox that were subbing in.
I think it was
for
the Toolbox. If it was anything, it might have been the Toolbox, not the
No.
Black Eagle. Because I worked in the Black Eagle.
Yes.
Yeah, but were they around in 1981?
Oh, the Toolbox, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Black Eagle wasn't
So
in 1981.
No, the Black Eagle wasn't, but the Toolbox definitely was.
Do you remember the Coral Reef Club?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay. I only learned about it probably 4 years before it was gone.
Yeah.
Now, the Coral Reef Club, for those of you who don't know, was a club in the basement of the parkade of the Rideau Center.
Yeah, you would never know it was there.
It was like literally hidden, because it had been around since 1968 or 69.
Back in the days when every gay bar in the country was either in a basement,
literally
in a second floor, or behind blackout windows.
Yes, completely underground for reason of...
With no signs saying gay bar come in here.
Yeah.
So, and it was there, and it only closed, I think, 3 years before they tore the structure down and rebuilt it, right?
Right.
And I think it stayed open because there was a nostalgia factor to it, and there's a lot of reasons. Yeah. But a buddy of mine went there one night, and he came out and he goes, "Dude, you gotta fucking see this place." And I go, "Why?" He goes, "That they got a crazy sound system, and the music was unbelievable.
Well, it's like the Lookout. The music there is just
always
the charts.
Incredible. Yeah.
I love going there.
So I never did get in. And I always regret never going to see it. But there was another spot in the market, which it used to be called Lips, and then it became something else. And it was where 126 York.
Yes.
So it was, you went in through Grand Central was here, and you walked through the parking lot, and you went in through the back door, right?
I don't remember what it was called, but that did not survive long at all.
No,
it
didn't.
was amazing.
But it was amazing.
Just one summer.
Yes.
Wasn't there a club called Icon?
Icon. That was different. That was different. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was the story. I've talked about this story more than once about how a young woman was in my life. She was a couple years older than me, maybe 10 years older than me. Anyway, and she says, "You're getting too big for your britches. You're being an obnoxious prick." And I was 21 or 22, and I was like thinking I was the cock of the walk, and you know how that goes, right? So she's like, "We're going out to this club on Friday night." I'm like, "Okay." She goes, "And you're gonna have a good time." I'm like, "Sure, whatever." She goes, "I'm buying the drinks." I'm like, "I'm in." So we go to this club. I can't remember the name of the place. So we walk in, and I'm like, "This is a cool spot," and it was an amazing place. But it was like you walk through the door and you walk down this long hall and you got into this gigantic room, and there was no windows. It was completely, if they closed the doors, you were blackout. Had a crazy PA system. The sound was amazing. The DJ was amazing. And they had a host there who used to walk around with a microphone, and he would get people to sing karaoke before karaoke was a thing in North America. This was in 1987, 88. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe 89. I can't remember exactly, but it was still the 80s. It was pre-90s.
No, it has to be after the 80s.
Really?
Yeah, unless if it's something I'm aware of, it would be after, because I came out in 89.
Okay, well, I can't remember the dates. I think shit's cloudy. Anyway, go into this club. We sit down and we order some drinks, and I get up, and she goes, "Let's come over here." We stand on this railing overlooking the dance floor, and it was a huge dance floor. And I started looking around, realizing that it's mostly men in here, and they're fabulous dancers and exceptionally well dressed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's some ladies here. Yeah. And they're dancing with those fellas, but they're dancing with them in a different manner. like there's no sort of, in my head I'm like, there's no sort of sexual chemistry or tension there. It's just like they're just dancing. And then gentlemen started coming up going, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good. What's up? And then about literally 90 minutes in, I realized I'm in a gay bar. Okay, 21. And I kind of freaked out. I'm not going to lie. I kind of freaked out. I kept the composure, but I kind of freaked out. I'm like, why am I gay bar? Does she think I'm gay? And it was all those things, right? Different time. I was a young man. I was stupid. And we stayed there for a little while, and we.
Groove.
Is that what it was? Sure.
No,
yeah.
maybe groove, but maybe not. Hold on, might not be that one.
I remember at one point it was called Lips. I don't know what it was before or after. I don't remember any of the names. Anyway, so we leave the bar, and she goes, "So, how was your night?" And I go, "Well, that was strange." She goes, "Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What'd you think?" And I go, "Well, it was a little uncomfortable." She goes, "Why?" Well, like every 5 minutes, some guy was coming up and trying to grab my ass or compliment me or ask me to dance. And she goes, "And welcome to being a woman." And I went, "What?"
Ooh.
That's every single day of my life. Every day of my life. And I went, "Oh my God. Oh my God. How would I ever realize that, right?" So I hi, how you doing? You want to come in and say hi? We've got a podcast. We're on a live stream if you want to come in and join. Yeah. Grab headphones, grab a microphone, say hi. I don't know who those people are. How you doing?
Hey there.
You guys just come by and set up?
Yeah, no, there's a mic there. No, keep that mic. No, he's got his good mic. Yeah, you can speak into that one.
We got a random come in.
In general, and I'm talking about the first time a lady friend of mine dragged me to a gay bar when I was 21 back in the 80s.
Okay.
When the world was very, very different.
Yeah.
And I walked out of there going like, and she says, "Congratulations, now you know what it feels like to be a woman. When people hit on you all night long, unsolicited attention, they grab your butt, they go to grab your junk, and I'm like, I had no idea. That's what a woman's life is like. Every day of my fucking life, that's what my life is like." So I went, yeah, so I'm going to be a little bit more kind, polite, and observant from here on out. and I had a stay-at-home mom and two younger sisters, so I should have had the sensitivity built in. And my father is like this incredibly respectful man. But, and I'd been out working with a bunch of crazy guys and doing crazy guy shit, and you start getting bombarded by misogyny, and you absorb a little bit of it.
Yeah.
And it's I don't have a lot of regrets in my life, but my one regret is that I was a bit of a prick for about a year or two, and I freely admit it. I was, and that's why my friend said, you're getting too big for your britches. We're gonna take you out. We're gonna take you to this club, and you're going to learn some shit. I didn't know I was in a gay bar until I realized I was in a gay bar, and I was 21, and it was 1980s, and it was weird and freaky, and it was a very eye-opening experience. And it was one of those lessons that I have never, ever forgotten. And every now and then I will talk about it and say, you know what? Here's the thing. Guys, you need to pay attention. When a woman says to you, "That fellow looked at me sideways," she's probably 99% of the time not bullshitting you.
Mm-hmm.
99% of the time, there is the outlier. I say I'll leave the 1% in there. There's always an outlier, right? But 99% of the time, that guy did look at her sideways, and that sideways look was not a good sideways look. Not a good sideways look is like, I'm concerned for your welfare. It's more like, I'm concerned that I won't get to take you home later unless I get you really drunk. That's where that lesson was learned at a very young age. So here I am at 54 trying to tell men my age that this shit goes on, trying to tell men a little bit older than me, this is how it is. And occasionally, hopefully, I can inform a younger man who's not quite well aware that this is what a woman's life is like. Every fucking day of her life. Some guy is going to hit on her, say something rude, maybe and today maybe send her an unsolicited dick pic. All right. And this is how it is. So yeah, me going to a gay bar at 21 years of age in the 1980s was an incredibly eye-opening experience that changed who I am as a person. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's called the True North Eager Beaver podcast. We have we do this once a month. We do a live show from the pub.
Oh.
This is a podcast. We do a live show 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. Usually 30 to 90 minutes. Sometimes more. It's this show is talking about life and experiences and travel and blah 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 blah. And the Monday to Friday show is politics.
Oh, okay, cool.
And
so this is this thing that we do to do something else so that people see other sides of us.
Yeah.
And in case you hadn't figured out, we're a little on the left-leaning side.
Fair.
Just a smidge.
I'm on the middle, which is probably going to upset Paul
right?
sometimes.
And what are your names?
I'm Paul.
I'm
Douglas.
Douglas?
I'm Catherine. I'm just a guest.
Oh,
She's a friend. Yeah.
I'm a guest too. My name's
What's-
Pete.
What's your name?
Nice
Yeah.
to meet you, Pete. Where are you from?
I'm from Toronto. Well, I'm from Niagara. I live in Toronto.
Nice.
Yeah. This is Chelsea.
Hi, Chelsea. Nice to meet you.
Chelsea's my fiance.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations. Well done.
Yeah. Congratulations, Chelsea.
See all that? See, like kids, that's Chelsea's hand.
See, we just had we're with Crier Media, and we just had a big last weekend. It was the launch of the new network in Niagara for the Ice Wine Festival.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so we had like a bunch of people repping the network that were there, just hanging out and having a good time and promoting stuff. And I wanted to go down, but we got 30 centimeters of snow on the Friday, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't going to drive in that.
No.
You got to be responsible.
Better not to.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it was a little hairy on my way up here,
Oh,
especially on the 416.
Yeah.
Pretty
Oh,
remote.
It gets really blistery there. Like you'll be driving along, and all of a sudden there's this. Like, where the hell did that come from? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I've driven that in the summertime and had to pull over because it was raining so hard we couldn't see 20 meters in front of us. Like, okay, stop. We got to stop.
Okay.
And then, okay, we're good now. And then I get to my buddy's place just south of the city, and he's like, "What rain? It never rained." And I'm like, "Fuck off!" It's like clear skies, sunshine. I'm like, we were gonna die. We couldn't see.
Yeah. Now here's a weird and unrelated podcast point.
Yeah.
You guys, my friends think I'm crazy, but have you guys ever seen wolves on the 416?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Get out of
More
here.
than once. Not
Yes.
Yeah.
No
Many
way.
times.
Yeah.
Wolves,
See, I'm
deer.
not crazy.
I've never seen a moose, but I've seen deer.
I keep
and
looking
wolves.
for them. Every time there's a moose crossing sign, I look for moose.
Never seen.
Oh, yeah?
them. Never seen them. Coyotes. Coyotes.
Foxes. I've seen foxes. I've seen
wolves.
kangaroos. I haven't seen any of that stuff.
Oh, I'd love to see a moose.
I've seen moose in Newfoundland.
Oh,
yeah.
I lived
On
in
the
Newfoundland.
highway.
They're
Yeah.
every 3 feet.
And on
They're
the
like mice,
on the Renews Highway in New Brunswick,
Yeah.
right in the middle, it's a
Like-
big moose.
Like, no need to stop. Why? Because that's bigger than a truck.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I-
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've
Right.
seen moose in New Brunswick, and I'm not joking when I say this. I was driving a 1975 Olds Cutlass Supreme. So it's a ship, right? A land yacht.
Yeah.
And I'm driving along and I stopped because I saw a reflection. I go, that could be an animal, thinking it's a skunk or maybe a deer. And I stopped and I'm like, oh my God. And it was a moose whose hindquarters were on the shoulder on the right side where I was driving, and the front quarters were on the other shoulder of the other lane. I could have driven clear under this moose.
Yeah.
Now, I saw this moose and went, if this moose gets pissed, I'm a stain on the sidewalk because this vehicle is a pop can that it's just going to crush repeatedly until all the blood is out of my body and I'm dead. That was the largest moose I've ever seen. And it just turned and looked at me and went, nah, fuck off, you're too little, and walked away. Now, when I was in Botswana a bunch of years ago, we were driving to the northern part of the country, near the Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia border. And we stayed at the Chobe River Lodge. And as we're driving along, I go, Dad. He goes, what? He goes, Jesus, stop the car. on the other side of the road in the ditch was the biggest bull elephant I'd ever seen.
Wow.
He goes, stop the car and don't move.
Right.
And the elephant looked at me and did 3 nods. And he goes, okay, you can drive. I go, what? He goes, gave you the pass. I'm like, what? He goes, it's a legitimate thing. If an elephant, 3 nods, you're not a threat to me. Go ahead.
Whoa,
drive away.
Good to know. Holy crap.
Well, it was one of these freaky things.
If I ever
Because
find myself in Botswana.
well, I mean, it was the freakiest moment. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? Because I'm driving along and all of a sudden I see it. And I'm like, elephants move silent. And when they want to move fast, they move so fast. It's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think, how can a beast that big? Oh, no. So that's why I came to I slowed down and came to a stop. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? Because if it decided to jump out in front of me, I could have been doing 80 kilometers an hour. No, I'm done. It would jump on the vehicle.
Yeah.
They're incredibly limber, and silent. I had one walk right beside me. I was a meter away, couldn't hear a sound.
Wow.
Because when their feet press, like, so they got these giant trunks, right?
Uh-huh.
Trunk, like a tree trunk.
Yeah.
And it hits the ground and it spreads right out.
Oh yeah.
It's totally silent. It's the weirdest thing.
Huh. Wow.
Weirdest thing. Anyway, Pete's got to run. All right, brother.
I got to head off. Pete, love you.
Yeah, one of our
Catch you
buddies
later, gang.
on the show. Thanks, brother. Thanks for coming out.
This Pete's got to run too.
Oh, yeah. All right.
All right.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Pleasure stopping by. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for
all.
coming out, brother.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations.
See you later. Cheers.
It's the True North
Guru
Beaver
gang.
Beaver
Catch you
Podcast.
later.
All right.
We're on Spotify, Google, Apple, all of them. The Crier Media Network is where you'll find us primarily. So
Have fun. Enjoy your stay.
Have a good time.
have a good time. See, this is what I love about doing the show here, is because people will just pop in and we can have, just random guests like that.
Yep.
It's pretty cool, right?
It is pretty cool.
Okay, we're 10 to 8. This is our longest show yet. We're pushing 6 hours.
It is? Oh, boy.
Yeah. Okay. We should probably shut her down in 10 minutes. Let's do a full 6 hours, because we did start at exactly 2.
Yes.
I launched at exactly 2. So we got 10 minutes before we shut her down for the night. Let me fix the camera and the chat. Hang on. Give me a sec here. I'll just do a little here. Bring up this. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. And so good times. This was a good show. I had a really
good show.
Well, and we went literally from one coast to the other,
Yeah.
all over the map. We went to Saudi Arabia, Australia,
Yeah.
and Edmonton.
Yeah. That's pretty wild.
It's
You never
crazy.
think, like, when I was like 20 years ago, this would not be
Not possible.
The
Not
bill
possible.
to do this would
Oh.
be ridiculous.
Dude, you'd have to mortgage your home.
Yeah.
Right? Now we were talking to a buddy in Saudi Arabia who's in Riyadh, traveling, right? A buddy in Edmonton, one of your best mates from Melbourne, Australia. And what did it cost us? Oh, that's right. Nothing. Well, the pub pays for the bandwidth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's, as far as they're concerned, like, we pay for Wi-Fi, period. So we're not burning through fuel here on their part. It's, you plug in, and we're promoting the hell out of this magnificent pub. The friendliest pub in town.
No doubt.
If you come to the nation's capital, look, you love me, hate me, want to kill me, I don't care. If you want to come to the nation's capital, you need to come to this pub. And if you come here on a Friday night and I'm here and you want to debate me about some angry shit, go somewhere else, because I'm not doing it. Because Friday
He's off
night,
the clock.
I'm off the clock.
Yep.
And on Saturdays when we do this, we're not doing that. And it goes, it sort of dials into my whole ASMR show, which is about, I've created a safe space where anybody can come in and talk to me, right? If you have differing political views or whatever, we're not bringing that into that space. That space is about somebody who is suffering a mental health issue, whether it be anxiety, depression, or bipolar, whatever the case may be, and you need somebody to try and talk you down off the ledge, in quotation marks, for want of a better term, to try and improve your life. And the reason I say that door is open for everybody is because maybe if I can help provide you with a little bit of soothing salve to a burn, perhaps you can venture down the pathway to proper healing, to discover that maybe politically your really extreme right-wing Christo-fascist views are not probably the best thing mentally speaking. So maybe I can give you a little bit of help. So in that space, you're welcome to come in. If you talk about religion or politics or hatred or intolerance, you're booted. Because there is no, we're here in the ASMR space for mental health, and that's it. How you got here is irrelevant. If you're here to seek counsel and community, I'm happy to do that. On Saturdays, when we do this, the once a month that we do this, we're going to discuss lots of stuff. We're going to try and be as apolitical. Apolitical, would that be? Yeah, as apolitical as possible. And we welcome people to come in and hang out. But if you do bad shit, we're kicking you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty simple, right?
Right.
You know.
Yep. I agree.
And that's all I got to say about that. That's my Forrest Gump. That was my Forrest Gump.
That's your Forrest Gump there.
Forrest Gump.
No, I like this because I keep on saying it's just a chance to show a different side, right? Because we do the politics thing, and we spend a lot of time on that. And I mean, and I spend a lot of time on that too, because when I'm not recording or when I'm not writing, when I'm listening, I'm taking in the information. And like Paul, like this last week, or all the past 3 days, took like a little bit of a social media break.
Yeah.
You need to do that because it's very easy for your whole entire identity to be wrapped up in politics.
And that's not who I am.
We're all more than that.
What's nuance, right? We all have multiple layers, multiple levels. We're all onions when it gets down to it. And you know, when because the 1 year anniversary is coming up, the amount of people that said this guy's a psychopath, he's on drugs and he's mentally disturbed. Yeah, I'm on Zoloft, and I have mental health issues. So those two things you're right about. No, I mean you're crazy. No, I have mental health issues and I'm treating them.
And here's a simple test, right? Like for crazy, actual crazy people never stop to wonder if they're crazy.
Yeah.
So if you've ever stood there wondering, go, am I crazy here? Or you're not crazy. You're not.
Simple as that.
That's simple.
Yeah. That's true. So yeah, the amount of people that really did try and tear me down. I chose to take a few days off from all media because I didn't, I mean, like you were the first phone call I made.
Yep.
I did a thing.
Yep.
And I didn't know how to deal with it. It was not intentional. It was not planned. Is it a defining moment in my life?
Yes.
It is. It doesn't define my life.
No.
It was a defining moment.
Yes.
And those who think, well, that's all you are.
No.
No. How is that even one moment in a person's life?
If it was all that you were,
we wouldn't be here.
No. The rest would not have happened.
Exactly.
There had to be more. There had to be more.
Exactly.
Because that only has an appeal with a certain amount of people for a certain amount of time.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Like if someone's the rage subsides or whatnot like this, then you're no longer relevant. And so there's got to be more.
Well, and the other thing was I said to you right from the get-go, I don't want to promote this. It was never like, and I didn't.
Well, we had to talk about that specifically.
Yeah. And so it kind of took on a life of its own, and so many wonderful people came to my aid. Like I really had a tough time in the last year with this shit, right?
Yeah.
And so many people came to my aid and sent me so many positive messages, and they're like, "Blue Jacket guy, we love you. You represented." And I'm like, okay, so all right, fine. Let's use this to our advantage. let's use this to our advantage, and the advantage would be we can promote good things by this.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't even like the first thought, right? Because
No,
I remember when you asked
God,
me.
no.
No, because I remember when you asked me, right? And I keep on saying, we've told the story a few times now. Right, and my first, because I saw how this could go great and how this could go south very quickly, and because I had chosen to associate my brand with you, I was wondering if my brand was going to take a hit, because I mock. I mock like crazy. Like this Uncle Julia Sugar Pig, I'll tear down, I'll write like a screed or whatnot like this, but I tend not to get not angry in that way, if I say, right? And I believe that there's a place for anger, that you could use it, but you have to channel it. In order to channel it, you have to get through that space of anger and then come back with a cooler head and say, okay, I am angry, I recognize that, how am I going to use that? Because if you do think, even if you're able to channel it, if you do it when you're still in a state of anger, it's not going to come off as the way as you want, right? I guess so. When like Pete has said, like I have these insults or whatnot like this, because it's like I'm thinking of these things when I'm actually in a good mood.
Yeah.
Like this, I'm walking down like something. I hear something somewhere like this, and it makes me think of something. Oh, that's a good insult. I need to save that and put it on. Instead of like, there's going to be someone who's going to come around who's going to deserve
That's a
that one.
doozy. That's
Right?
a doozy.
But it's not like I'm sitting there when I'm mad and says, you know what I should have said? I should have called him like this, because those are not funny when you read them back, right?
Right.
Like this, you could hear the dripping from it, right? So it's like my tongue has to be placed firmly in cheek when we're going there. But so you asked me all about that, and I remember we were talking about it, and I remember I think I heard that you had been talking to Dean, and you had been on the show, and then you asked me, and I said, like, no, do not tell him about our podcast.
Yeah.
Not like volunteering, right? Because he's a podcast guy, right? Like I said, I'm going to invite you on my podcast, and then it's very easy to do on the first to say, well, I happen to have a podcast too, you know.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
No, but we talked about that. We said, like, don't say it like this. It's like, if you guys strike up a friendship, you guys strike up a friendship on your own. That's okay. If someday along the way he happens to ask what it is that you happen to do, and you then mention it, okay, that's fine. If he's interested, fine.
Yeah.
But it's not like, hey, you've got a podcast network and we have a podcast. Let's be friends.
Yeah, yeah.
I did not want.
It was
that
never.
to
It
be
was never. There was none of that. There was never an ulterior motive ever.
Yeah. So we made very sure. And then when we did this, did we want to be a Blue Jacket Guy style show, or did we want to be Eager Beaver style show based on what I was bringing forward from the podcast? So we had some discussions about that and how we, when things like that happen, like this, there's a chance that good things will happen to you, a chance that bad things will happen to you, one way or the other, regardless. And then that's what you do with them. And that was the whole thing. It's like, if something was going to happen as a result of this that was going to be good, then let's try to make the most out of it in terms of using this attention for good purposes. These are the purposes that are as noble as they can be, knowing that we are still two humans and that we're flawed. And yes, like anybody else, we like money. If we could monetize something, like we would definitely like that. But also on the other hand, we don't want to necessarily be
Sorry. You should be okay now.
we don't necessarily want to be exploiting the tragedy and pain of others in order to lift ourselves up off it. So it's always a fine, delicate balance, because now it's sort of the Blue Jacket stuff and the Eager Beaver stuff sort of have commingled for Paul specifically. Hold on, I don't know what's going on here. Hold on, sorry. Have sort of commingled, and now it's
At
like
zero. I don't understand. No, it's at zero.
okay.
Is it good? Okay.
No, it's just because you cranked it right up. I was like, whoa!
I was trying to turn it down, so apologies.
That's all good.
It's weird.
So yeah, it's like the Blue Jacket Guy and the Mr. Grizzly side sort of. It's almost like two split personalities, and now they're sort of like melding into one. But it's it was a real question for several months. Blue Jacket Guy, did we want to do this, or did we want it to be in its own thing? And even for a while, we were we were actually thinking for one time like this, like, okay, like the Blue Jacket guy is going to be its own thing on that side, and if something happens good for you as a result of that, that would be the thing. But I want this to be this. In real life, it's not that easy to keep things, because he had a couple of appearances, and then eventually I had one, but he had one a couple beforehand, and then other people, oh yeah, it's Blue Jacket guy, especially when he's going up to places like, yeah, it's Polly's World Blue Jacket guy. Then we're talking, it's like, host of the, it's like, well, now they're associated.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I'm like, no, I'm not the host, I'm the co-host. And so he goes, well, your podcast. I go, no, it's not my podcast. I am the producer and the co-host. That's it. It's his podcast. I contribute. That's it. I contribute. I produce and I contribute. And that's the gist of it. And I've had a few friends go, oh, I thought it was no, it's not my show.
Well, I mean, those lines are getting blurred now too.
Yeah.
I mean, at the beginning, it very much was that I wrote everything, and I curated absolutely all the guests and all the topic suggestions, and then you had a suggestion about the abortion panel, and I was like, do we really want to do this? And it was the first episode that we had done where you had curated all the guests. I hadn't curated a single one on that one. I was like, again, when you're doing things for the first time with someone, it's like, what's the quality of the guest? What criteria did he use? Would it be up to the same standards? Because you don't know. Like this, but it was a really great idea. So again, right, you're there half. It's really hard to let go of the baby, right? You're sitting there, it's like, well, this is my baby, and it's like, I wasn't planning really to do panel shows, and I wasn't really planning on doing that one right now when that news has just come out. And I usually like to wait till stuff has been out for a few days, a few weeks, and like to get a general overall sense rather than reacting in the moment. Yeah. And I'm thinking, well, like my first instinct is to say no, and so I've never shared this with Paul actually. Like my first instinct was to say no to all of it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no to all of it. Like this is not my brand. This is not where I want to go. I did not pick these guests. I did not pick the subject. I don't know if I want to do this. And it was sort of like, well, I can't say no to everything, right? Just because it doesn't come from me. And I thought, okay, we're on a cliff. Let's take a jump and let's see what happens. And everything worked out, and everything was fantastic. But yeah, I had a moment of like, okay, it's like he's not pretty. He's got ideas now.
Well, I always did. I just didn't, necessarily express the
ideas. I know, but that's the whole thing. It's like, he's got ideas. Do I? How much law do I lay down? How much, how much ownership do I keep? How much do I hand over? If I do hand over, can I pull back? Give it to me once. Well, you don't know.
Well, and truth be told, when we do the flagships, which we've not done a lot of them lately.
Yeah.
But every now and then I'll go way off script, and you'll be like, "No, that's not going to work." I'm like, "Okay, I'll just edit it right out." Like literally, I'll cut it right out. I'm like, because it's your show. You're the director. Yeah. It's your show. I'm merely a producer, a tech guy, and a contributor.
Yeah. Well, with the flagship, it was even more so, especially at the beginning, because at the first that was the only product we had.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the first thinking was to create something that was as close to newscast quality as possible. Right. So perfect diction, perfect speaking. Sentences perfectly written. No stutters or stammers when we speak. Oh, we stuttered. Like, let's cut that off. Let's redo that again. Right. And then it was like. Then we had the bites, which were more free-flowing, and then even in our scripted shows, right? I write the scripted show, and then I bring it to him as we're about to record. So the sections the quotes I give to him, and I put them in red so he can spot them like this. But every now and then we're in a show like this, and we just stop at a certain paragraph, and then we start bantering. Right. Which is where the idea for the freeform ones came from. So okay, we're doing it pretty good in the regular show. Yeah. Let's do a whole show like that. And especially when the elections came along, I was like, well, election period. There's something every day for 36 days, and I cannot write a full script beginning to end. Yeah. Like this hour every day for 36 days.
It's not possible.
While taking in information and whatnot, I just got to take some notes, and you just got to go with it and see what happens. Yeah. And on that, he's really good. The extemporaneous speaking, especially any stutters, stammers, pauses, and I realized
I always pay attention to that stuff because whenever I think I took one workshop where it was public speaking and they got us to listen to someone speak and count how many times they said and then you had other people who would just they would speak, pause, and continue, and just keep going. But they never actually did a space filler. So it's funny that you mentioned that, 'cause I always notice it.
And I realized that
takes
like
work.
this was my space filler.
Like, oh my god, the word
Like this. So I was going down to the store like this, and I decided I was going to get some prosciutto like this, and I took out the money like this, and because we did an interview with Devin Haru, and I got really excited, like I was fanboying big time.
I love
like this, I like this, and I was just talking about it. So you don't like this, and when I went like this, and like this, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so
You know what's so cool about that interview though was Devin was so kind and generous with his time when you consider the fact that we had a big lightning storm, knocked the power out in my building. So we're
gone.
It took us 3 days to get the interview.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he kept coming back.
And I'm like, well, thanks for joining us again, because you were in the call. I'm like, so anyway,
if you listen to the interview, I don't know if we
did address it.
We did, like, because but if we had not addressed it, it would look completely seamless. Like we had done it all on the same day.
It would have looked great, but it's like let's be honest. Look, it took us 3 days to do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally a 1 hour interview. I don't even think it was a full hour.
An hour and a half. I think we got.
Oh, was it? Okay.
But it was supposed to be originally like 2 solid over 1 day, and we managed to get an hour and a half over 3.
Yeah. So we did, pretty good, all things considered. When the whole power supply, the power failure, Okay, so we are 6 hours and 10 minutes in. I think we should probably call it.
All right.
Because I'm tired. And I have to pack all this stuff up to take it home.
Of playing the game.
Well,
to crying shame. I'm so tired.
Well, the batteries are dying left, right, and center. So this little thing is battery operated, by the way. I'm running off this battery. So,
Was that Blazing Saddles?
Could have been. I don't know.
Bernadette Peters, I think, sings.
I love her.
Could have been. I don't know. It's been a couple of weeks since I've heard that. So.
All right, kids. Well, let's wrap it up then. That's this episode, our 4th, of the True North Eager Beaver PubCast. Yes, January 2023 edition. We hope you love listening to us. There we go. They're trashing the place again. Just as we're about to leave, it gets fun. We hope that you enjoyed listening to this, because we enjoyed making this for you. Of course, we are now on the Prior Media Network. It's formerly the Bloodale Network, and this will be available in podcast version if you haven't watched it live, or if you need to tell your friends. So it'll be available on every platform where you get your wonderful, informative podcasts hosted by a grizzly bear and a beaver. If you would like to subscribe to us so that we can slide directly in your box whenever we have something hard and ready for you. What?
Dirty bugger. Slide.
What? With a face like this, I could get away with none of this stuff.
Yeah, and it's not like you want to slide into any box anyway, right?
Well, that's why I can get away with it.
Exactly. I can't say that.
That's why I say it for you, darling.
Thank you very much.
If you would like Mr. Grizzly to slide into your box. Sorry.
You can reach him at.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing. No response. I'm not going to say a damn thing. I'm just going to sit here and look pretty.
That's a good. You know what? When in doubt, sit there, smile, and look cute.
It works, right?
You'll be amazed how far you can get in life with just doing that. It's worked wonders for me.
Oh, darling.
So yes, if you'd like to subscribe and have us come directly to you when we have something piping hot and fresh. That too sounded dirty, didn't it? It did. Okay, I can't seem to avoid it today. We're at podpage.com. So podpage.com/
the True North Eager Beaver with a hyphen between each one of those words. If you'd like to let us know what you think, give us your comments, good, bad, or ugly. If they're ugly, please be gentle because we are delicate, sensitive souls. Our feelings are tender. Really are. Yes?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll speak for yourself, Felicia. Anyways, you can communicate with us via our email, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com, through our Twitter feed @TrueEager, or directly on our Facebook blog, True North Eager Beaver. If you happen to be listening on YouTube, go True North Eager Beaver Media. Smash that button, as Kitty Lane loves to say. Let us know that you like us.
Love you.
We're trying to reach 1,000 in order so that we can, monetize this little thing. We're at 139 now, so we're over 1/8 of the way there, but we need your help. So please subscribe. And we'll send you this picture of Paul. And
wait, which one?
You know, that one.
We'll send you a picture and a letter.
Of apology? A letter of indemnity?
I'm making it sound like these for $20 a month, you can receive a free letter and a picture from Paul.
Do I have to give them a new picture each month?
Oh, come on.
I'd be down with that.
Like, that would be hard.
Fuck off. Fuck off. We're not doing porn.
He suffers for his art. He really does.
I'll do all the nudes in the world. I'm not doing porn. Not doing porn. I'm not doing porn.
I gave him the look. He still said no, kids. I tried extra mile for you. He still said no. Respect limits.
Not doing porn.
Okay. Now, if you asked me, I might be more flexible.
My mother would kill me.
My mother's no longer of this earth.
Yeah, mine is. So is my father.
Yes.
Now, I don't know what my dad's reaction would be. He might be going like, my mom would kill me and disown me after she killed me.
My mom would probably do that if she were still...
It's the Irish Catholic thing is what she's saying. The Irish Catholic thing.
Yeah, was 49 a good year to consider a career change?
I'm not doing porn.
Yeah, neither am I. Trust me, nobody wants to see that. Let's see what else. We have merch for you if you would like to support us. And I know that we have a new merch address, and I keep on forgetting what it is.
And our good friend Catherine here owns I think this shirt. No, not
that one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm waiting for the hoodie.
Oh, it is, well, we haven't printed them yet. We're working on it.
Yes.
But Catherine owns that one.
Yep.
And of course, there's this one, the rainbow flag for the Pride shirt, along with the "Do you understand civics?"
Right.
And actually, I think I actually was a little bit more loud and rude and vulgar in that. But
yes. Yes. So we're at Crier, CIRIER.co, and if you look there, you'll find the button, and you'll find the button T for our TV show.
Our YouTube?
All I want to do is act for our podcast, True North Eager Beaver, and you can see our merch. We have something for literally everybody, 6 designs in sizes small to 3XL. I love that picture too. That was a fun night.
You took that picture.
There. Yes, you did. Let's see.
I love this quote.
The dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubed.
I love it.
That's from the Buddha.
Yes.
I don't think the Buddha actually said that, but it sounds like something the Buddha would say.
Yes. Buddha version 2023.
Well, yeah.
Yes. Let's see. So let's say we went through the socials. We went through the purchase. Oh, tips. Yes. If you would like to leave us a tip, you can go to our coffee page. That's where our tip jar is. At ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in lowercase letters and all in one word. That's ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver.
Don't forget the email. We do have the email.
Yes, we did that.
And
TrueNorthEagerBeaver@gmail.com.
And the thing about the email is I get all the messages and I do forward them to Mr. Beaver.
Yes.
So if you don't get a response right away, you understand we did read it. We will get back to you. We're just really, really busy. It's not we're not ignoring anybody. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get to the messages. That's all.
Yep, that's all. So please do communicate with us. Let us know what you think. And if you like that idea that I proposed earlier of maybe doing a type of gathering show with kits where you would ask us questions about the show or any political issues that you have and would like some answers. So, still similar casual format to this, but politics. Do let us know if that's something that you would like, and we'll try to fix something like that and whip something up for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we're looking to experiment with different formats if we can. So and now that we have a more sizable following, because you have to understand, like in the early days, every now and then on the blog page, I would post up, okay, for discussion, here it is, like here's a subject, like let me know what you think.
Ghost.
And I get crickets.
Ghost time.
Crickets, nothing. It's like So I was like, now that I finally have some people, let's chat. Like, let me know what you think.
Well, was it a thing that I heard years and years ago from, of all people, Gene Simmons? He goes, look, if you want to make it in this business, play every room. If there's 2 people in the room, play like there's 10,000. If there's 10,000, play like there's 2. Observe everybody at all times and pay attention. And I remember one night I was DJing a party, a private party, and my buddy came over to me and he goes, man, you got this room hyped. It's like you're playing like there's everybody. Like, I go, 2 people, 2,000 people, play the same. Treat everybody equally and hype it up and make it, and because we all want to feel like we belong to something. So just make people feel like they belong. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, really. That's pretty much it. So yeah, if you have any ideas, please let us know what you think. We are definitely open to hearing them, and we are definitely flexible.
She's really flexible. She's a yoga.
Yes. Before we go, we ask for words of wisdom. So we'll add our guest first. Catherine, do you have any words of wisdom for our kids?
Lean into the mic and speak up.
It won't bite.
I don't know.
What would you tell me? Okay, so what would you tell me if I was going through a struggle, emotional struggle, and I was having a really tough time? What would you say to me?
Well, you know what I'd do. I'd offer to do a session with you and just try to get that diffused.
Well,
Yes, what would you say?
That's just it in a nutshell, though. What you just said is exactly what people need to hear. I would try and help you by addressing the problem directly.
Yeah, with whatever tools I have that I can offer to you to hopefully help you through it.
There you go. That's a pearl of wisdom.
So there you go, kids. Because whatever talents that you have within you, whatever it is that you have to offer, make it available for people, especially if during the times of crisis. Yes, seriously, what are your words of wisdom?
Don't drink and drive. Because you might spill your drink. No. That was your line.
That was mine.
I know. I had to throw that back because I thought it was funny. Because when you said it to me, I was like, "What?"
I was sitting there like this, just like,
don't eat yellow snow.
It's like, don't drink and drive. And I was like, yeah, you might hit a speed bump and spill your drink.
And I was like, "What? That is not what I ever expected to hear from you." Like, no, words of wisdom. Remember to check in on your friends who might be suffering through some troubling times. There are those among us who will put on a mask and pretend that we're good and fine every day. A great many of us aren't. And we will look good and we'll talk a good game, but we're probably really suffering inside. So just check in on your friends. Just touch base. Just, how you doing? What's going on? Are you okay? And you might not hear a response that you think, or maybe the response could be, I'm fucking great, don't worry about me. And just say, okay, cool, can we get together for coffee? Yes, let's get together for a coffee. Because that's usually the telltale sign of, I'm fucked up, but I can't talk about it. And so many of us don't know how to discuss it or open up about it or talk about it. Me, I'm lucky enough to say, yeah, I'm a mess. I'm a mess. I don't know how to reach out, but I can say I'm a mess. And everybody's different. So check in on your friends. Check in on your friends. That's all. They might need more from you than you could possibly imagine, and you might do more for them than you could think possible.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't take much.
It doesn't.
It doesn't take much.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Really doesn't.
Yeah. Kit Elaine, I got your message that you sent through Paul, so just to let you know that I got it.
Cool.
And then thank you to all of you kits who have joined us today. Thank you to Kit Saucy, who's been with us, Kit Elaine, who's been with us, Kit Linda M, who was with us for a little bit.
Oh, Bruce, don't worry. We're on for 6.5 hours. 7 more minutes, we can go 6.5. We should roll for 7 more to give a full 6.5.
Game on.
Right.
Do you know how much fucking editing I have to do to make this an audio show?
Kit Bruce, Mabuhay, Kit DQ, lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us, and everybody else that was there today, and everybody that will be listening later on.
Brenton on tour, Army Chris, thanks for stopping in at the beginning of the day to get us up and running and rolling. Really do appreciate it, gents. Good times. Hope you enjoyed the football today, Chris. I didn't get a chance to see any of it. I'll check it out later. Not a big fucking deal. There's a game on in 6 minutes.
Well, there you go. And Kit Ellen as well. From the Beaver Lodge, this is your eager beaver saying, please take time to be kind to and gentle with yourselves. It's very important. You are very dear to us. Make sure to take some time this weekend to treat yourself. And we will see you again on Monday for our regularly. The feather's kicking in. For our regularly scheduled, not quite daily Beaver morning show, I will not be at the regular Beaver Lodge. I will still be in Ottawa. So you will see a different decor behind me with no whiteboard and no message, but we will be curating a wonderful selection, a soupçon of news for your very distinguished palates. Lovely kids.
Take care, friends. We'll see you soon.
We're off. Bye.
Bye.
You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and The Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.